على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهز للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص. سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احميها مع كسبيرسكي الجديد.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي. نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
على اللاعب دائما الاختيار بين السرعة والأمان، الاثنين معا مع كسبيرسكي الجديد. أوف يا لها من سرعة! جاهز للعب؟ لنختار الشخصية. رائع جدا، لكني أشعر بشيء ناقص. سنحافظ عليه في أمان من أجلك. كسبيرسكي الجديد يحمي صورك وكلمات المرور وأرقام بطاقاتك الائتمانية، فإذا كنت مهتما الهاكرز يهتمون أيضا. محاولة جيدة. كل دقيقة في اللعب مهمة، احميها مع كسبيرسكي الجديد.
everyone, welcome to Saudi eLeague. It's the final week, only 4 teams are left. I'm Commander X, I'm joined by Chris on the CC Play Analyst desk. We've got a lot of action for you throughout these next few days, and we've got a couple of big games to kick us off right here and now, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell by the fact that I decided to wear pink. That means that it's a big day. I think that we have a perfect storyline ender today in terms of which will be the battle for third place. I think that overall, I'm sure everybody watched last week. I'm sure there wasn't a soul that missed it. But if you did for some reason, we have effectively a battle in the winners bracket. We have a battle for first place. Probably the 2 teams that we expect to meet again in the grand finals, and then we have the next 2 best teams in terms of F16 and Rocky Sports, who are going to fight for third place today, potentially second. Can't rule them out. But one team will be going home.
Exactly, and it really does feel like that main header that we'll get to later in the day, the Twisted Minds GK upper bracket final, is going to be a big slam dunk of a match. 2 of the best teams, lots of talented players on each side, but we're going to start off with F16 and Rock, who are, like you said, really competing for this 3rd/4th place. Obviously, the difference between 3rd and 4th is literally double the money if they win this game today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's absolutely a big one. We've had what now 4-5 days since these teams last played. So I know both teams have been scrimming. We will be able to see some differences in play style. I think in some of the highlights by Kaspersky that we just saw, I think these teams will probably likely come in with pretty different play styles. Unless something's changed massively, we expect Rocky Sports to be very traditional, a lot of Sigma, especially with that little twist of the Symmetra. And then I think for me, the big question is, what are F16 going to try and do today?
We've seen 2 different looks from throughout the tournament. We've seen them play the classic Sigma type comps that everyone has played. They ran into a lot of problems with this. Goku was probably underperforming on the Mei, so they had to bring in QLM, which meant Merit had to let around and play Mei himself. Some Sim, some Tracer, some Echo. But what they maybe had more success with towards the end was swapping over onto more of these dive heroes, exploiting someone's flexibility and really capitalizing just off how a lot of these teams have only really played Sigma in all their scrims. Dive is a bit of a curveball for them to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as we just saw the bracket, I think it's probably fair to say that every team except for F16 was very much reliant on the Sigma, especially the 4 teams that we have left. And then maybe the unique selling point of F16, like we spoke about, is someone's ability to play dive tanks. Maybe he can find an angle to carry through that. So that will be the interesting one. We'll load into Samoa, obviously. What tank is someone going to be on? What lineup are they going to play? What base style of F16 going to try and bring out?
Exactly. We got to see a bit of a preview of what might happen if F16 do go the dive route in Rock's lower bracket quarterfinal against FOG, because FOG made a pivot to a dive comp as well. And while Rocky Sports won that fairly convincingly 3-1 across the series, I think I really looked at particularly the backline of Rocky Sports and felt like Fakator in particular and Gara, they started to be exposed a little bit. Bap is a hero that's pretty straightforward when you play it in the Sigma mirror, but gets a lot more difficult when you're up against dive heroes, especially ones the quality of, say, like Marble or Top Dragon, or like you'll have to face today, someone in Merit.
Yeah, and I think obviously it's easy in the analysis to talk about someone, but I think that if we look at some of the performances put up in terms of damage numbers, in terms of just overall kills and deaths, especially when he's been on this Doomfist, he's looked like the real deal. I think his maybe individual performance this week was maybe the best of any player that we saw last week, considering the caliber of his team and the teams that they've been playing against. So I think that you're 100% spot on. I think for Rocky Sports, can the support duo be able to deal with the dive from someone in Merit coming out? Because likely that's going to be a slightly higher level than what they've played against so far.
Exactly. So far in this tournament, the person who's had the most Gidia MVPs has been someone, and it is fair to say every time his team has won, he's looked instrumental in it. And he'll be spotlight on him again today. When you play, if they do go the dive through and they play that Doomfist, you need your Doomfist to pop off if you're playing into this type of comp. I think if we look at the meta from a kind of purely neutral point of view, you have to feel the Sigma comps are the meta comps. They are more powerful in this current patch. So if you want to be successful on dive, you need a lot of your players to go off, especially your Doomfist.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we then maybe like change lane and talk about Rocky Sports, maybe what's really nice about their style, which tends to be Symmetra and tends to be Bastion, is I can see a real argument that these are the two best heroes to play against Dive. I think the Symmetra allows a lot of ways where you can avoid certain areas of the map which are really difficult to play against Dive. Bastion, as everybody knows, is such a difficult character to dive that if you go 1 second too early, 1 second too late, then everything falls apart. One thing that's also I think is probably something that we'll have to look out for is Bastion specifically is so good against Ana because 9 times out
Yeah.
of 10 Ana won't have a Lucio speed, which means actually for what's a pretty safe ult, you don't really take any risk by using Bastion and it's quite quick ult. If we can then just kill Ana off cooldown, win a team fight like that. Same with Sigma ult, right? If I'm playing Sigma well and I just flux the Ana, there's almost a way for her to be able to survive some of these ults, especially if we combo them, but that's probably overkill. So I think if we talk about Rock's like backline maybe potentially being weak against these extremely high level divers, at least we can say that the comp, or at least their variation of the meta comp, is pretty well suited to playing against dive.
I think especially when you talk about some of these solo ults and getting value, we have to remember on the side, Chaos isn't an Ana player by trade. We saw him hit big nades, but he's mainly a tank player. So for F16, he's got to come on, he's got to do it with Bastion ult. And we've experienced it ourselves. It's so hard for the Ana Brig to survive in this Bastion. So hard for him to survive for solo Flux. And we saw in Rocky Sports game against FOG, as much as Marvel and Top Dragon had success diving the backline, they drug Burner so many times. And if they want to, they're going to need Burner to step up and do the exact same thing.
I think one thing that there's obviously like a mental of what's gone on. I think both teams will probably have watched a lot of footage of the other team. They will have a general idea. My feeling, I don't know how you feel about this, but my feeling is if I'm the coach of either of these teams, I'm putting every single element of my focus and eggs into this basket. I need to win this game. Whatever happens beyond this game, it is what it is. But like you said, if we can double our prize money, I think that's really, really, really nice, obviously. And I think that this is the game that both teams really want to win. Finished third. I don't think either team is going to necessarily come away from this thinking this was a poor tournament showing.
I think now we've seen all the teams play and we've sort of got the power levels for everybody. GK and Twisted Minds do seem such a step above that it really probably is a step too far to imagine either of these teams putting up too much of a challenge. Obviously, the winner will get a shot in that lower bracket final, but I think you're completely right. They have to focus on this one. All their focus needs to be on this. And I think if I am F16, the dive version into Fakator, put him under pressure, does seem like a potential opening for them.
Yeah, so we'll get the F16 roster here. QLM is in. This is obviously an important factor because I think one thing that we've seen across this tournament is they have mixed and matched with that final DPS slot. In my opinion, they have looked better with QLM. And if I'm not wrong, I think every single time they've played dive, it has been this starting five right now. At least in the knockout stages, in the group stages. So maybe that's a sign that we'll be starting to see some Doomfist from map one.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. It's not impossible that QLM can play Sojourn and Merit and can play Mei, but you're right. This is the dive lineup they use. And I think one important thing for this version of the roster with Chaos and Haku, if they are to play that Ana Brig, is Burner was able to get so much value against the Ana Brig. But when I try and think about it objectively, it should be difficult for a Sigma to push an Ana Brig. For Brig should be able to block for Rock, be able to push him quite aggressively while the dive happens. So I think Burner got a lot of value last time around against FOG, but I really want to see more from Chaos and Haku in terms of putting a bit of bite back onto Burner, putting him under pressure, and maybe even finding a kill in some of these situations.
Yeah, I think probably reasonable to say that they might play a bit of both. I think some maps on Samoa look really okay for dive. Maybe some of them that you feel, especially maybe one advantage F16 has, is that their roster is relatively flexible. So maybe we'll see some Sigma and some dive. But yeah, my feeling, if I'm coaching, is I want to play Doomfist.
If we take a look now at the Rock side of the roster, we've talked about Burner and how he really has been one of their standout players so far, but we've not really talked about Psycho yet, who will be playing most likely the Symmetra for the most part, maybe a bit of Mei, but the Symmetra is so pivotal, whether you're playing it in a Sigma mirror or whether you're playing it against a more divey composition.
I would argue it's more important that he knows his job on this comp. If it does happen to be a matchup against Dive, I think what I need to see from Psycho is every time that we have the sim wall, we need to be finding some sort of TP onto the objective and playing to flip point. If that's payload looking to sim wall into a C9 into a flip, if it's flash point, just TPing onto point trying to get that flip. We need to see the balance, right? There's two types of TPs that we imagine that he's going to try and use. It's either going to be what we would call a kill TP, which is going to be, we're just going to Symmetra turret onto the enemy Ana and Brig, and just effectively trying to use Bastion form to just get a kill. Or we're going to do some sort of rotational TP, try to use like a way to manipulate the map. If we're doing rotational TPs, I want to get on the objective. If it's a kill TP, we need to feel it out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But for Psycho, he has to be able to play that line. Don't play too passive, don't play too aggressive, feel out what's working. If he gets that decision right, then I'm really confident that they're going to be able to get the win here.
In the same way, when you're playing Dive, you sort of get a feel for how killable the enemy backline is and then how aggressive and how careful you need to play. Likewise, with the Symmetra, you can do the same thing. I think if you're a Symmetra team, you should always test the enemy backline. Let's just see how they handle it if we play a high tempo, high aggression, especially if I look at someone like Chaos, who's not an experienced Ana player. Let's give him a new problem. Let's see how he deals with this. And if you have success, we can really keep doing it until you don't, and you can get a lot of value before the other team can adapt.
I think one benefit of playing Symmetra with Sigma, whereas maybe in my history I've played it more with Reinhardt, you can be a little bit more aggressive on these TPs. The Sigma will be able to do a lot more damage to an enemy, and unless, like, even if they're not directly on top of each other. And I do think that when we watched Psycho and Rock play last week, they did seem to lean more towards trying to kill with these TPs. I think there was a lot of timings, even in the Sig mirror. I felt like when they played against Twisted, the times specifically where they were getting value were these times where they were TPing onto the enemy Sojourn or onto the enemy BAP. So I suspect that we'll see more of that. And yeah, the real question, the most important question is, what maps are we going to get? Like, do we think that we'll play Midtown? Might we finally see the forbidden map of Parisio?
Parisio, the unheard of. You might not know it's in the tournament because everyone has been so unbelievably Midtown pilled with a sprinkling of Blizzard World. Even F16, when they play Dive, they still just pick Midtown and play Dive on there. But I have to think Parisio is the best Dive map. It just has to be true, right?
Yeah, I shouldn't give too many secrets away, but when we scrimmed, my team scrimmed against F16 yesterday, and they tried to pick Parisio, but we didn't let them because it wasn't in our map pool. So maybe it's on their minds. Who knows? But yes, I really think that the map, maybe for Rock, I don't know. Do you think there is a plan B for Rock? We haven't had to see it so far. Obviously, when they lost in winners bracket, we've said it's okay to go down with the ship in winners bracket because you have another life. But I think maybe the most stable team in terms of comp that we've seen a lot of games out of is Rock. Do you think there is options beyond just, say, swapping like Sojourn to Bastion to Sojourn?
Not really, no. We've not seen anything else out of their roster. When we look at their roster behind the normal starting roster we have, they kind of just have another Sojourn player. And even then, we've seen Asuna play a decent amount of Sojourn as well, swapping off to the Bastion at times. So it doesn't feel to me, I've seen nothing to suggest they have a plan B. I think they can tweak these DPS. I think the Bastion does match up quite well into, obviously, the Winston, the Doomfist if he plays it, the Genji if he plays it. Sojourn can be really fine too, but they also have the option to go Sim Mei. I think these are the tweaks we'll see more than anything else.
Okay, so then we'll rush it, but what do you think for predictions? I'll go first. I think F16 have been pretty hot, pretty cold at times. When they looked good, I was thinking, okay, they've really got their team together and it starts to look good. When they looked bad, maybe the last game against GK, I wasn't so confident. So I think it has to go to map 5. It has to be a close one, but I'm gonna go Rock Esports 3-2.
I initially thought the same, but when I watched a couple of the replays back, I'm really, 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 really worried about this Rock backline. I need to see more from Fakator and from Gara. So I think instead, I'm actually going to lean the F16 side. I'm betting on the Overwatch League MVP 3-1 to F16. And that's everything from us. It's time to send it back down to the stage, get our teams out here, and get this elimination game started.
السلام عليكم عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله وبياكم جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. ورجعنا لكم باليوم السابع أو اليوم الرابع من البلاي أوفس والنهائيات الكبيرة من الدوري السعودي للرياضات الإلكترونية في لعبة Overwatch 2. معكم أخوكم وجيه المقدم في بطولة Overwatch، ومعي الأسطورة بالتقديم نورمال. حياك الله.
Allah يحييك وجيه. Ladies and gentlemen around the globe, welcome to Saudi eLeague that's happening right here on Riyadh for Overwatch 2 on day 7. I am Yusuf, aka Normal, your stage host for today, alongside the amazing Wajih, and today's gonna be amazing. We got 2 top-tier matches waiting for us. We got the lower bracket semifinals, and we got the upper bracket finals. This day is gonna be amazing. And actually, Wajih, if you didn't know, there's one team are gonna leave us today.
No way, Normal. Really, I'm so nervous. We don't know who's gonna leave us today. أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، نفس ما قال أخوي نورمال، فريق واحد بيودعنا اليوم في هذه البطولة ويتم إقصائه، فبنشوف مين اللي بيثبت نفسه ومين اللي بيودعنا. فبتكون معانا المباراة الأولى في السيمي فاينل لوزر براكت، وبعدها بتكون معانا مباراة الأبر فاينل. فكلنا أكيد متحمسين وكلنا متوقعين إن نشوف هذه المتعة والحماس من الفرق واللاعبين. فلازم نبدأ معانا في المباراة الأولى، والموضوع عندك يا نورمال.
Oh, I'm excited and I'm waiting for the first team. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the first team, F16 Esports!
تعرفنا على الفريق الأول في استفتاحية هذا اليوم. معانا فريق F16، ولكن إلى الآن ما تعرفنا على فريق خصمهم. أعزائنا الحضور، سمعونا أقوى تحية لفريق روكي سبورت.
Both teams right now are ready on the stage to dive into battle. Are you guys ready? Because I am ready. Are you Wajih?
I'm ready. كلنا جاهزين أكيد في بداية هذه المتعة والحماس. في بداية اليوم الأول من الأسبوع الثاني معنا فريق روكي سبورت ضد فريق F16. بنشوف مثل ما ذكرنا لكم مين اللي بيسيطر ويكون متواجد معنا في هذه البطولة ومين اللي بيتم إقصائه من البطولة. فأعزائنا الحضور، قبل لا نروح عند إخواني المعلقين، فليتفضل جميع الحضور بالوقوف استعدادا للنشيد الوطني.
And ladies and gentlemen, as Wajih mentioned, please all rise for the national anthem of Kingdom of the Saudi Arabia.
So much. I'm so excited to get into today. We have our lower semifinal between F16 and Rock Esports. The climb is almost there, Justin, to the top. And I know our analysts were like, this is the battle for third place, but hey, we are looking at some dark horses.
Yeah, we're looking at some absolute great teams. I mean, these guys have been really performing throughout the whole tournament. And, you know, the biggest thing that that's kind of been the storyline for a lot of these teams is that progression as a unit. What are they doing week in and week out? Are they getting that practice in, making sure that they can catch up to the likes of Twisted Minds and GK that have maybe potentially fallen off in this upcoming week? So you never know if these guys really have been putting in the work, a lot of that time behind the scenes, because a week is a lot of time in esports, Lemon. And that's going to be a huge deal, obviously, if they can make it past each other flawlessly.
A week is a really long time, at least for me. But who really is putting in the work, in my opinion, for F16 is Merit, which is interesting, the situation on that roster where QLM is fitting that Sojourn role, or Sojourn jail as we used to like to call it back at the Overwatch League. And Merit's been the one who's been flexing to different things to try and synergize with someone as much as possible, where most recently you even saw in the highlights Merit on Genji, which I thought was a huge solution to a lot of their problems.
It was. I mean, he's been consistently one of the best flex players so far in the tournament, which is a surprise, like you said, because he was on that Sojourn role for pretty much his entire career. So it's consistently him to make those swaps in the Saudi eLeagues that has been crucial. Because, I mean, obviously, like you said, his Genji has been crazy, but also when he's flexed over to the mate, that's been super good too. So really, he's showing that flexibility, has been kind of proving why a lot of the top talent don't, even though they play a lot of the same heroes, especially in something like the Saudi eLeagues, if you can kind of flex over to those few other characters, kind of expand your hero pool, that's huge moving forward.
And we have our neutral first map of Samoa, and same thing as last week where F16, like you said, have Merit on the Mei, which can, again, he's just playing any hero that enables someone. And QLM has really impressed me as a player that I just got to know throughout this tournament, who is that Sojourn hit scan specialist, really performing well for F16. Now on the other side, we got to give love to Rock Esports, who've made it really, really far. Asuna, who's been that Bastion specialist for Rock Esports. We were wondering if that was what was holding them back. Does he have more looks to him? He started bringing out the Sojourn, because in the Bastion versus Sojourn, which is a lot of the teams are running Sojourn, and Asuna is one of the few running Bastion. Bastion loses out on that range battle against Sojourn, so Asuna is going to have issues if he sticks to only the Bastion today, but I'm hoping we get to see more.
Yeah, I mean, he's been consistent so far on the character of Bastion, and I think, you know, that is, I will say, I want to like partially agree, because the Bastion, or having that flexibility is incredibly important, and making sure you're not just one-tricking, and especially playstyle-wise, it's important to have that flexibility. And Asuna is that player that can probably make those swaps. Like you said, he's done it before onto the Sojourn, but it really just is meta-dependent this week, right? What's been in the practice? What's been in the scrims? What's been the consistent best composition? Last week, it was kind of debated, I would say, but it looked like towards the end of last week, Bastion was taking over, so maybe that leans into their favor. Maybe they don't even test it on that front, Lemon, because, you know, there is a good chance that he could play that Bastion today, and that team would be very grateful if that is the case, obviously, because if they can secure that third place, if they can get forward in this little brackets, that would be massive, especially if they can get up against the likes of Twisted Minds, who are potentially struggling behind the scenes.
And our analyst pointed out the impact of Bastion ult, that artillery strike, how important, or really how good it is against Ana. But F16 run a lot of Lucio Bap with Haku and Chaos. Maybe that changes up if they go to more Doomfist-based compositions or on any other map except Control. But with Baptiste, you know, immortality down, you can also jump on Baptiste to avoid splash damage, although you are vulnerable to direct hits of the artillery strike. So the Bastion ultimate may not be as impactful on Control compared to maybe a Sojourn, just based on the support hero choices, but this is also the lower bracket semis, Dustin, so it's last chance for both these teams to really show up.
Yeah, last chance workout as well. That's an American TV show, but you know, obviously both of these teams want to win today and consistently make it forward, because obviously, you know, we'll talk about, you know, they want to secure themselves in the money. They want to make sure they're at least top 4 to make sure that they come home with a prize pool. But I'm sure all of these players, Lemon, really just like, I mean, obviously want to win, like just straight up win the whole tournament. If you're already top 4, you know, that's already putting yourself, you know, in the upper echelon of the Saudi eLeague. So you might as well go for more. And I can't imagine, you know, somebody like Someone or Merit, QLM, a lot of these top tier guys, you know, are willing to, you know, drop even further. You know, obviously they want to win the whole thing. And with them, you know, for F16, a big question has been their backline. The desk pointed it out. We've talked about it before with Haku and Chaos. These guys really need to step up today, and they have it in them to do so.
And Someone has been an unstoppable force when it comes to the Doomfist, and he's hovering over that. I think Volcano is one of the, probably the only round that I would like this Doomfist on. It's one of the most close-knit rounds, a lot of close walls. The doors are open, and that doofus is staying. We got a Symmetra Bastion, but Merit is on the Tracer, which we don't get to see a lot of, at least especially on Control, but it's going to see if that extra mobility can help him follow up with someone. But QLM has already eaten too much damage. The setup hasn't been there on the right side, and that's an advantage early on.
Well, I think a big thing both teams looking for win condition wise is to keep Chaos alive, and for the side of Rock, they obviously want to push aggressively onto the rest of F16. And what the problem was there is Chaos was too far back trying to play his life early on to make sure he didn't get picked. Maybe that was a target of their scrims, a lot of their practice was to keep him alive, but it resulted in QLM not getting any of those heals and Rock Esports finding the opening pick.
And Rock Esports just hope to defend this now with a shield all up in someone's face, and he's got a lot of sustain. He can jump in and out, but that shield may block off the heals of someone like Chaos on the Ana. We'll see if that Bastion will have an impact on that backline shortly, but Rock Esports have just been holding their own on this high ground. Someone's waiting for heals, and then the entry will be in soon. Along with Chaos having Nano, this is usually gone to someone. He jumps in, he's got the Nano, looking for a massive stun. Asuna is removed. This BAP is in trouble. Vacator drops the immortality, buys a few more precious seconds. QLM with the triple. The first to fall, but the last to laugh as F16 take back the point.
Great engage by F16, but a lot of space was given to them by Rock Esports. I would have liked to see Rock play more aggressively, knowing Chaos was coming up with that nano boost. Maybe they could have been proactive, found Chaos or somebody on the front line, instead of playing safe and backwards, trying to disengage against that nano boost from F16.
Okay, Merit pulls. Yeah, you get the immortality out, which is still valuable even if you don't get a kill. F16 playing this choke is big. Someone is not going to push his luck. And just any poke damage, too, can be deadly for Merit, so he has to play his life. They got the rally, too, from Haku. Someone jumps in. He has the Meteor Strike, is very patient with it. Haku steps up to provide some shielding, takes some of that pressure off, and F16 soon will get a lead.
Yeah, great forward positioning so far from F16. They've also built up a bit more ultimates, but Rock Esports are going to have all 5 ultimates coming into this next fight.
Let's see if Psycho wants to make a move to help. Maybe Symmetra teleport into this backline of someone, but it's the Photon Barrier first there from Psycho to see if that helps them guide towards the point. Remember, it's F16 still defending. Asuna has been antied, and Gar wasn't sure how that was going to go. Drops the sound barrier. Rock Esports taking up a lot of space. Someone denied on his entry, but he's made his way to the backline. Vacator in trouble. Gar is already dead. Merit is by his side, and F16 haven't dropped a single person this fight, so they will be robbing this point back.
And that was all off of Haku and QLM, but most importantly, Haku dropping that rally, getting out of that Gravitic Flux from Bernard with the bash, and then immediately stunning him after he used the Gravitic Flux as well. So great work from Haku and F16. Bend not break mentality. Rubber banded back in towards that fight, and Rock Esports panicked. They used every single. This is going to be terrifying as this last fight for Rock Esports.
Last fight, and you know what's on the menu. It's a Chaos Nano. Good dodge from someone, too. Jumps in, looking for a good target, stuns up the Mei, who teleports out. Great call from Psycho. You never know if Asuna was going to be able to ice block in time, so F16 a few more seconds to kill. Bernard has to step up. Overtime has been started. Psycho placed a teleporter there, so they can dance in and out, but someone is in deep. He's got some stuns. He's meteor striking out. QLM has been found. That's a one-man advantage for Rock Esports, who also managed to get the point cap during this flank maneuver from F16. But it trades back and forth, and F16 just have to win the one fight, but they don't have the manpower to keep defending.
Yeah, Merit played a bit too passive with that pulse. His ideology there, maybe just to play his life, really just help someone on his dive, but because of that, Rock Esports have the point, and I mean, this is going to be last fight. Merit's going to have a pulse leading into it as we have a pause. I mean, this could give him time to think things over, set up that pulse bomb, but obviously all of the pressure is going to be on F16 on this re-engage here, Lemon. After the unpause, obviously, as we got to sort some issues out.
Oh no, I hope everyone's okay. Like, I know, like, last time we had a pause, there were some ping issues, so hopefully that's not the case.
No! Why would you say that, Lemon? No!
What? I mean, it's already happened. I can't curse it any more than it's already happened, but At 99, at least we figure it out now if that's an issue. But hey, it's cool to see the F16 Doomfist dive. And how is the mirror going to go on the next round regardless of this result? Because I thought Bernard's still doing a good job just trying to hit any accretion he can on this dive.
Yeah, it's off of Bernard and Psycho having some good TP plays, obviously, right? That's what's been keeping Rock Esports in these fights so consistently, is those constant changes in direction, rotations, and overall cohesiveness with that Symmetra teleporter. That's the big thing that's been keeping, teams like Twisted Minds and GK at the top, is a lot of those Symmetra plays. Really, that is that maneuverability, the mobility that is consistently keeping the teams at the top there. And if you can get that down like Rock Esports are doing so far, I mean, that bodes well for them moving forwards, especially since this has been kind of the mainstay of the meta, has been this Symmetra teleporting things with the either the Bastion or the Sojourn. Even if your Sojourn isn't popping off or Bastion popping off as much as you would like, if that Symmetra's alive and kind of teleporting around, eventually you'll find those kills. And they're able to do so, obviously nearing 80% on the board. Last fight territory on Volcano, and you said this is a map where Doomfist does its best. It does seem like he's doing his best here, and the Doomfist is doing it very good. But I mean, you have to then point out how good Rock Esports are doing in that same kind of area, right? So it's really back and forth at the moment when you would think the meta was a bit more stable, Lemon. It seems like it's still up in the air.
Well, the meta doesn't seem stable for Rock Esports, at least. We've already had to make those adjustments, right? Like, yeah. Asuna is off the Bastion, which hasn't had really the room to operate. He's gone over to the Mei, which I think is very strong. If you get punched by a Doomfist or anything like a Tracer Pulse Bomb, you can ice block and you can try to lock them into the fight so they can't escape. So we'll see how that will go, where QLM hits a headshot onto Psycho. We're back into the game. It is last fight with F16 with a one-man advantage, and Rock Esports backline in peril, where Facator sacrificed his life putting down the Amp Matrix, but that seems to be enough damage to overwhelm F16. Someone is being slowed by that Mei and isn't able to escape, and the Blizzard from Asuna's thrown to stop the follow-up from F16. That could have assisted someone, especially that rally from Haku, which could have turned that fight. And speaking of turning, like, Rock Esports are on a huge comeback streak where F16 looked destined to win Volcano, but after the adjustments that Rock Esports made, it is them that come out on top.
What was that last round, Lemon? I mean, that was insane. Merit missed the pulse bomb. QLM got the kill. F16 looked like they were in the driver's seat up 2, but then just lost members. I mean, Merit died on the Tracer. Someone even still got the stun on Bernard, who was gravitic fluxing towards the point with his right click. I mean, that was insane work from someone. But I don't know if I like the Merit on Tracer. I mean, we saw Genji last week a lot in these compositions with the dive. Now Tracer this week, I'm not sure what it is with Merit on the Tracer so far, but I mean, he's missed. I think he missed every pulse bomb he tried to throw out on that round. I mean, that was the biggest thing, is he missed the pulse bomb. QLM still got the kill, but eventually he just does. I don't know if it's the decision making or what. I mean, Tracer is one of the hardest heroes in the game to play at the moment. People will always ask the question, is Tracer even good at the moment? And it's really it really is just player dependent. I mean, right? I mean, you have players like Proper that can consistently play the Tracer, but I don't know if Merit is that type of guy who can just play that Tracer no matter what at a high level for this team.
It's tough against a BAP, but at least you're not getting first picked, so at least you're not the problem, right? But we'll see how he does now that he's back on the Tracer. He plays a Sim TP to get his team in a closer position. Psycho's on the Echo, and this is one of his signature heroes. He'll have a Brigida to pack him, but it's a budget Mercy, or you get some pocketing at range. Psycho doesn't have to fall back far. But so far, Rock Esports seem to be controlling the middle of the map thanks to Bernard's shield, and F16 hope to surround him as Asuna provides some support from afar over on the staircase side. Psycho wants to finish off those targets that Asuna is setting up, but QLM hits the headshot onto Asuna, and that's an opening for F16 to now pressure Bernard back, whose shield is getting dangerously low, but behind Bernard is Gar providing all the heals that he needs. Psycho went in too deep to deal with that Ana, and then you gotta fear for any sleeps, and of course the damage that Ana can put out can't be underestimated, and F16 will come out with a flawless fight.
Yeah, F16 loves to see this out of the regional talent. QLM with the opening kill. I mean, it looked like they were losing in terms of health pools. I mean, everybody went low for F16, but they still came back in that fight. Also have the ultimate advantage going into this one, so great work from F16 thus far.
20% and growing as someone waits for the approach. Merritt waits for the slam dunk and can at least get the immortality out before he may get that kill that you were hoping for, but somehow Picator drops to like 1 HP. Still doesn't drop the immortality, but there it is to save Bernard at the last second. But as they're low, as someone smells blood in the water, he calls for the nano, has already taken care of 2. QLM executing the targets that someone puts down. And F16, I don't even know if they've dropped any bodies yet.
Nope, I mean, it doesn't look like it, that's for sure. I mean, they just used the nano boost in that fight. Obviously, off of that, they got the kills. They also got out those cooldowns from Fricator and Rock Esports, who also used that window, the amplification matrix, in that fight too. So F16 playing the ult rotations perfectly, 60% of the board nearly. Oh my god, that was close from Psycho.
Almost messed up that blink really bad. And that would have been what, the first death for F16? We'll find out as Gravitic Flux available for Bernard, but with how split F16 are playing, with how much mobility these heroes have, it's going to be tough for Bernard to get a good target going. Someone is also just bullying Bernard into a corner. Psycho is missing, wasn't able to dupe in time. Now Ficator is gone too, and this has taken so much time for Rock Esports to get the ball rolling that it's 88 plus. Rock Esports can't afford to wait. Now they're getting staggered. They feel like they have to use ultimates. It's desperation coming out of Rock Esports, but it's not the end nonetheless. 98 plus, we're going to be going to round 3.
Yeah, I mean, Merritt got Ficator there. Teco also tried to touch a point, but I mean, I'm not sure if it's a compositional thing. It sure seems that way, Lemon. I mean, you have the Echo, obviously, on Psycho in comparison to the Symmetra previously. You know, maybe he figured he would have the airspace to work with around that pillar side as well. You can kind of play that verticality, and, you know, just defensively, you know, hold those angles, rotate around, avoid a lot of that damage. But he still died a lot. I mean, honestly, like, Psycho kind of fed there a little bit, unfortunately for his team. Like I said, I don't want to call it a compositional thing, but personally, I would swap if I was Psycho.
It's tough. Like, he wants to be the carry. He needs to be the carry, and I thought he was doing fine on the Symmetra, but I think Rock are realizing that they don't have a good target to collapse on, although I would disagree and say that maybe the supports could be something, and they've had good success, but F16 plays so fast that Rock Esports don't have time to set up, so they gotta just hope that they can have another solution and fight fire with fire, and it's the Mei Sojourn versus the Sojourn Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, this is I like this better for Rock Esports. You know, mixing it up obviously with the Mei on this map, swapping every single round thus far. F16 meanwhile sticking the tried and true Tracer, Sojourn Doomfist comp.
Some high ground control there from Rock Esports, and that's the benefit of running that Sigma. As someone, you can see he has eyes on the back, and Ficator wants to play as far away as possible, but QLM is winning every Sojourn duel against Osna. But Psycho gets that trading blow. You're left with 4v4. Now the point is unlocked. F16 getting set up, playing off of these close walls. Bernard knows he can step up. He can take a lot more pressure than the rest of his team, but he needs some firepower. And Bernard's going to put the team on his back when it comes to DPS. And with F16 missing out on healing, they don't have Haku. They have Chaos at 1 HP. This will be Rock Esports taking the point back at 17 for F16.
I mean, that's just got to be off the back of Haku there, unfortunately. Again, just like for a negative time thing this time. You know, QLM obviously got that opening pick, came back for heals, needed a pack. Haku not there in time, and then also died against the Mei wall towards the objective. So Rock Esports setting themselves up for success. Meanwhile, F16, they've got a comeback mechanic here with Merritt's Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, QLM playing this off angle, doesn't have a shield to worry about. He can generate that 100 charge easily off of the Sigma, and then direct his sight somewhere else. But Psycho with these headshots has been a difference maker for Rock Esports. With that one pick alone, they can set up and trap F16 in this hut. And Rock Esports can even play off this Ant Matrix. F16 got to figure out how to get out of this.
I don't mean to be negative Nancy, but Merritt has missed every single Pulse Bomb thus far in the series. If F16 want a chance to win, he's going to have to hit at least one. Meanwhile, F16, they've got double support ultimates in this fight, can come back towards the objective, but they're against a lot of ults of Rock Esports.
At least F16 were trapped in the house, and now you get the Ant Matrix sound barrier, a huge investment. Someone just barely getting out alive with that meteor strike, and Rock Esports still hold the point. Bernard's above the point, he's got gravitic flux, and he's easily able to push a Doomfist away with these accretions, and Merit is shut down on the flank, so F16 are in trouble because it's 80% plus now for Rock Esports, who are investing ultimates to have this done on a good note. Bernard with 2 with the gravitic flux. There's no supports for F16. Rock Esports have a few more seconds left before they take map 1.
And they're coming back into a Blizzard and Overclock. I mean, those are some of the worst ultimates to have to deal with towards the point. Merit's waiting to touch, though, and has a pulse bomb coming up.
Last touch out of F16. You gotta worry about this May Blizzard that can zone off the point. Also at range. This is a combo of death when it comes to Rock Esports, and F16 gotta survive off of this Haku rally that pushes these at least these Sojourn back, and Psycho is denied the Blizzard. F16, I mean, they're at 17%. This fight win is cool and all, but they have so much work ahead of them.
They do. And I mean, they also have Chaos onto the Kariko. I mean, we haven't seen that character at all in this tournament besides just to touch the objective. So we'll see if that really ends up being to their fault, because he can't swap back. He can't go back to spawn and swap as well. So in this fight, Sub1 and Mare are going to have combo for some space created. So QLM can find the opening kill for F16 because they're against Rock Esports with a lot of ults coming up.
Yeah, F16 have to be flawless from here on out if they hope to take a map 1. And it's Rock Esports that are allowed to take space, and Psycho has the Blizzard. F16 know this. They put a lot of focus and attention onto him to deny that ultimate, but that's not even the only thing. Gara and Facator have supportals coming up, and F16 head to the back to pressure that a huge stun from someone. The immortality is out. You got a full commit if you're F16, but the sound barrier comes out from Guard. This saves the back line, and someone can't do enough. And F16 didn't have the ultimates to pull out, to really pull off this aggressive push into the back. Rock Esports will take map 1.
A little bit of baggage there from Mercator as well. I like to see that out of this team. And if there's any one player I could shout out for Rock Esports, it's got to be Gara. You know, everybody on that team played well, but we talked about the important matchup, which is both of these teams' backline support units playing against each other. And both Gara and Facator has played well, and specifically Gara, perfectly timed beat drops, always dealt with Merit. I don't think Merit won a single one-to-one with Gara in that matchup between the Tracer and the Lucio. So just straight up shout out to Gara for playing as well as he did. Meanwhile, on the other side, I would have liked to see a bit more of F16 support units to potentially deal with Rock Esports, who have consistently put pressure on them throughout. And, you know, maybe that's a compositional thing with the Doomfist not panning out like they would like it. Maybe swap back to the Genji like they did last week. I'm not sure if Merit on the Tracer has been really what F16 need to beat Rock Esports today.
And I think it's very round dependent too. I was surprised that someone still brought out the Doomfist on all of these rounds, especially on Beach. It's a lot more difficult to get those consistent stuns, and Merit has been shut down slightly more on that flank. And you give a shout out to like that support of Gara, was able to boop him back, and that's stopped Merit from getting away with too much. And of course, the presence of the immortality negates every pulse bomb opportunity, even if it does stick. It's been a lot about using the pulse bombs to get Rock Esports weak and then hope that the rest of the team follow up. But Psycho's swap onto the Mei ended up being the pick potential, I guess, that the team needed. When you think about Mei, you think about utility, but if you're mechanical enough, the icicles can't be underestimated of how these headshots can take somebody out quickly, and that's what Psycho's done time and time again. The only slip up is that I think Rock Esports could have won even earlier if Psycho used the Blizzard and didn't get picked, but the one thing you can highlight is QLM is winning the Sojourn battles against Austria more consistently than not, and that's something they can lean on, but it is the presence of a Sigma of Bernard that is owning a lot of this real estate that Rock Esports can play off of.
Right, yeah, I mean, that is the biggest thing, is Bernard playing a lot of that aggressive nature that you like to see. And then also, you know, you talked about the Mei Lemon, where, you know, we know Mei for being the utility character. And really, like you said, if you have the mechanical prowess, you can find those picks. But, you know, specifically in the Saudi E-Leagues, I mean, especially against some of these teams that are maybe not as used to playing against high-level Mays, I mean, that is a consistent factor where, you know, if you're that May player, if you're that mechanically skilled player, and your opponents are walking in straight lines, you know, obviously it's going to be a free kill for you. So this has been so important for Psycho to pop off as much as he has been. I would like to see less straight line walking for F16. I mean, I know this is the ultimate BM to say that, but it is kind of true. Like, that movement is a big factor. I know that personally, I didn't have the best movement when I played professionally. It was not really what you would like to see out of a top player, because, like, you know, you see Violet, you see some of these Baptiste players, for example, jumping up with their boots when they don't need to against Widowmaker players. I would do that all the time. I was told by my coaches to unbind spacebar at points because it was such a big deal. But it's a massive deal, especially if you're a support player, to not walk in straight lines or get, you know, have bad movement.
This is a massive deal, too. Christopher was kind of teasing us about maybe Pariso being scrimmed this past week, because we did have a week break between the two halves of this tournament. Yeah. And they were saying that this is one of the best dive maps, and this is exactly what F16 want to go to.
I mean, this is a great map for a lot of these teams, like they said. It's definitely a map where we did not see. Did we see it even last week at all? I mean, we saw it.
No,
maybe.
not at all.
Wow. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, what was the reasoning again by the devs for this map? It's
the dive.
It's the dive. Yeah. I mean, that's a good pick then for this team, obviously.
They were scrimming it, but I guess, like, I don't know how much they end up. I know Chris is only one of the teams that they got to scrim, but obviously they've prepared this map special, which is surprising because you thought that Midtown was one of their specialty maps. It's something that F16 ran a lot at the start of the tournament, with success on the Winston, on the defense, and Doomfist. Oh no, it's Doomfist on the defense, Winston on offense. Either way, it's F16 catered composition to that. Maybe had mixed success against the higher echelon teams, and now hope to surprise or just at least catch Rock Esports off guard, who might have not scrimmed this at all.
Yeah, I mean, this could be definitely a big, you know, wrench in the way of Rock Esports, but obviously they've got their consistency down with this Sigma composition. And I like how you mentioned the Doomfist on defense, maybe the Winston on attack. The biggest problem for F16 thus far, I wouldn't even say was someone not doing well or the team not even following up, because, you know, we talked about QLM in that last map, Lemon. I mean, he was doing well. You know, it maybe is just a matter of Merit more coming online, as well as the support unit. As it looks like on defense here, Lemon, Merit's going to start on the Echo, which is interesting of all things.
I like Echo along with the dive. You know that the defense is going to hold that initial bridge, and the Mercy Pocket is what's really cool too. You're just going to damage amp those bombs and hope to get a first pick off of it. What's surprising is that, well, Bernard is a Sigma player, so you don't have someone that can follow up with the dive, so it's not going to be a full commit there from Psycho, although he can go a lot deeper with a Mercy Pocket compared to maybe a Brig or any other support for that matter. So Gara will be attached to Psycho by the hip. He has Austin as a fallback plan too, or really just anyone on the team. So Rock Esports playing from below. F16 watching out where this is, and QLM had shot Psycho, and that's big. You deny, of course, the space, so there's no opportunity to resurrect, and Rock Esports got to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, the biggest thing for this Echo, as well as Merit's found a 2K in that fight, is just you're getting Merit off the Tracer and maybe onto a more comfortable hero for him. So that Echo looking good so far. Obviously, QLM found that opening pick yet again. F16 maybe have found some footing on Pariso.
Yeah, Rock Esports, same deal. Maybe not focusing on the Doomfist, but you put damage into him just to keep him in his place, but that's a lot of bombs into QLM, and with no defending Mercy, of course, there is no forgiving that. Rock Esports can now push in. F16 can fall back to secondary positions to the back of the point. That's where QLM will want to come back to. As someone, well, he doesn't have a shield to obviously protect this, so they're going to want to let Rock Esports into the point and then surround them. So F16 are playing as hidden as possible to not take any poke. Bernard's going to hold the choke, and it'll be all up to Psycho and Austin to get these picks once F16 emerge.
Yeah, now the Gravitic Flux comes out as well, but someone dodged it just in the nick of time, as well as his backline did, but an aid came out onto Chaos as well from the Psycho copy, so great work from Rock Esports here, slowly working themselves back in this fight as someone got Psycho on the stagger.
That's a great entry from Rock Esports. They knew exactly how F16 were going to approach this. They didn't even give them an inch. The grab flux too, even if you don't get a target, you force out punch cooldowns. You had someone off the point, and Rock Esports just picked them off and kept themselves at a distance. So despite losing the first fight, it went well for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was overall great comeback from Rock Esports there. Also have double support ultimates there. Nice nade so far from Psycho, by the way. I mean, that really was all opened up in the first point because of QLM getting picked off of Psycho. And in this fight, hopefully for Rock Esports, they're looking to maintain that aggression.
Yeah, Psycho can fly around and instantly get access to any high ground and especially do a lot of damage. Now, Merit is on the Echo too, of course, but doesn't have the damage boost. So Haku's gonna really have to help Merit win these 2v2s. You can't really expect Merit to win a 1v2, especially with the Mercy pocket, unless you get full stickies and a focusing beam, or else the Mercy is just gonna obviously keep Psycho up if he doesn't get killed. So F16 hoping to defend around this corner. And these are still some close-knit areas, so someone can get some good stuns, but he's hoping to get access to someone like Fakeator, or Asuna is going to be the easiest one to lock down, but Asuna's overclocking. He's got the damage amp. He played as far away as possible to bait F16 around the corner, and he's already got a few picks. Rock Esports are getting the ball rolling.
They are. I mean, they're going forward. Got Merit out of the copy as well. Up one in this fight. If they can keep up this pressure, that'd be huge. Rock Esports obviously still sitting in a very aggressive position with Bernard over the top. Haku trying to dislodge him, though. And it looks like they're actually going to counter-engage with a nano boost, and QLM's found Asuna to get his revenge.
Someone is behind them with some stuns. Bernard is trapped, and even with the Gara Valkyrie, still not enough heals. Hoping to get a resurrect off, but someone is not letting that happen at all. You thought Rock Esports were starting to pick up some momentum, but this corner control from F16 is too hard to dislodge.
Yeah, exactly. F16 off of Merit's copy. I mean, we're just able to consistently stay up top, and it seems like for Rock Esports, they're at a bit of a lull here. 2 minutes left on the Streets phase. Maybe they're going to have to pull off a hard engage onto Rock Esports, who, like you said, I mean, they just can't move from this position at the moment.
2 minutes for Rock Esports to open up with a gravitic flux, and at least you zone off someone from the corner. He's being a bit stubborn, and someone plays his life really well. It takes a lot of damage to get him to think twice about approaching. Rock Esports still have high ground control, but as Asuna hopes to take a different angle, you can't play isolated against an Echo. Merit is going to punish that every single time. But F16 have lost some bodies in the process. Now they don't have someone. So this Rock Esports high ground is going to be all for Bernard, and they may be able to get this cart moving.
Yeah, they are getting it moving. Has some of that objective. 1 minute and 15 seconds left as well. F16 are building a lot of ultimates to re-engage with. Rock Esports also have some as well as they look to disengage F16.
Rock Esports, once they got that kill into someone, you had hope that that would get something going. Like, they've been trapped at the corner for so long because Rock Esports can't get a clean fight win. They'll get important picks, but then lose a support or two. Because Merit is just that good. He's not focused on Bernard. Merit is focused on everyone else. Well, when Bernard is low, of course, Merit will shift his attention, but Merit's done a good job at shutting down the angles that Asuna wants to take.
Gara got the res though onto Bernard. Still having a lot of those ultimates. Oh my god, QLM went so low, but Chaos, what a clutch nano boost to save him.
Yeah, QLM now has the high ground. He has overclock, and Gara is just trying to fly away. This is some tough aim practice, but hey, Rock Esports managed to get the cart around the corner, but with 15 seconds left, this is do or die. And Psycho is coming alive, and he still has the Mercy pocket floating around. Someone won't be able to contest, and he gets out with his life, but it doesn't matter at the end.
Yeah, they're able to close it out here. 1 minute and 30 seconds now on to third phase. F16 tried their darndest to hold, but unfortunately could not. Although they've gotten the time bank low. I mean, similarly to Midtown, this last point is kind of hard to cap out. So for the defensive side, Maybe they can stop Rock Esports here. M16 maybe off some good anti-grenades from Chaos could open things, even though they don't have the ultimate advantage. Gonna have to disengage against Vicator's Amplification Matrix.
Yeah, 1 minute, Rocky Sports. I mean, silver lining is up. Okay, they caught someone. That's a silver lining. But yeah, just getting point B is huge after how many minutes they waste there. It was a lot of momentum stifled after a good point cap, but great position from Bernard on this high ground. Asuna has to be careful on these off angles, and now that Merit is stuck in spawn, he has to fly up, but he's going to be right into the sightlines of Asuna. The card is being non-stop pushed too, so F16 have to make a decision. Do they take the high ground? Do they contest the card? Or do they split their forces and do both? Someone is just taking too much poke. It's taking a while to regenerate them because right above them is Rock Esports. So someone finally gets the nano. He's hoping to put pressure onto Asuna in the backline, and it's not really work out for F16. At least it's a 4v4. Someone gets hit by the gravitic flux of Bernard, and this card is almost to the end, and this is the last push for Rock Esports.
Yes, Juna found Merit eventually, also coming over the top looking to find some more, but he's immediately found by Haku on the re-engage, as F16 are still healthy, and in overtime are on this payload.
Rock Esports at Bernard as that last anger, but someone is in the back, and Merit, the double kill, kills both supports of Rock Esports. That will be the end of their attack. Meters, 1 meter short actually of the end. F16 made some important swaps, and they finally were able to be out of their cage.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great defensive hold in the last point. This is what I was talking about coming into the third phase. I mean, it is eventually going to be really hard to cap out third, because you can get like 2 or even 3. I mean, realistically, 3 fights here on this last phase, and with 1 minute and 15 seconds left, that's just not enough time for the offensive side unless they steamroll, just because the spawns are so close for the defensive side. I mean, there's so many different things working against them. There's a lot of really safe angles. I mean, you're really close to the spawn as soon as you come out as well. When you peek that payload, where there's a lot of great corners to play around for Chaos and this back line, really. So really, out of F16 there, that was a great hold. Good time management as well. Yes, they did give up the objective out of second phase. They held them for so long in second. I mean, that is a big catalyst as well, Lemon, is just their defensive hold on second phase was truly next level. And if F16 can even mirror a little bit of that on their attacking side, that bodes well for them moving forward.
It's been really fun to watch Psycho versus Merit on the Echo, which wasn't expecting too much of the... I mean, Merit has been the quote-unquote flex, where I didn't know that Echo was even in his hero pool as a possibility. And he's done well to contest Psycho despite not having a Mercy Pocket, which is the damage difference is what to keep note of. But Rock Esports are now in the defense without Gara on the Mercy, so there's no forgiveness. Not that I think Gara got away with any resurrects, or at least any important ones. We'll see if F16 can jump on this high ground now with the Winston of someone. So using that bubble to block off some heals could be huge if you can land on top of, well, Asuna, I guess, who was not able to jump out in time. Great space from F16. Now heading towards Gara, who cannot escape, decides to walk away from Bernard instead of where Vicator is actually hiding. That is the secondary position supports want to be in. F16 don't get this for free, though. They've lost their Ana. It's all up to Haku, and someone with only Brig heals isn't going to get the job done.
I mean, I thought that was going to go in F16's favor off of a nade from Chaos, but then somehow immediately Chaos collapsed, and as did F16. Merit, though, did find Psycho on the delay, and they're still in this. Surprisingly, F16 aren't out of it yet, but Asuna will trade Haku again. I mean, I don't even know how he found that kill out of all places. F16 looked like they could come back, but just couldn't, because Haku got killed. I mean, they're still here, but they gotta wait for him to come back at a spawn.
Yeah, both teams are missing people, but F16 have closer respawns, so QLM keeps winning the Sojourn battle against Asuna. That was a thing on Samoa. F16 gonna get that first tick, and hopefully a second on the off angle. How did QLM smell Psycho on the flank? That is a crazy call. And that just is going to kill the chances of Rock Esports being able to recontest, because the dupe from Psycho was probably an important win condition.
Yeah, what a shot there from QLM. And like you said, been such a consistent factor for F16 at the moment. I mean, without him, I don't know where F16 would be, but Psycho really just kind of keeps coming back. Every time QLM finds one kill, he'll trade it back, it seems like. Rock Esports just immediately counter F16's punch with their own counter punch today.
And Rock Esports hoping to just contest this card as much as possible, and they can do so with a Sigma. It's really difficult to dislodge him, at least with the composition that F16 have, unless they commit all the damage to him. But QLM also has to find a different angle that isn't in front of a shield. Merit has to fly above, and what an anti from Chaos, hitting Bernard past the shield, and F16 redirect all their attention there. QLM has space to operate, and he gets the double kill, and F16 have momentum to work with.
Yeah, they're snowballing right now. 5 ultimates on their side. Rock Esports are coming up on their own. But I feel like for the offensive side, if they can hold these angles well, it should give them a pretty big advantage as well, because they can just hold the choke points, make sure Rock Esports are uncomfortable as they come out, and deal with a lot of these defensive abilities from even Chaos or someone.
Now Chaos looking for even more antis. These have been centered on Bernard, keeping the team healed up. Now making the call. Merit has dupe. Going for the Sigma could be a good idea, but it's really whoever you can get. Yes, Merit copies the Sigma, has the shield. Beating Bernard to death is someone on the Primal who got hit by an anti. Groundflux at 1 HP from Bernard to save this fight. Gets someone down to 40 HP, but the supports of F16 are alive and well, and F16 are back on their feet. And not only that, they've capped point B and have such a significant time bank advantage.
Yeah, nice antis from Chaos. Engage there from F16 worked perfectly. And that's what you want to see if you're F16's side. 4 minutes and 14 seconds now in third. Someone found a stagger kill onto Psycho as well. Putting on the carry pants today is someone. And F16 are able to follow him up. Both QLM and him kind of working in tandem, as well as Merit on that Echo. It's been so good for F16. They're looking to close out now versus Rock Esports.
Whoa! QLM hits the headshot and slides out of the DMs like that, but not before Psycho wins his 1v1. So we're left with a 4v4, someone hoping to get healed back up, but someone so good at jumping out of Bernard's cooldowns, avoiding every accretion possible. F16 getting around the corner.
Still sitting up above the point. Rock Esports looking to defend here, but they've got to hold for 3 minutes above this bridge, stop this objective from moving forwards, as well as F16 are building up towards that nano boost for their own engage.
Yeah, that'll be probably for someone or Merit. Those are the two best targets for the nano, although QLM is popping off. I'd put my money that it's going on someone. Rock Esports have the dupe. Psycho, who's he gonna want to go for? Is it gonna be a Sojourn, an Ana for the utility? Psycho has to make a decision because someone's already pulled the trigger. He's on top of Asuna, who's getting packed as much as possible. It's a double anti from Gara onto Gara and Facator, and the primal from someone pushes Gara into the line of fire of his own team. And F16 are deadly on these dives. Psycho did dupe the Sojourn, but it didn't have the impact that they would have hoped. The box of victory is in sight, and F16 will tie the series.
What a bounce back game for them, tying it up 1-1. Chaos anti-grenade towards both supports of Rock Esports. I mean, that's really what kind of tilted the series. F16 on their attacking side really were able to create space for their supports, and you talked about Psycho on Rock Esports side maybe trying to find an answer there with the copy or something, but just couldn't do it. I'm not sure what the reason really was. Maybe it was just more so F16 just had a beautiful engage. We're really just going to be unstoppable at that point, right? There wasn't much Psycho could do. It was probably more so just F16 in a very, very coordinated dive. And there's their coach, Kariv, kind of just talking things over with them, making sure things are okay. And they are at the moment. I mean, what a map win for them. The analyst desk talked about it, Lemon, like you said. Really a great map for them, a great bounce-back game for them to tie up the series.
It's been interesting to see the DPS matchups that have been back and forth. QLM is winning the Sojourn battle against Asuna, but Psycho is winning the Echo duel against Merit, which makes a lot of sense. Psycho is an Echo player, Merit not so much. And Asuna, we knew him as that Bastion specialist who's been forced to flex to the Sojourn. And this has been something that QLM has been one-tricking this entire tournament at a high level. So experience matters on these heroes, and I'm wondering if Asuna is going to continue to want to mirror this. Is Merit going to want to go to something else other than the Echo? Merit hasn't been getting stomped. He is finding these kills onto Asuna and others who find themselves isolated. I don't think Merit is as pressured to swap as Asuna is onto something else, but F16 come out with a big win off of adjustments that they made, especially the Winston, which has allowed someone to be able to keep space that he's in for longer amounts of time.
Oh yeah, I mean it's really a carry hero for him. Maybe the Doomfist does have a bit more utility than the Winston does outside of Primal Rage, so that is the reason why Doomfist is kind of maybe play a little bit more. But when someone's on that Winston, I mean, he's able to put that damage down range that you need to see out of him. And then also you talked about QLM being super good on the Sojourn compared to Asuna, where it's like I 100% agree with you, because it's super hard to play Sojourn at a consistent level like these guys do. There's only a few in the entire world that can be as good as them. QLM is, or as some of the top players, QLM is one of those Sojourn players that will hit those shots consistently, because you know the top Sojourns do that, right? Always find that opening pick, always get kills with the overclock. It makes it one of the most deadly ultimates in the game, but you really have to be maybe a top 20, top 30 player in the entire world to get the value out of Sojourn that you need to make it a consistent character in the lineup.
And I like the adjustments that someone made from Doomfist to Winston. We said that this is his best hero by far. He's probably the best Winston in the world at this point, MVP easily. But what's important is that his ultimate is also a lot more impactful than a Doomfist. Like, you're seeing the reaction to someone primaling off of the anti-grenades from Chaos, and just how messed up Gara and Facator are getting because of these Winston dives. And Rock Esports find themselves behind time and time again based off of the tempo. Like, Someone and Friends are always aggressive. They're always diving first. They're always initiating fights. And Rock Esports find themselves reacting, where Psycho is able to take some bodies with him, but Asuna's not consistently getting picks the same way, or in the way that his team needs him to. So F16 are just edging out these fights a little bit more than Rock Esports are, and turn that from point B to point C into just this giant snowball.
I think that's a great way to put it, is Rock Esports are playing a bit reactive, like you said. I think that for this team, I would like to see a bit more aggression of them, maybe keeping that pace, pushing it forward. You know, that's really what's going to make F16 uncomfortable, especially their backline. If you're giving all of that space to Chaos, if you're giving him that room to throw a good anti-grenade off, he's going to hit it. So you just need to keep that pressure up. Unfortunately, Rock Esports, even on Samoa, at times, I feel like they weren't really playing the aggressors. So if they can change that, if they can rotate around, make sure that Ana and that Brigitte are gone, you should be a lot better off. Because especially on your defensive side, if you're giving space to an Ana, that's bad, especially with all the high ground you have, and with Psycho doing as well as he has been. I mean, you just need to get on that back line. Even if someone is pressuring you, there is some consistency I would like to see there. Maybe a bit more forward space, especially with their composition. It's something I would like to see out of them.
I'd like to see maybe Bernard swap to the Diva if we continue to see this Winston.
Yeah.
Bernard, his Diva is fantastic, probably his best or second best hero. And Diva in a vacuum against Winston can bully him out of bubble a lot more easily. He can follow up with kills, just follow up with his team a lot faster. I feel like Bernard's like a sitting duck and is getting ignored because the dive is going past him, behind him, anywhere but Bernard, and he's doing his best. And Rock Esports are doing their best, but F16 are the ones that tied the series. We're going to go to our halftime break. We'll see you on the other side. Our series is tied 1-1. Put your snacks, your popcorn away, because we're getting into map 3 shortly with Rocky Sports having the choice. And hey, that Pariso pick from F16 worked out, huh?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely huge, but, for every punch, there's a counter punch. So Rocky Sports obviously going to the drawing board here, deciding what map they're going to take us to, because realistically, I mean, it's all going to be, I believe it's Control, right? Unless I'm crazy, but that will be the next map. So with that in mind, you're going to be going against Dive. You're going to be going against a lot of that pressure. Maybe you can keep up that space, that what we were talking about the last map. The reason why Rock Esports were not doing as well was because they just couldn't consistently keep Chaos in check, right? I mean, obviously that's kind of a double, that's kind of funny, keeping Chaos in check. But, like, realistically, you got to keep up that pressure, keep the speed up, especially since if you're running this Sigma composition that really relies on great tempo. That's going to be up to your team to consistently put that support duo into a tough spot, right? I mean, that really is going to help not only Bernard, but this whole team find a bit more, because right now it's only Psycho on the board. You talked about it, Lemon. I mean, he's been so good for them, but we haven't seen much out of anybody else just yet.
The more I think about it, the more I think Bernard should have swapped to D.Va, like, way earlier. At least on point C against the Winston, it's just he kind of just watched his team get massacred, and he didn't have the mobility or really cooldowns to do anything, because every time he threw an accretion at someone, he would just jump out. And then the shield, what is the shield protecting if they just die past it? So Bernard this is what he's been running. This is why he got signed to the Houston Outlaws for the playoffs. This is what he's been scrimming. And I don't know if Rocky Sports have that leader that can make that, okay, let's change this, or let's just keep going at it and let's think about something else for map 3. I don't know, but Rocky Sports will at least have the map choice, so you hope that they're going to go to a Sigma-based map. Yeah,
I mean, that's the idea for sure. I mean, I like the idea of wanting to swap to D.Va, but, maybe in the current meta, the character's a bit too... without being vulgar, just bad. Like maybe the character isn't as good at the moment, because it would be a good swap, obviously, right? I mean, to just shut down someone, to be able to actually counter dive, to be able to eat those anti-grenades and stuff, like, you would think it'd be strong, but maybe at the moment it's just not really in the cards for them, and which is, I mean, probably why they're just going to stick to the, like you said, finding a map for that Sigma composition, and just maybe trying to figure out a way playstyle-wise to do it, because, I mean, the toughest part is just, like, as fans and stuff, we always want these teams to change compositions or hindsight 2020. You just figure things out on the go, because obviously things aren't working out. But that always just comes down to a time in practice type of thing. Behind the scenes, what are these guys really playing? That's the biggest deal to figure out. As the next map we're going into is Suravasa, which is obviously the map that Rock Esports think they have an edge on.
Yes, Suravasa. I mean, what is there? Only like 2 choices, and New Junk City. I mean, I thought would have been strong for Psycho. They seemed comfortable on that map, kind of teleporting around and stuff. But Psycho's been going away from the Symmetra, more towards the Mei and the Echo, to just have a bigger impact, whether it's in the poke or in the aerial duels. So no substitutions, where F16 have moved away from obviously using Goku as the Mei player, and I don't think Rocky Sports have played with anyone else that I remember. So this is going to come down to who's going to get match point, where F16 have the ball rolling with the dive. I wonder if they go back to Doomfist. That's the big question, because there's a lot of close walls, there's a lot of good opportunities for stuns, and someone only went away from the Doomfist on Samoa, or really lost on Samoa, because it was a lot more difficult to get those consistent stuns on the Doomfist, and you really need a small map to do so.
Yeah, I mean, this is the map that you would probably see the Doomfist, like you said. So just F16 probably only playing that Winston on Pariso, and that's about it. I mean, it worked out for them at points, but like you said, the Doomfist just does too good of a job on Suravasa specifically, whereas Rock Esports, I mean, they're just going to go back to that Bastion comp that they did on the first map. Maybe that's the bigger reason why they lost Pariso, is that the storyline that you talked about earlier, Lemon, with the fact that Asuna really can't flex over to the Sojourn very well. That's got to be a big talking point, is Asuna going back to that Bastion, and Psycho going to be on the Sim. So this is a bit of that consistency that Rock Esports have had. It's been with this composition.
And maybe the Bastion swap is also to deal with someone a bit better. Bastion is a counter to Winston in some ways. You're just going to blow up the Winston. If you were to expect someone to stick to that, he is on the Doomfist. We're going to watch the point at another time, I guess. But at least we can look at the compositions of QLM on the Soldier. So sometimes you see Soldiers on Flashpoint to rotate very quickly with his running, of course.
Well, yeah, and then also Merit's going to be on the Genji, so, you know, this is a really interesting decision from F16 to swap things, maybe help someone's dive a bit more. I mean, I like this out of them. And Rock Esports obviously making their own decision here back to the Bastion Sim. It's good out of both teams, honestly.
Rock Esports have that teleport potential, but not QLM. And Rock Esports don't have someone that can really contest that. Asuna can't always be watching his back, and Psycho may just want to help Rock Esports shift forward and counter-rotate against that, but this is a good fight for F16 and a great composition to counter this.
Yeah, Rock Esports obviously prioritizing the objective there. We're all sitting on it, and then just didn't move again. So F16 took advantage of it. QLM on the flank, able to get that kill. And this is going to be a problem for Rock Esports if they can't get those fights off early as QLM sets up another flank.
Hey, he's being so sneaky. There's also an immortality to worry about. What? The timing on that as Asuna took trickle damage, the right click from QLM gets the first pick, and now F16 can be a lot more aggressive, but how much do they really want to leave this point? Of course, QLM and Merit are both vulnerable to the accretion, and someone doesn't want to be out in the open. He wants to play off of these walls, but Rock Esports, as soon as they set up, they'll have amp.
This is bad. I mean, QLM is defraining it at this point, and you're against the Nano Blade for this fight.
Oh, Merit slicing and dicing. He deals with two. The immortality is a non-factor as F16 at 95+. Rock Esports are a non-factor on point 1. F16, this composition is too good.
Yeah, if this is what F16 are running for the rest of the tournament, I'm pretty happy if I'm an F16 fan. They've looked so good on it so far. QLM's coming attack visor. Someone still has his own ultimate, as well as Haku on the other side for Rock Esports. They're coming up on some, but as soon as swapped over to that Sojourn, still has to build the overclock, as well as the Blizzard for Psycho, as Chaos is on the flank.
Oh, that's a massive anti-4-man from Chaos. Rock Esports in trouble with Barrett diving in, already removing the BAP, and it would have been up to Gara to sound barrier instantly when that happened to maybe salvage that fight, but Rock Esports took 3 people with them, so this could be a recontest from Rock Esports soon, but for now it's an F16 cap.
Perfect timing flank from Chaos. Rock Esports, you can't keep getting surprised by these flanks. I mean, someone's going to be flanking for F16, whether it's QLM, Chaos, or Merit. I mean, somebody's going to be there. Check your angles, check your corners. Stop getting surprised. Rock Esports need to come back and take this point. Finally, give themselves an edge on this map.
Now Psycho has the Blizzard, and Rock Esports want to bunker down, but Asuna, where is he going? He's jumping into the enemy team. As soon as he got antied and got low, he just panic jumps. And now Rock Esports got to invest without him in the 4v5. The Blizzard has just Merit. It's actually huge, and the sound barrier for Gara, sustain they needed for Rock Esports to push into F16. They don't have Cater though, so this is a little sketchy for Rock Esports. Probably only have 2 people left to kill, but it's a Brig and a Soldier, which is a little bit annoying, but nonetheless, I managed to stall out to 82, so not bad.
Yeah, nitpicking there, but obviously Gara should have beat it for as soon as that nade came in. I mean, it's been disgusting out of Chaos so far, so if they can shut him down, that would be nice. Regardless, they still win that fight, but it was off of double support ultimates. That means they're going to have a hard time disengaging only in Immortality Field and Speed to survive against F16 Mana Boost Engage.
F16 only need to win 1 fight to go to round point on Suravasa and Rock Esports. There's a nice group up here of F16, but Bernard is looking for the grab flux. He is Breaker on it. And F16 have, well, someone meteor striking out, and he manages to slam down their Merit with that grab flux, but Bernard is so low, and Cater's getting stunned up by a Doomfist. But Rock Esports should be able to heal back up and play these corners after dealing with Chaos and Haku.
Yeah, that's why the BAP's so good. I mean, Doomfist doesn't deal with the Immortality Field very well at all. Facator, great job from him. Also, Bernard with the Gravitic Flux, like you said, now 90% on the board. F16 just have to have a Hail Mary Nano Boost play with the Blade here on Merit.
The 0 to 100 comeback from Rock Esports. Is it possible? The Nano Blade hoping to shut down and close this chapter of Rock Esports. And maybe the one kill is all they needed. They removed that anchor, that Bernard Sigma, and now that leaves Rock Esports open to dive. Someone is getting slowed, and he knocks out Facator cold. But Austin is able to finish him off, but Rock Esports are just down tremendous. F16 managed to hold on to the... Was that Gara just speeding past?
Yep,
That was
yeah.
hilarious. But F16 will still be capping here in a second. That'll be around on Flashpoint.
And that was one of those Scooby-Doo moments where you see like the protagonist running away through the corner. But now up to F16 so far. I mean, they're about to close it out here on Rock Esports now. They've kept up the pace through the first 2 points. Can Rock Esports reverse on Suravasa?
It's tough. Rock Esports did a lot of a better job playing off of the blizzard there of Psycho. Austin just has to be careful how he deals with that pressure. And Bernard, Graflux, but now you don't have ultimates to Rock Esports, just the support ones, and F16 just depend on the someone entry. They want to deny Rock Esports from this high ground. Someone could even punch them out, but for now, F16 are worried about just capping the point as QLM try to space with the tactical visor, which Rock Esports seems to not care about. They're zoning themselves off, and Austin is also scaring them by playing off the matrix of Facator, so this QLM tact visor didn't do much. But how QLM had an impact before was going on the flank, which might be difficult to do where Rock Esports are positioned. When in this position, Rock Esports have been so defendable. They've been getting picks. They have the protection, the shelter to do so, and a sound barrier to boot. So good first fight for Rock Esports.
I'm not even sure that was necessary out of Mara. You know, maybe that beat drop just to secure things. Regardless, into this next fight, Chaos is going to have a Nano Boost Blade play alongside Merit, which they were able to disengage before. While they did lose Bernard, they were able to get away, maybe get that reset off, but it still didn't result in a fight win. F16, all they now have to do is set up for the Nano Blade play.
Nano Blade and no sound barrier. That is a critical misuse for Rock Esports, but F16 getting into position. Someone leads the way. Merit has Nano. He's already dealt with Asuna. And in fact, Facator can't even use the Immortality. He's dead in the blink of an eye as Rock Esports evaporate into the Shadow Realm and F16 take back the point.
Yeah, that ultimate combination has been such a consistent thing throughout the history of Overwatch, right? The Nano Blade play. But F16 did use all of their, or pretty much all of their ultimates in that fight. All the Doomfist ultimate including. So now Rock Esports at least have the ult engage play in this fight, as well as a Blizzard to play around the objective, but it's a pretty big point. Oh my!
Chaos was hiding with the nade and hits a 3K, and Merit dashes in to deal with it. Got the deflect up in Asuna's face. Someone punches them back as Asuna's overclock is hoping to have an impact, and taking care of Haku is huge. Jumping away from the cooldowns of someone in front of F16, Rock Esports had their backs against the wall, and they bite back harder.
Yeah, that was proactive there from Asuna. Fantastic ultimate out of him. Now waiting for his team to come back for some healing. Obviously just going to jump back there, but now 80% on the board and crossing. They've got defensible ultimates as well. It's all looking up for Rock Esports unless they, choke massively here.
My last fight for this point, where Rock Esports have a ton of ults to make this happen, is Rock Esports start with the Ant Matrix to try and overwhelm someone, make them think twice about wanting to dive anyone. As Psycho's ready for the Blizzard 2 as soon as Rock Esports commit, but they have a lot of mobility, so they may be able to escape. Gravitic Flux, Chaos can't escape that, but it's a one-to-one trade when it comes to supports. We're left with a 3v3. There's a tactical visor for QLM, and that could be what sings a good song for F16, but Rock Esports, it's a 2v1 in favor of F16, who are making the comeback to sweep here on Flashpoint.
Yeah, what a visor from QLM. Also Haku with the rally to delay. Now 7% on the board. Rock Esports have to touch. It's going to have to be Gara.
Oh, it's overtime, and F16 don't have ults. They just got to deal with Gara. Rock Esports are racing to the point to touch one last time. And there's Bernard on the emergency Doomfist, but he's surrounded. He's blocking as best as he can. Facator doesn't even want to teleport in to keep contesting. He hits him with the Suzu, but there's only so much that Rock Esports do. They just crumble and they tumble, and F16 will sweep on Surabasa to go to match point.
I forgot how good this Genji composition in Doomfist is in the neutrals. I mean, without ultimates, they don't even need them to open things. Ran towards the point. QLM was coming up with attack visor. That was the real breaking point for Rock Esports. F16 to go up a map is massive, especially since, you know, they looked shaky on Samoa. To come back in the last two and really perform as well as they have been. If I'm Rock Esports now, Lemon, I mean, I'm feeling a little bit worried, right? I mean, obviously in this first to three, you're one away from losing it all and having to go home. So that's all on Rock Esports now. They have to decide a good map to take F16 to, which I'm not even confident there is one, because this team is kind of on one at the moment.
Yeah, and if we do end up going, I can't remember what the fourth map would be, is if it's control or something else, but if it is control, then that favors F16 even more with the Doomfist and how close that map is. But the issue with Doomfist is that it forces so much panic, and that's where inexperience can really show within a team, how you deal with that panic and how quickly you are to react, whether it is to use ultimates, whether it's like a sound barrier from Gara to negate a 4-man anti to catch F16 on their dive, whether it's adapting your composition when QLM is on the flank on Soldier, or Rock Esports wanting to match Doomfist with Doomfist. I know Sigma is a good counter to this with the accretions, but someone hasn't really let himself be a victim to that. And then Merit's Nanoblade is always a guaranteed fight win, while Gara has been out of sync sometimes with the sound barriers to just get a tempo play going, which hasn't worked out. There's been some successful Blizzard plays out of Psycho, but Asuna doesn't deal with that panic well and is sometimes jumped into bad situations or bad positions. So Rock Esports, I don't blame them for not being able to deal with the panic. Now they steer down the barrel of match point in their tournament lives.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with the Sigma composition, is that especially on these really, really big maps like Surabasa and Flashpoint, I mean, it's got to be the worst map type for the Sigma composition, right? I mean, everything's so telegraphed. Once you use that Lucio speed, all right, it's like it's Jovra at that point, right? I mean, you're just like trying to go aggressive with the Sigma. But once your speed runs out, I mean, what do you do at that point, right? It's just you don't have any more of that aggression. Everybody knows where you're coming from when you come back from the spawns. You have to walk slowly towards that point. And, you know, you could say, okay, you got to get aware. You got to be more aware of those flanks from Chaos, from QLM, right? It took them 2 whole points to then understand, okay, we're being flanked on. And even then, they still lost to the QLM flank with the tac visors. So I don't know if it's a matter of them not adapting and not playing well as a team, or a matter of, okay, this composition we're playing against is just this good, right? I mean, this Doomfist composition can always dive on us early. What we're doing is just too understandable, too easily read. So there's a lot of factors going into it at the moment, and F16 are taking full advantage of it.
And the counters to Doomfist are not very obvious. They're not like hard counters. It's just any hero that would be able to chase a Doomfist. So a Tracer, a Diva, but it's tough because Diva can't really hold space. She can chase and harass and be annoying, but I think the accretion and having a more stable area with a Sigma is probably strongest for Rock Esports. I think it's coming down to the DPS matchups where F16 are coming out on top with being able to play off of the anti-grenades from Chaos. I think he's been low-key my MVP of the match, of the plays he's been able to make, hiding in corners, throwing the nade, making the call, and then there's not really much you can do about that when you have a Doomfist and a Genji on top of you when you're anti-grenaded, and no one's really running Kiriko to Suzu that, and the immortality can only do so much when you can get punched out of it, and obviously it gets shot down. So F16 are on match point, and I don't think Rock Esports have really an easy answer or an obvious one at that.
No, I mean they're probably going to consistently play their Bastion sim comp again. I mean, once they swap, like you said, that's the big worrisome factor for Rock Esports. As soon as they get off that Bastion sim, you're just worried how they're going to play as a team at that point because they don't really know what to do. I mean, they just kind of rely off consistent damage out of Bastion and sim, and once that's gone, GG, right? I mean, it's been so bad for them whenever they've had this to get away from it. Maybe this next map they won't have to swap away from it, or if they do, it'll be a bit more straightforward to play. Because like they're in a tough spot at the moment. And for F16, this really bodes well moving forward. I think if they can consistently play this Genji alongside the Doomfist, they'll be in a good spot. The problem comes whenever they have Merit onto the Tracer, right? I mean, that's the biggest factor. Merit has shown fine work on an Echo or the Genji, a lot of these flex DPS heroes, which is surprising for somebody that's known for his hit scan. But regardless, the Tracer really hasn't been that good for him. And I think that's just a matter of how the meta is at the moment. But with the Genji and with this Echo, they've really been able to enable QLM in somewhat.
Absolutely. Rock Esports, the one map they did win, was trying to bring F16 to it was a neutral map, but it tried to bring them F16 to a map that is not Doomfist friendly. We're going to throw it to a break. When we get back, we'll see where Rock Esports want to end up at. It's match point for F16, hoping to fly their way to top 3. And, so much more money on the line, of course. Rock Esports have their backs against the wall, but hey, they got another choice of map.
They do. I mean, that's the biggest thing. And at least they'll have their map choice, like you said. That's going to give them some sort of strategical advantage, especially against this team where they're going to run this Doomfist, right? I mean, you want to take as many flank angles away as possible, potentially take them to a map where that Ana or that Soldier even can't get as much work done. I will say maybe on that really Flashpoint is probably the only map type that I think Soldier can work. I don't really think any of these other ones have the space that Soldier needs to operate in. right? It's a bit harder to hit those long-range shots potentially on the Sojourn, so you make that swap to Soldier for a bit more consistency with the flank angles. That burst, just by default, you don't need to build up the railgun shots, you just helix and track. So maybe that consistency is what's giving F16 a bit of an edge on these previous maps, but also they've shown to be able to be just fine with QLM on a Sojourn, and then obviously Merit on the Echo. So really, it's you take F16 anywhere at the moment, Lemon, and I'd be a bit worried.
Asuna even started on the Bastion, then swapped to the Sojourn, and they've locked in their map of Esperanza. Now this is a very large map when it comes to push, and Doomfist can still be run. I expect someone to... I think they've even done this in the past. We even seen in the highlight package at the start of the day. It was the Merit Genji, someone Doomfist. And I think Asuna may have a lot more space to operate the Bastion. But at this point, it's not even about the space. It's about really the engages that are always on top of them. And we actually get a substitute out of Rock.
What? Yeah, they're subbing in Madara for Facator, of all people. That is one of the decisions of all time.
Isn't he a DPS?
Yeah, he is. I'm really curious to see why they did this. I mean, maybe people are tilted behind the scenes or something, under like maybe wanting some swap ups. But I don't necessarily think it's Facator playing bad. You know, maybe it's just like a team like decision. I don't know. But I'm trying to make sense of it, Lemon. I just can't really.
Yeah.
I can't really see the reason behind it.
Usually, I mean, back in the Overwatch League, when you had a DPS on support, it was like for Alari, because it's basically a DPS that can heal. But we just haven't seen like any Alari at all. But hey, Facator, it's definitely not a mechanical issue. He's just constantly having a Doomfist on him issue. And I wonder if this is this substitution is for a compositional swap. I doubt we see Alari, because I don't see this as an answer to Doomfist. But we will see. Maybe Madara just is subbing in because Facator is tilted, or just they want to try something different. Who knows? But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Facator might be playing bad, but like my biggest problem with a lot of these hit scan players playing flex support for the first time, and maybe if they played even a little bit of it, is they just don't understand that positional ebb and flow, right? I mean, even I've talked to my former teammate Baby Bay. He'll just like always say, "Oh, I could play flex support; it's easy," but it takes a lot of time. It takes you maybe years to understand that kind of that positioning that you need, right? I mean, you're just always going to be either over-heal or under-healing or over-DPSing or just playing in a bad position. It's a bit more straightforward, I guess, with things like Baptiste, but cooldown usage is always a big thing, right? Understanding when to use your regenerative burst, understanding when to use your lamp. I mean, sure, maybe Facator has been playing a bit conservative, right? Using his immortality field too late a lot of times, but I think that they're going to really, really need to kind of pop off here. I don't know. The reason with Madara on BAP is, the reasoning is there, I guess. I just don't like it.
Yeah, positionally, like when you're facing a Doomfist, obviously you don't want to be the first one who peeks around a corner. You want to not play against the wall, stuff like that. Just little things, but needing a swap. Rock Esports are changing things up. They have Austin on the Sojourn, so not floating the Bastion, as I thought may be the case, where he likes to start Bastion and swap to something else. But Psycho's back on the Sim, and maybe that'll allow Rock Esports to get on top of this backline, because they can't let Chaos get away with murder like he did last time. Okay, well, let's see if it works out for them. Obviously, Psycho's going to be on the Echo. Merit back on the Tracer, so that already is a bonus for Rock Esports, I feel like, as Merit on the Tracer in the previous, map of Samoa wasn't as strong as you would like it, but maybe today he'll hit some pulse bombs. Yeah, and Genji, he played Genji last time he was on this map, so you don't have as much vertical mobility, like being able to climb walls and stuff when it comes to Tracer, but you have more mobility, so you have more flexibility to follow up with the someone stuns. Now, Rock Esports are just trying to zone someone away who punches out, and then we'll get some bot progress here in a sec.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the objective right now, but that's how you know where F16 is going to come from. Flank angle, go for the ENT engage.
Okay, well there's the engage from Psycho taking out QLM, and Asuna wanted to finish off the kill, but the heals were too strong out of Rock Esports, so we're traded 4 versus 4 at least. Merit on the flank, maybe trying to bait out an immortality as Bernard needs more attention, and so he does get that. He drops low and manages to get access to the F16 backline, and Rock Esports will start with the lead.
Okay, maybe this is a Shaq moment for me. I'm sorry, Madara. I was not familiar with your game. You know, regenerative burst on the objective, immortality field there, early immortality field, but regardless was there to keep his team healthy, and now they have the ultimate advantage in the next fight, I guess, besides this nano engage out of S16.
Rock Esports round the corner, and they have some important ults coming up. But now this high ground is getting someone. Good flail whip shot there from Gara. Just harass someone who gets Meteor Strike out. The nano's given to Merit of all people, which is interesting. You thought someone would have been a better target, but he slammed dunks right on top of Madara with the Meteor Strike. And Rock Esports just gets surrounded, divided, and conquered.
It's just, you know, this might just be like a compositional difference here, you know, because F16's with this Ana and this Brigitte, right? So they can always kind of just play back, get antis off. Really, they'll never get sped on because Rock Esports are running Brigitte Baptiste. I don't know how Rock Esports up the pace at the moment because F16 compositionally will always have the edge.
F16 now hoping to keep the corner. Anti forces out the bash from Gara, so he's out of this fight. You're looking for Bernard, and your Psycho is looking for help, and Austin is taken out, so this is Rock Esports playing from behind yet again. There's a Gravitic Flux is available, and who would be a good target? Ideally, Chaos or Haku. But Bernard is just busy making space right now and doesn't want to have his ult canceled, and maybe doesn't even want to use the ultimate if they're up a man. For now, F16, though, they have bridge control, and this could be a dangerous position for QLM if he can have access to Madara, Asuna, or Gara. For now, Psycho's trying to deny that bridge. He dupes the Sojourn, tries to get charged off of the dupes, has the supports in his sight. And for now, all the kills are going the way of F16. QLM is not going to get away with too much. Psycho's been able to keep him in check, and you love to see him on the Echo. That's been an impactful hero for Rock Esports before. But as the dust settles, we're left with probably a 2v2, and someone is almost full health, and so is Bernard, so it's up to the tanks.
I mean, Merit's trying to kind of flank around the outside, take the duel with Bernard, at least poke him down, but if he has that shield on him, right, he's always going to be able to heal up slowly as everybody makes their way back into this fight. We're heading into another neutral game.
Oh, Bernard is in trouble. Merit's 25 HP, and he takes that long to recall. Like, Merit is just that confident of a player. As F16 now head back for some heals, try to take a different angle, go to the right side, see if he can get access to Austin and Psycho, especially if you see the fly from the Echo or the jump from the Sojourn. That is your window of opportunity for an engage if you're F16. There's no ults to worry about if you're F16. It's Rock Esports that can play a tempo push off the rally. But man, these punches are deadly from someone. It forces out the immortality, I believe, from Madara, and Gar uses the rally. And that's the type of reactive success you need to see out of Rock Esports when F16 full commit to a fight like that.
These fights are so grueling, Lemon. I mean, they last so long. You know, off the back of, like you said, Rock Esports making these fights go the distance, just making it absolutely hard to get the kills. I mean, how are they going to be able to do so, F16, without an anti-grenade or Merit or QLM finding the railgun shot? So it's been hard for F16 at the moment as Rock Esports still have the edge.
56 meters and growing for Rock Esports, who are already having the forward spawns. Getting around this corner is going to favor the Sigma composition. You can anchor positions a lot better, especially when Bernard has the Gravitic Flux. But how does Bernard get information about what's around the corner to maybe get this Grav Flux on top of Chaos and Haku? Up above is Madara with the Ant Matrix, and Asuna strikes through the heart of Chaos. This is a one-man advantage for Rock Esports. Now they're safe to go around the corner, and someone was on a solo flank just hoping to push people down from the bridge. He's unsuccessful, and Rock Esports have so much momentum behind them.
You're nearing 80 meters at the moment. F16 do have some ultimates to re-engage with, but the DPS just isn't there at the moment. Sure, they might be able to win this fight, but it's really about the next one. And Rock Esports still have ultimates to be able to keep this robot pushing as well.
Rock Esports lost Astuna, though. They've been able to salvage 4v5s. And even Psycho gets the trading blow onto QLM. So he saves this fight. He goes for an Eagle challenge with the auto dupe, gets the anti, but couldn't fly out for some reason. And this is tough for Rock Esports to not be able to help Psycho and at least get the trade on the Chaos. That is a tough fight to lose for Rock Esports, but 89 meters is good.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of distance that they've received. F16 now in this fight need to have a good nano boost engage. There's no rally from Gara as well. So the support ultimates aren't there for Rock Esports yet, as they're looking to kind of set up either on the high ground, maybe go for a bait, or they can come out on the bridge side right now.
Rock Esports gotta win this fight if they want to try and build that momentum back up again. F16 are going to be working for Respawn if they win this fight. Someone is going to Meteor Strike back towards the supports, but they're misaction after this awesome overclock from the bridge. Okay, so you don't have that nano fight that could turn things around, and QLM was trying to overclock, I guess, and F16 just dead in the water. Rock Esports back in the driver's seat.
I'm sorry. How do you get surprised by the world's longest flank? That was insane. That was insane that Asuna got the picks there onto F16 support rotation, who still have double support ultimates and have to come back still down 44 meters with 2 minutes left on this map.
Rock Esports with Grab Flux rally against Nano rally and almost duped there from Merit. Merit's usually gone for Bernard before. Psycho went for the Ana dupe on the Chaos previously. The Nano could be given to Merit if he wants to just dive bomb the backline, but it goes to someone because he's already at half health, pushing the bridge. Baits out the whip shot there from Gara and also the rally. So F16 may be happy to just disengage, but they actually just want to keep committing as Merit invests into duping Brigitte, but is having a tough time generating any ult charge from this. Grab Flux is just going to get Merit out of this echo form, so very low value Grab Flux from Brunar. So it'll be up to Psycho to make a winning play off of dupe, but it's taking too long for Psycho to find a target. QLM has already killed 2 people, including the supports, and this is just not going to be a forward push for Rock Esports.
All right, in this upcoming fight, QLM has to basically do the same thing, Lemon. I mean, he's going to have to pop off to give F16 a chance here because there's a minute left, a copy from Psycho. Someone has the Primal Rage at the very least, so he can actually get a lot of work done, but they've got 44 meters to close out on. That is no small amount of meterage to cover.
1 meter, or 1 minute, I should say. F16 wish it was 1 meter. They got a lot more to go, but it's very possible they have to be flawless from here on out. Any loss would mean a Game 5 scenario, and F16 want to avoid that. They have Primal ready for someone. They ideally want to wait for Nano, but I think F16's hand may be forced. They want to draw Rock Esports towards the bots, so QLM on the top bridge can get the pick! I have the crystal ball, and F16 have the kills! It's a 5v3, and F16 have won the first fight of many that they gotta take to win the map.
Yeah. ULM, what a shot from him. I mean, that was disgusting. Copy now for Merit. Ultimate advantage goes in their favor just off of a railgun shot, so definitely a balanced character. Regardless, F16, everything in their book at the moment besides that rally.
F16 duping the Diva is interesting here. Merit trying to assist someone on the double dive. Psycho is duping the Sojourn. But really, all the kills are coming F16's way. They haven't dropped a single body, and the finish line is there. F16 made the 40-meter comeback and take the series 3-1.
What a series from F16. I mean, the entire map specifically did not go their way, right? They were down 44 meters. QLM did not get much done at all early in the series. For the first, 8 minutes, it was really not a lot of good out of him, right? Usually in previous maps, we've seen him play so consistently and get those kills. But because the fights were so drawn out, eventually the Sigma compo was going to come out on top. However, that last minute, Lemon, QLM was just insane. Finding those kills, allowing someone that space that was needed. I mean, he's personally my MVP, I don't know what the analyst test or what our production's going to give him, but I mean, he was absolutely crucial for F16. And if he's going to play that level for the rest of this tournament, I wouldn't count F16 out just yet.
Are the dark horse of this top three, absolutely. Everyone is talking about Twisted Minds and GK, but QLM, the Sojourn gap was absolutely real. Rock Esports should have not been peeking that bridge. They opened themselves up to get picked. They should have just played off of Bernard. Zero idea why F16 are able to even get picks off of that when it came to not the last fight, but the one before that. That is what started the tumble. As Rock Esports, that was the best position they could have defended on. And they had such a good push, like they had 90 meters. And Psycho, I mean, losing the 1v1 to the Ana was also a critical loss there because they could have gotten even more than 90 meters. And that is what could have made a world of a difference at the end. But I hate to put like doubt into someone or into Psycho because he's, I think, the one who did the most when it comes to making plays. Like, yes, Bernard's very consistent, but Psycho's the one who's actually able to turn fights. And just that one Ana loss, I think, spelled them not being able to get more than 90 meters. And then the Sojourn gap also spelled the end of Rock Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that was great work from F16 moving forwards. I feel pretty confident in them as a team. And, you know, Lemon, the craziest thing, too, about F16 is they have a tank player. They have a tank player on flex support. I mean, you know, I was talking about how DPS players probably shouldn't be playing Ana or Baptiste, you know. In this situation, same with tanks, right? For F16, it's kind of insane they've been able to get as far as they have been with Chaos on that flex support. So this whole team is kind of rallying together, you know, has found their footing as a team and look to make a push for this top two, right? Obviously, they've got to go against one of these teams in Twisted Minds or GK, so we have yet to see what they could do at that next level.
Yeah, F16 move up to the lower bracket final, like Dustin said, to face the loser of Twisted Minds and GK. And guess what? That's coming up next. But of course, we got a lot more chores to do. We got an interview. We got to hear from the analysts. But F16, their edge in this bracket is that they're the only team playing Doomfist, playing Dive. And there's different flavors to this dive. There's the Genji dive. There's the Tracer dive. There's QLM, who's not just one-tricking Sojourn. He has options. He's gone to Soldier on Flashpoint, and he's not afraid to take these different angles and play by himself. And then you got Chaos, who, did I say QLM? I meant Merit and, yeah, QLM and Merit. And Chaos on the Ana is also making plays in the neutral, so you can't discount what the Ana impact is for F16. And if everyone is going to be playing Sigma in this bracket, you got to worry about these anti-grenades that can just ruin your entire structure.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so disruptive for other teams that he's been really the thorn in the side, specifically of Rock in that instance. But regardless, I mean, this team is looking strong at the moment. They're looking really, and that is, like you said, off the back of Chaos and QLM kind of coming together, giving both Merit and someone that support that they needed. And, you know, for Rock Esports' side, it does kind of stink a little bit because they will be going home. But maybe in the offseason they can look at some things, make some roster changes, and figure out their team as a unit because they look good at points as well in this series.
Yeah, and we don't often give credit to support players, especially we don't get to see a lot of Ana, whether it was nano boosting Merit on the Genji, nano boosting someone on his dives, or hiding in corners and going for anti-grenades. Chaos has been personally my MVP. He's a huge boon for this team. And of course, there's a lot of support options behind this team, what composition they want to run. It's not even just Doomfist. They have Winston in their back pocket, or maybe in their front pocket, because that is someone's main. And I actually hear that we have Chaos on the stage for an interview to hear about his experience, so let's go tune in.
Oh my, F16, with a heartwarming apologies, we leave, or Rock Esports leave the tournament against F16. After we saw the game, we saw a lot of losses, a lot of wins in the game, but F16 proved herself in the stage against Rock Esports. But after all, congratulations for F16. We got an interview from one of the best players on F16. So, Wajih, basically I want to ask, how does he feel after winning this match against Rock and qualifying?
اكيد سؤال مهم، ولكن حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين الكرام. رجعنا لكم بعد نهايه المباراه الاولى لهذا اليوم اللي كانت لفريق F16. فمعنا الاسطوره، حابين نساله نقول لك الف مبروك بعد فوزكم بهذه المواجهه، ولازم نسال سؤال نورمال، شعوركم اكيد بعد الفوز؟
الله يبارك فيك، شعور عظيم انك تضمن التوب 3 وانت قاعد تلعب برول مبرولك، اول مره قاعد العب سبورت والحمد لله ضمن التوب 3.
يا سلام يا سلام عليك، مثل ما سمعنا الاجابه، يا عيني عليك.
What an amazing answer from F16. But right now, we want to know what's the secret. What's the secret on the third game? We saw the Nano Blade after against Rocket Esport. Does that gave you an advantage?
اشكرك على السؤال الصراحه. فعلا هل كانت النانو بليد كانت معطيتكم افضليه وهي سبب فوزكم بهذه المباراه؟
يب، النانو بليد كومبو عظيم، نخلي سمون يفيد وانا افرم نانو ونقول 3 2 1 نانو بليد، والحمد لله كل شوي يذبح 5.
يا عين، شو كيف مرتاح بالاجابه وماخذ راحته بعد فوزهم بهذه المباراه. لكن ترى الى ما انتهينا نبي السؤال الاهم اخوي نورمان.
Oh, he got the confident F16 right now qualifying for the loser bracket final. But right now we want to know, and also all of us, we want to know how what they have for the finals now. Right now, either GK or Twisted Minds, they're gonna face him, but that's a big question.
يا ساتر، مباراتكم الجايه بتكون في اللوزر فاينل، فمن تتوقعون بتقابلون تويستد مايند او جي كي في اللوزر فاينل؟
مباراة قوية مرة، فريقين أقوياء ما خسروا ولا ما بلما الحين، لكن أتوقع تويستد بيفوز وراح نقابل جي كي وننتقم منهم ونمحطهم مرة ثانية.
يا ساتر.
It was a tough match actually. F16 saying we want to face GK Esports on this stage. We want to see them again. We want to get a revenge. And that's from F16 right now, heading to the loser finals and qualifying, securing the third place. I'm actually excited what's going to happen.
كلنا متحمسين وكلنا حرفيا بعد المواجهات اللي شفناها والحماس اللي صارت معانا والسيناريوهات اللي يكتبونها لنا اللاعبين، ترى الى الان ما انتهينا اعزائي المشاهدين. صح انها انتهت معنا اول مباراه لهذا اليوم لفريق F16 بنتيجه 3-1، ولكن لازم نروح للاستديو عشان نتكلم ونتناقش اكثر بخصوص الاشياء اللي حصلت معنا في هذه المباراه ونتجهز للمباراه الثانيه.
We saw right now, we have it, F16 securing the third place. But before everything, we have to go to our beautiful analyst. Analyst, take it away.
Thank you, Wikia.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Normal. What a series. I don't know if we expected exactly that result. I know, personally, I did. Maybe some other people weren't, so didn't quite have the same foresight as me. But F16 come out on the dive, and they look good doing it, Chris.
No, that's why they pay the big bucks. Yes, I think obviously we were able to. I was able to get some happiness. We saw some dive. We saw a few different comps. I think both teams sticking to their archetype, but maybe making like 1 or 2 adjustments. And the most important thing, and the main reason that I'm not too disappointed about my Predators, we saw Parisio finally.
We're starting to forget that map even existed. We've seen teams try and pull out dive, but never pick Parisio. But F16 pick Parisio and then immediately win it pretty comfortably all round as well, you have to say.
That's it. That's why we both get paid the big bucks. It turns out Parisio is a very, very good dive map. And here's hoping that if they have to pick map 2 in this series tomorrow, that we see the same map.
Exactly. So if we roll it back right to the start, we start on Samoa, and initially everything looks good for Rock Esports. We see Burner finding a lot of value. We see them shutting down a lot of the dive attempts. But it was QLM who started to emerge in this first map, even though they weren't winning, to get a lot of these early picks when he combined with someone's timing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what they were able to do an excellent job of in terms of Doomfist ready to charge up the punch at the same time I have a charge right click. Even if it's a body shot, that's often just enough damage to be able to get the kill. It looked okay map 1. Obviously Rock win map 1, so it looks okay for them. We saw maybe like 3 different versions of the Sigma comp. We saw with Sim Bastion, then we saw this like Echo Brig comp, which we'll probably talk about in a bit more detail later. And then we saw the Mei Sojourn. And being a hindsight coach like myself and basing it purely off results, it felt like, oh yeah, Rock Esports, they have a few different ideas of what they want to play. They can pick and choose. Obviously, based off what we know, which maybe isn't that high, we always thought that if the enemy team picks Winston, that's the time to pick Bastion and then force him back onto Doomfist. And then if we want to try some other comps, that's what we want to do. But again, as we'll talk about it later, it felt that the Bastion swap wasn't everything that Rock doing, it looked like it was just predetermined. We played this comp on this map, we played this comp on this map. It didn't necessarily seem like they were scrolling through their options depending on what was working or maybe what was needed.
Exactly. It seemed to work in even map one. It was close. It was only 2-1, right? Downtown was 100-0 as well in the favor of F16. So they did find some success. And as the series went on, we saw some weirder and weirder comps, I guess, on Parisio in particular, where we did see that Mercy Echo come out. And I think these are maps whenever you and I have coached these sort of comps into dive on these maps, we've always been big sim believers. We feel the sim helps you get out of so many of these difficult situations. And we've seen Rock play it so much so far in this tournament, but they chose not to play it here on Parisio.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest surprise for me. I don't think that Echo Brago, or maybe Echo Mercy, is necessarily terrible, but I fundamentally agree with you. I think that if it's a map like any of these like payload maps or even Esperanza where there's a lot of high grounds, if as the non-dive comp, if my mobility of my comp can be like abused, this is where I love sim. I can TP to high grounds, I can TP to flip. I always have a lot of ways to take fights. And the main thing, which was the massive problem for Rock on Parisio, is every fight we take is so slow. We have to slowly take space. Our Echo needs to use 2 or 3 shifts to take some sort of the high grounds. Then if my Echo goes and kills everyone, great. But if we lose that fight because, say, for a random example, QLM headshots my support, if for some reason that was to happen, I have to go back to spawn. I don't have Lucio. Maybe the payload moves back. And I feel like that was a massive problem for them on map 2 and slightly on map 4, where at least if we play with Lucio Sim, even if our overall fight win percentage is lower, we at least have a much better chance of being able to keep touching point. The Simmel is so powerful for capping like the end of like Parisio second attack, for example. And I think that really, in my opinion, if it's actually, they almost did it the opposite way, where actually I want sim, the bigger the map, the crazier the map, the more I need the sim, because at least I can be creative. I can figure out ways to avoid certain areas of the map, to rotate, to take certain high grounds. And once I restrict myself by having, even though Echo can obviously take some sort of high grounds, once I restrict the core of my team, like my Sigma, all of a sudden the dive team can play slowly, wait for the opportunity. It's really easy for me to time my punch with my right click with my nade if I'm not under immense pressure because there's 5 people TPing onto the payload, for example.
We saw a lot of these problems all come together as well, particularly on the defense on Parisio from Rock Esports, where on the second point, Burner was holding really close, the rest of the team holding quite far back. Because they do this, suddenly Burner isolates himself, then all of a sudden, Burner just dies. He gets exposed and punished for being too split from his team because the gap is too big. But that also means F16 used 0 ults to win this fight. So all of a sudden, a huge ult advantage comes in for F16 on the next fight. Then they snowball that into third as well. And then suddenly Rock find themselves defending third point, 4-minute time bank they're up against, and they've got 1 ult versus 4. And at that point, as the Brawl team, you're just going to have a really bad time. So I think the sim allows you to take a lot more of these tactical fights. Doesn't feel so bad to lose to a Nano Blade or some kind of powerful combo from the dive team if you can take another fight in 30 seconds with a sim ball advantage or a beat advantage or something like this.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And I think this is something that we said last week. We can actually look at our Gideon MVP right now. I got a feeling that maybe QLM might steal it from someone for the first time. Maybe this will age poorly. Chaos, okay. Actually, he'll feel excellent about that. Maybe the story of the tournament in a lot of ways is how Chaos wasn't starting, is a tank player. The team started to struggle, was moved in, played some BAP, played some Ana, and it's really fair to say, had some pretty strong performances.
Exactly. One thing that you always see the good dive teams do when they are playing against these slower comps or these ground comps is they hit big nades time and time again. And we've seen Chaos do that, especially for a guy who is not a flex support player by trade. Getting all these things actually help enable someone so often and help QLM as well set up all these dive kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that along with a lot of the local talent on this roster had a very, very good series. I think QLM getting a huge amount of opening picks. I think that a big reason that the series went the way it did was the dive team was able to win neutrals. And we said this last week, and you spoke about on the defense of Parisio, and I think this was the massive factor on the Flashpoint map. if the dive team can win neutrals without ults, you are always going to lose. Because once we start to get Nano Primal, Nano Doomfist, Nano Blade, Rally Sojum, these ult combos are so powerful. But if I'm playing with the Sigma comp and I have the ability to control the map and I have maybe like more raw power in the neutral, I have to win those fights.
Exactly. I think when you look at Suravasa, when we get over to that as well, that's where we see that, especially in this first series of fights. We see QLM swap onto the soldier, gets that initial flank round, just picks Asuna first fight. Very next fight, he flanks around again, able to get another opening pick. And all of a sudden, then they have the Nanoblade for the final fight. And versus Nanoblade, it's so hard to win fights versus Nanoblade.
Especially when we don't have a Sim, right? Maybe Sim gives us a few options. We can TP around it, TP away from it. Once we lock ourselves into sort of this like Mei Sojourn, a lot of these ult combos are just there for the taking. And obviously it's very easy for us to criticize the comps after the fact that they lost, but it does feel like a huge amount of time clearly went into Rock playing Sim. And in my opinion, and in your opinion, the Sim is very good at solving some of the issues that they ended up having.
What's interesting as well is we saw someone flex onto the Winston, especially towards the end of Paricio and also on Suravasa as well. And Winston seemed to match up fairly well, but the reason we see so little Winston normally in this meta is because teams have the Bastion swap available, and Bastion can make it so hard to play Winston. And again, we're in this weird situation where Rock have played a lot of Bastion, but they don't seem to want to play Bastion when someone swaps onto Winston.
Yeah, I think that's a key mistake. I think if we look at from like the mid-season of Overwatch League, the meta was so dominated by Winston, Sombra, Tracer, and obviously Sombra got reworked. But I think the main factor in the reason that these comps are meta is because Bastion is so powerful against specific tanks. One of those tanks, maybe the main tank being Winston. I think against Sigma, Soj, and BAP, Winston has a wonderful matchup. His ult value is insane. Primaling BAPs away from Lamp is so good. You don't feel pressure. Very easy to farm ult against Sigma. If you were let maybe a world-class Winston player play Winston against the comp, which is a good matchup, you are going to have a bad time. I think if you ever play against the Winston, you have to immediately swap and force him back onto the Doomfist. The Doomfist is still pretty powerful, but I think in some of these matchups, Winston feels so good against the enemy comp that I really want to get him off Winston as fast as humanly possible.
Exactly, and it really felt like that swap was missing. It was also missing on Esperanza. But one swap they did make on Esperanza was, I guess, a similar decision F16 made earlier in the tournament to take their flex support out and put a different player off-rolling onto flex support. We've seen Madara come in. We talked a lot at the start that maybe Fakator was having a hard time versus FOG's dive. He was having his cooldowns forced too quickly. And the swap came in, and initially it looked like it actually worked for Rock.
Yeah, I think map 4 they can probably be pretty disappointed about. We look at the bracket now. Obviously, Rocky Sports is done. F16 will get to play again tomorrow against the loser of Twisted Minds GK, which is obviously what we have coming next. That's a massive game that we have coming up. I think that these two teams have looked so dominant. You see in their semifinals, Frio. Between them, they've only dropped one map all group stages, from group stages till the bracket stage. So one map drops between the two teams. This is the biggest match that we've had, and maybe one of the biggest matches that Saudi eLeagues across the 3-year history has ever had.
I think quite often we see in Saudi eLeague there is like the team, the favourite who comes in, overwhelming favourite, dominates the tournament, and quite often goes on to win. It's not often we get to see many big upsets. Like, we see upsets in and around the spots, but the actual number one spot, I think maybe only O1 Esports historically have really caused a big upset. But GK, the way they're playing, the way they look, how drilled and disciplined they look on this Sigma comp, they really look like they could do it.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially based off what we saw last week, I was ready to come in here and have a very strong prediction for GK. I think that they have used their import slots beautifully. I think they've picked like maybe the two best players in the world on their specific heroes and specific roles. They've built out some really solid local talent around it. And I think if there ever was a team to take out the juggernaut that is Twisted Minds, it is GK Esports.
I think it's important as well we talk about the matchup a little bit here because we saw Dive versus Sigma all of this earlier map, but we're going to move on to a full Sigma mirror here, and in many ways, the Saudi Arabian World Cup team core that we see on Twisted Minds are really the team that excelled and won the World Cup playing exactly these type of comps.
Yeah, you talked about the fact that there was rarely upsets in Saudi eLeagues. That's because the players that you have on your screen right now always win this tournament. Some version of this roster, either together or when they're slightly separated. These are the guys. These guys always win this tournament. And I think that one thing that is definitely interesting is that I think that Twisted Minds should at least have more flexibility within the Sigma comp, right? Like, I think they are going to be more comfortable to swap between Bastion and Sojourn, to swap between Symmetra and Mei, and maybe even swap between Lucio and the Alari at times. What we will probably see, in my expectation, more out of GK is they're going to play Mei, they're going to play Sojourn. Those 5 heroes are going to be pretty locked. Twisted Minds has a lot of experience in this meta, absolutely. At World Cup, they've played, like you see on screen right now, Sim, Mei. We know Quartz is an unbelievable Sojourn. We know he's an unbelievable Bastion. They have played double flex support. So what I actually feel is the Saudi Arabia versus Finland series, there's a lot of similarities in terms of both teams want to play the Sigma comp. One team is very locked in, and maybe the team of Twisted Minds has a little bit more experience. If something goes wrong, they have a few more options to be able to try out, pick different maps, kind of win the series like that.
Exactly. It worked from the World Cup. You referenced that semi-final series against Finland, and they lost more on the Lucio mirror than they won, but they won both maps so they could swap to double flex support. They've been doing it a little bit this time around with Kellex playing the BAP and still Majid swapping onto the Alari that he's really become known for. So we'll see if they make no swaps. Meanwhile, GK Esports, who we can take a look now, we know what they're going to play. They might do some Mei Sojourn, or they'll do mostly Mei Sojourn, sorry, but they do some Sim Mei. But really, for them, a lot of it is how good can Rojo do on his Sojourn? Can he go toe-to-toe with Quartz?
Yeah, Rojo was the guy that everybody was in my DMs about before the tournament, said, yo, this guy is actually way better than anyone expects. What GK have got here is they have 3 local players in Rojo, TVNT, and Aoi, who are actually very, very, very solid, and I think can probably compete with their opposition numbers on Twisted. Checkmate is probably going to have a lot of confidence, even against a player as experienced and as good as Yubi. Checkmate probably thinks I can make a big gap here. I think, in my opinion, and my opinion is slightly biased, I think if GK are going to win, I think that the gap is going to be in the BAP, and I think that Landon, I've seen this guy put some unbelievable performances in this type of meta on BAP, and I think that Majid at times, I'm not convinced BAP is his best here. I think that Majid is much better at Ana, much better at Ali. I think that the biggest gap in this match, and this is maybe a hot take, might be that Landon is better, like that much better at the BAP than Majid.
I think one thing that did impress me at the World Cup was I thought for a long time Majid has kind of just been the Ana and Zen guy, and then Alari comes out and becomes the Alari guy, and BAP was always a weak spot for him. I think he's improved a lot since then, but I think you're still absolutely right that Landon is the best in the world at this hero, and probably the best in the world, especially at this hero in this type of meta. He's so good at it. His lamps are perfect. He hits everything. He'll peel people out of outrageous situations. Sometimes you'll see Checkmate get carried away, TVNT get carried away, but there's always a lamp from downtown to bail them out or something. And Landon gets his team out of so many situations that other BAPs just cannot do.
I think that when we look at the stats, I think we spoke about this last week, and this was also the same that was true in the Overwatch League. Landon will always match or slightly, but that BAP, and that in a lot of situations is the difference between winning and losing a very close series.
Yeah, he's such a key difference maker. I think what's really interesting when I was looking at a lot of Yubi's play from Saudi's successful World Cup run, I really watched him play and think, wow, this guy is playing just like Checkmate does in Florida Mayhem. Now, Yubi's had a lot of success playing the style, I think, very heavily influenced by Checkmate, but now he's got to do it against the guy himself. If there's another big battle to be had, I think it isn't that May spot. I think they both want to do a lot of similar things. They both want to be aggressive. They both want to make plays. We talk about how important this Mayolt can be in this mirror. A lot of focus on these two guys and what value they can get out of that ultimate.
100%. I think that we have 2 world-class Mays here. I think that one thing that we should also mention before we go get into the game is this is actually a first to 4, right? So actually there is like there's going to be an additional couple of maps in this. This maybe starts to favor the team with a little bit more experience. Both teams again have had like these 4 or 5 days. Maybe GK are really starting to feel the pressure now, because maybe when their roster was put together, they were like, oh, we'll see what happens. And now they're like, whoa, we can actually win this. No one expected this. Twisted Minds, this team has won this tournament. They've won contenders. They've won the World Cup. This team is as cool, calm, and collected as possible. That being said, whenever you go into the tournament as overwhelming favorite, I think there is additional pressure if you lose it. It's almost like an embarrassment to lose it. At least at the World Cup, they were this massive underdog team going into it. So every win they got, their confidence grew and they grew. Yeah, we can do this. It almost spirals the opposite way, where it's like, how can we win the World Cup and not win Saudi E-Leagues? So there is definitely some mental aspects for both teams to figure out in terms of, are Twisted going to be able to keep that calm under the pressure, considering the situation is slightly different? Or GK now in a situation where, like a rabbit in the headlights, when they're really, really actually here now, they could actually win this tournament.
I think especially for Twisted Minds, you have to think that if it's anything other than a convincing 3-0 today, it really sets GK up for a big comeback from the lower bracket run. It's just about today. It's how it sets up the grand final later down the line. We really expect to see round 2 of these teams going head to head. But we'll head to a break right now, and then when we come back, we'll get to see this game unfold.
اهلا وسهلا بكم اعزائنا المتابعين في كل مكان، اسعد الله اوقاتكم بكل خير. رجعنا لكم اليوم، ولكن هذه المره ما راح اكون مقدم الاستوديو التحليلي، راح يكون عندنا ضيف رهيب جدا ومميز والكل يحبه. حاب اعرفكم على مدرب المنتخب السعودي وليد الشمالي اولي، وايضا عتيق يا والله فيكم جميعا.
يا هلا والله عبد الله، حياك الله، يعطيك العافيه. وشيء بدون تطبيل، خلاص كفايه
والله
كفايه تطبيل كفايه تطبيل يا جماعه. والله شكرا مره على الاستضافه، وان شاء الله اننا نطلع محتوى جميل للعالم.
طبعا انا هنا امبوستر خلاص. انا امبوستر، شايفيني قبل شوي بالتعليق، ما يحتاج.
حتى انا شايفيني قبل شوي بالتعليق.
لا بس انت هنا المقدم،
صح.
انا المفروض مكان ثاني.
ما عليك خلاص. انا طلعت صح، لا تطلع انت معي على طول.
خلاص.
طيب وليد،
أهلا وسهلا.
اول شيء قبل كل حاجه، كثير ناس عارفين مين هو وليد الشمالي او ولي، بس للناس اللي ما يعرفوا مين هو وليد الشمالي او ولي، ايش طموحاته، ايش انجازاته، وكيف وصل لهنا حتى الان؟
طيب اول شيء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وليد الشمالي، انتم عرفتوني باني مدرب المنتخب السعودي، في بعضكم يعرفني من قبل كنت معلق الدوري السعودي. الاسماء كثيره والاشياء كثيره، بس ان شاء الله شخص واحد وما راح تغير عليكم. شيء بعد زياده ممكن ينقال، بس مدرب المنتخب اتوقع هذا اشهر شيء ممكن اقوله، وهذا اكثر شيء انتم تعرفونه. وكيف وصل هنا؟ انا كنت لاعب محترف، وقفت اعتزلت، صرت معلق فتره، بس الشغف لسه كان موجود. انا صرت تعب صوتي، فكنت ما اقدر اعلق، ما اقدر اكمل تعليق. ايوه، فلقيت لي مكان ثاني اللي هو التدريب، ورحت للتدريب والحمد لله ربي يسرها، والحمد لله اني نجحت. بس وحشني المكان، والله وحشني. الحمد لله انا سعودي ليج، كل مره اجي يجيبوني يطلعوني. ما يوحشني كثير، كل سنه طالع لكم.
اكيد مشتاقين لك حنا اصلا، يعني نبغاك دائما، حتى برضه مشتاقين لصوتك والتعليق.
الحمد لله.
وان شاء الله نقول ان شاء الله يعني المرات الجايه حترجع.
ميبي نو ون نوز، ما حد يدري.
بكل تاكيد. والله وليد يعني اوكي، يعني انت شويه متواضع لحد ما، يعني يا جماعه الخير هو ما قال لكم هذا التعريف اوكي، بس خليني انا اقول لكم بحكم اني انا اعرف وليد شويه لحد ما. اول شيء هو كان لاعب كونسل، بعدين لاعب بي سي، بعدين لاعب محترف، بعدين مدرب فريق، بعدين معلق، بعدين محلل الى حد ما شويه، وعنده امور اخرى خارجيه، وايضا مدرب فريق المنتخب.
خلي لي برا يا
وليد يعني معلش لازم نعطيك حقك فيها، معلش. فتستاهل كل خير وتستاهل التطبيل بصراحه. هو خوي عزيز ترى المعلوميه.
الحمد لله والله. شوف التوفيق ترى، والله صدق اللي حصل يعني في المنتخب. انا ما ودي احرق الاشياء اللي انت كاتبها، بس اللي حصل في المنتخب صراحه يعني ما جاء الا بعد الحمد لله يعني دعائكم وتوفيق ربي صراحه. فالانجاز ما يحسب لنا احنا بس، الحمد لله احنا كنا هناك، بس الانجاز يحسب للوطن كامل. الفرحه للجميع، الكل دعا. يعني كم واحد احنا جيم النهائي كان وقت فجر، فكم واحد كان يصلي، كم واحد كان يدعي، كم واحد يعني اللي جوني عشرات الاشخاص، فما بالك بالناس اللي يدعون في ظهر الغيب. فالحمد لله والله ما حصل الا الخير بسبب دعائكم والله، والحمد لله توفيق ربي صراحه.
الحمد لله فعلا. وحتى برضو شيء ثاني اتذكر انه قبل لا نبدا التصفيات، حتى اول ما تم اختيار المنتخب كان بعض الاشخاص خلينا نقول كانوا يشككون شوي في القدرات، لكن اتذكرك انت وحتى برضو سكار
هذا احدهم يا اخوان، هذا كان يشكك.
انا بكل صراحه انا كنت اقول من التوب 3، كنت اقول انه جاي من التوب 3، لكن من بعد ما شفت المستوى من بعد التصفيات قلت لا والله من جد كلامكم اشوفه فعلا على الواقع. من بعد التصفيات تغيرت نظرتي تماما، شفت من جد مستوى كاس. حتى برضو وقت المباراة كلها أنا من جد أعترف هالشيء في البداية أنا كنت من الأشخاص
مشكك
اللي
خلاص كان مشكك يا جماعة، كان مشكك.
لكن خلينا نكون واقعيين. كثير حتى برضو ما توقعوا المستوى الجميل اللي وراه المنتخب، ولكن ثقة اللعيبة في نفسهم، ثقة حتى برضو الإداريين، مدرب حتى برضو، وكل شخص كان شغال في المنتخب يعني بينت ثمارها وكان في محلها من جد. لان قبل كنت اتكلم حتى برضه اتذكر النقاش هذا كان مع اسكار جنرال مانجر المنتخب، كان يقول ان احنا ما نشارك عشان توب 3، احنا نشارك الكاس.
الله
صح.
فاتذكر كلمته هذه صح ترى، اتذكرها زين. قلت له والله بعدها حتى كانت في امريكا كنت معه هناك، قلت له والله بصراحه الكلمه اللي قلتها انت قدها وجدت الكاس. ومن جد حتى وكلكم برضه ما كان فيكم قصور، فمن جد يعني الانجاز اللي صار انجاز تاريخي. وحتى برضو اصوات الناس اللي كانت اونلاين كلها والتشجيع اللي طلع يعني كله ورينا قد ايش احنا ككوميونتي عربي وكوميونتي سعودي وعربي حتى، يعني كوميونتي ما هو سهل، كوميونتي مره كبير. احنا غطينا على اصوات كثير من الحلال، شفت ناس تطقطق علينا الحين تيك توك تشوف اذا دخلوا جيم كوم يشوفون كل السعوديين يخافون.
ولي احنا خشينا شويه على موضوع المنتخب، ولكن ودي ارجع شويه لوليد الشمالي قبل ما نخش على المنتخب. وليد ما شاء الله تبارك الله حتى الان كمدرب لجميع الافريقيا اللي انت شاركت فيها 0 خسائر ما شاء الله.
الحمد لله ما شاء الله
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله
ما شاء الله تبارك الله ما شاء الله يتفرجوا ما شاء الله ما خسرنا الى الحين الحمد لله. ان شاء الله الستريك هذا يكمل سواء مع المنتخب او مع الافريقيا اللي يلعب معها. واليوم انا امثل تويستد مايند زي ما انتم شايفين في الدوري، فان شاء الله ان المسيره هذه تكمل. والله انها ما جات الا بدعاء الوالدين اول شيء يعني، ودعاء الناس المقربين، والحمد لله ان احنا نشتغل والباقي على ربي الحمد لله، وربي هو اللي موفقنا. والله يعني ما احس ان فيه شيء ممكن ينقال انه هذا السبب او شيء.
وليد
صراحه
وليد المقابله لك انت يا وليد، لا تسوي نفسك متواضع مدري ايش، عادي اعطيها شويه نرجسيه عادي.
النرجسيه حلوه، النرجسيه حلوه بس بعدين مو الحين
شوي قدام،
مو هذا وقته يمكن اسخن بعد شويه اقول انا وانا لا
انا ابغاك تاخذ راحتك تتكلم عن انجازات، ما ابغاك تكون والله بتوفيق ربنا. لا
والله هو صدق
الحمد
يعني
لله.
شوف الحمد لله احنا خالصين منها يعني، بس يعني تتكلم اوكي يعني في بطولات انت مرشح انك تفوز، يعني زي اليوم مثلا بطوله الدوري السعودي انت توستد انت مرشح ان شاء الله انك تفوز، وباذن الله انا بعد يعني دعاء الناس ويعني توفيق ربي واللعيبه يعني ما شاء الله مستوياتهم جدا خرافيه، فان شاء الله انه نقدر نسوي شيء. لكن مثلا في بطولات ثانيه واهمها واخرها حقت كاس العالم، يعني صدق اننا انحطينا في مجموعه الموت، انحطينا في مجموعه يعني انك انت مجرد انك تتاهل هذا اصلا كان بحد ذاته بيكون انجاز. يعني متى اصلا فريق سعودي في نهائي بطوله لعبه جماعيه انه يوصل توب 8، لانه لو نوصل توب 8 هذا بحد ذاته كان انجاز. فان احنا كنا الحمد لله ماخذين الموضوع ستيب باي ستيب، عرفت؟ فاللي بالبدايه التاهل يا جماعه، نحاول نجيب صداره المجموعه، جات فزنا على امريكا، انت شفت الدنيا كيف قامت ولا قعدت. ليش؟ لان احنا كنا عارفين ان لو جبنا المركز الاول بنسبه كبيره بنقابل اسبانيا في ربع نهائي. اسبانيا هذا التيم ما ودي اقول الكلمه بس كنا ناخذهم رايح جاي في سكرمات، فاحنا عارفين ان خلاص اذا فزنا على امريكا معناته احنا توب 4 ضمننا. وصلنا توب 4 قابلنا مين؟ قابلنا فنلندا لاعبين ضدهم في التصفيات، على قولة التصفيات حقتك هذه اللي برجع لك برجع لك الشكاك هذا
تشوف ترى رايح معكم امريكا
ارجع لك اوكي.
لا هو شوف يعني بعد التصفيات انا ما صملت ورحت امريكا اللي داري تاخذون فيها الكاس، لان من جد اللي وريتوني اياه كسرت كلامي من الاخير والله صدق.
طيب بعد عند ابو ناصر.
لا انا ما رحت امريكا وما حجزت، ترى هالكلام قلت اليوبي ويذكره قبل يلعبون كاس، قبل يلعبون نهائيات، يذكر انه كان جلسه بيني وبينه وحتى برضه كان لمدح كان موجود، قلت له ترى اني ما حجزت تذكره وصملت واني اجي لا ادري انكم تفوزون.
الحمد لله
صدق والله.
نرجع الفنلند.
نرجع
ففنلند احنا فايزين قبل ضدهم في التصفيات ونسكرمهم ايام كثير، يعني دائما نفوز عليهم، فاللي ليش نخسر؟ خلاص الطريق ممهد لنا نوصل للنهائي. فبنوصل للنهائي، عرفت؟ ولو ان التكتيكات تغيرت ترى قبل ليله البطوله، في اشياء الناس ما تدري عنها. يعني انتم شفتونا فجاه لعبنا سم ماي، ما كنا نلعبها طول البطوله لان سم ماي صارت كاونتر كل شيء، فاحنا اليوم اللي قبل البطوله قررنا نغير التشكيله.
قبل البطوله بيوم
قررنا نغير ان نلعب سم وماي قبل البطوله بيوم، وعشان يعني الموضوع هذا متى عرفنا عنه ان الفرق بدات تتغير قبل البطوله بيوم، فاحنا مضطرين احنا مضطرين نلعب سم ماي اوكي. فتتخيل احنا وش سوينا عشان هذه الناس تدري عنها، ما ادري بعضكم يدري بعضكم ما يعرف. احنا كلمنا لاعبين في امريكا هناك موجودين، تمام؟ انهم كانوا موجودين يعني معنا، ندري انهم كانوا موجودين وقت البطوله. اخذناهم لجيمنج سنتر يبعد يمكن ابو حول نص ساعه عن المكان اللي كنا ساكنين فيه، اساس بس نسوي براكتس لو سكريم كامل يعني ساعتين على هذا الموضوع، ان نلعب سم ماي قبل نلعبها في الاوفيشال. فانت متخيل ان تشكيله تيم فنلند اللي ضدنا يلعبها لها تقريبا 3 ايام اقل شيء، يعني فهم متعودين على الخطه، احنا ما تعودنا عليها ولا شيء، وقررنا قرار جريء زي كذا ان قبل البطوله انه لازم نسوي ذا الشيء، لان لو لعبنا بالطريقه اللي احنا لعبنا فيها قبل بتكون المباراه صعبه، ممكن يفوزون علينا فنلند، لانه سم ماي يعني انت تخيل انك سيجما بلاير، انت الحين تخيل انك انت انسان داخل تلعب سيجما، تخيل ضدك سم وماي ايش بتسوي؟ تحترق.
ايوه صعب اني اتخيل
قاعد تخيل صح؟ ايوه فيكون له ادفانتج التيم اللي ضدك، ففستولا بيكون له ادفانتج اللي هو تانك فنلند، تعرف اللي خلاص وي نيد تو ميك ديسيشن اللي يلا خلينا نسوي ذا الشيء عشان نمشي نفلح. قلنا بسم الله والله وفعلناها ورحنا كلمنا لعيبه وجبناهم. في بعض التفاصيل ما ودي اذكرها بس عموما جبنا اللعيبه ذولا وحطيناهم عندنا في نفس الجيمنج سنتر على اساس انه بس نلعب. لعبنا البلوك هذاك استفدنا منه اشياء كثير، عرفنا كيف ممكن نلعب الكومب ولسه يعني في باقي اغلاط المفروض ان نحلها بسكريمات ثانيه بس ما عندك وقت. انت يدوب عندك وقت ترجع الفندق تريح تقوم ثاني يوم الصبح لازم تروح. الموضوع كان مهلك. احنا كنا زين يعني بالذات يوم حمل الوطيس على ما يقولون واخر 3 ايام 4 ايام احنا زين كنا ننام 3-4 ساعات.
اوكي.
إيه لا نوم ولا شيء يا رجل. اقسم بالله يعني الدنيا كانت مقلوبه فوق تحت. اللي كانوا يجون معنا ويشوفون الوضع يعني احنا زين يدوب ان ننام ال4 ساعات 5 ساعات هذه ويلا اللي بعده اللي في وقت تبي تسوي براكتس في وقت تبي تريح فيه في وقت. الدنيا كانت مقلوبه فوق تحت.
اعترف عتيق كان يسهلكم.
انا قسم بالله انا كنت اقوم لحالي الصبح والله كنت اروح افطر حتى الحاجه دي لدرجه انه من جد ما كانوا يعني كان شادين حيلهم مره تدريبات. برضه اوقات النوم عندهم كان جدا قليله. هذا شيء انا شفته بكل صراحه اشهد على كلام فيها ولي
غير المرض.
اي
صح المرض هذه الحاله كابوسي. ورب الكعبه يا جماعه كنا نقوم من النوم من التعب من قوه الكحه. الواحد يقوم من النوم تعب تسدحوا قدامي اللعيبه. انا ثالث واحد مرض اللعيبه قاعدين يتسدحون قدامي واحد. الموضوع وطأ على نفسي كان صعب. انا نفسيتي كان موضوع صعب ان كل شوي اشوف لاعب عندي طايح واللي شلون بنسوي ايش بنسوي في البطوله ايش بنسوي وندفع علاجات. ما جبنا صيدليه كامله شريناها وندفع علاجات ورايح جاي. اللي بس نبي نرتاح نبي نريح شوي نبي ننام ونرجع نقوم ثاني يوم وناخذ فيتامين سي. يا رجل والله كوارث. هذا شاب الكوارث.
اتوقع الكل مرض الا انا وكاي. اتوقع
ايه
الكل مرض لا ايه في سبب
مرض يا شيخ خليك واقف تعيش يا اخي اليومي.
يعني في سبب بعد الله سبحانه وتعالى لكن احنا كنا ماخذين تطعيمه موسميه.
اللي موجودين كان بامكاني يعني انا الصراحه يعني كان بامكاني اني انا عارف المجموعه اللي انا بختارها يعني غالبا بنحصر في 10 إلى 12 لاعب بالكثير عرفت. بس انه قلت لا هذه مهمه علينا بما انه احنا اليوم ما امثل نفسي او امثل انه شيء خاص فيني او مثلا فريق خاص فيني اني اجي اليوم واقول يا خلاص بجيب ال5 ذولا ولا 7 كذا زياده وادربهم ولا تمشي الليله. لا صدق كان فيه مهمه تجاه الوطن انه في مواهب موجوده ما قد انعطت الفرصه ما قد جربت ما قد سوت. فعشان كذا احنا اخترنا 50 اسم اللي في ناس كانوا معنا في المنتخب لاول مره يخشون انهم يسوون براكتس او انهم يلعبون سكريم. فكانت البيئه انا كنت بس ابي لو استفيد شيء واحد ان لاعب واحد من هاللعيبه انه يدخل على الانفايرمنت حق البطولات ويشوف الوضع كيف. هذا كان حاله شيء كفيل وكافي مره بالنسبه لي ان اكون راضي فيه ان خلاص ان دخلته في هذه الاجواء. هو الشخص يشوف الاجواء عجبته جازت له الاجواء هذه بالعكس تلقاه يروح ويحاول ويسوي. في اسامي من اللعيبه ما اكذب عليك موجودين اليوم سعودي ليج موجودين من سبب هذاك الوقت من يوم انهم شافوا الاجواء وشافوا الوضع كموا حبوا الاحتراف فاليوم جوك ودخلوا عندك في سعودي ليج الحمد لله والحين يستلمون رواتب مع الفرق. فالموضوع الصنعه كل ما لا قاعده تكبر الشيء كل ما لا قاعد يكبر. فانا الحمد لله ان كنا يعني احنا في المنتخب اننا جزء لو 1% اننا نساعد في اللعيبه دول انهم يطلعون. موضوع الاختيار قدام الموضوع يعني كل ما تعلى في الفيزز يكون عندك لعيبه هاي تير نفس اللي موجودين الحين في الدوري. اللعيبه اللي عندهم اللعيبه اللي عندهم خلينا نقول بطولات قبل خبره سابقه هذه اكيد تشفع لهم بتدخلهم في ترايات في فيز عالي.
فكان عندي روستر جاهز بشبه يعني بنسبه كبيره، في بعض التفاصيل اللي ناقصه، انه مين اللي نجيب. والله نجيب، كنت محتار يعني الله حق دام الكاس عالم خلص والدنيا حلوه
عادي كب العشاء
خلاص نكب الليله. كنا محتارين بين لبدح ويزن في البدايه، اللي من نختار بينهم يا فلان ولا فلان، فلان ولا فلان. والصدق الله حق عشان يعني لبدح كان معنا في توستد وعارف البيئه والامور كانت ماشيه، فلازم نمشي على نفس الموضوع البيئه. بس لازم احنا نعطي طبعا لكل شخص حقه. فسوينا فسوينا تراي اوت بين الاثنين. ووقتها لبدح كان قاطع شويه عن اللعب، ما كان يلعب كثير بحكم ان الاختبارات وزي كذا. فيعني هذه بعد رساله يا جماعه، موضوع الاختبارات والاشياء هذه لا تقصرون فيها. اللي عنده اختبارات، اللي عنده شغل، اشياء زي كذا، الاشياء الاساسيه امن نفسك الاشياء الاساسيه، بعدين التفت للاشياء الثانويه. يعني سبحان الله لبدح وقتها كان عنده اختبارات وزي كذا، ما كان يقدر يسوي براكتس كثير. ويزن كان ما شاء الله مستواه وقتها في اوج عطاء. يعني تذكر الفتره هذيك اللي كان كل شوي فجاه حساب في التوب، فجاه حساب في التوب. فيزن كان منفجر
الرانك كامل.
فوجع وقتها يا رجل يزن كان مفجر. فجبنا الرجال، لعبنا سكريم، كان يزن افضل، اخذنا يزن تمام. وفي الخانه الثانيه اللي كنا محتارين فيها خانه هاكو المين سبورت، انه مين اللي نجيب. هاكو قارة شوي نطلع انه ممكن نغير لاعب ثاني، نغير روله، ممكن نسوي ونفعل. فاكثر من زاويه كلنا حتى محتارين. حتى في خانه 1 كنا محتارين مين نجيب فليكس سبورت. ففي 4 اسماء مثلا كانت ثابتت لي، اللي انا ببني عليهم التيم، اللي هم يوبي في الاساس. يوبي هو الكابتن، هو رقم 1. جميل. كوارتز يجي بعده على طول، كيس اي، سير ماجد. فهذه ال4 اسماء هي اللي كانت اساسيه. البقيه بين فلان وفلان، بين فلان وفلان. فاخترنا يزن، مشى معنا يزن، مشى موضوع يزن. لكن سبحان الله الموضوع دايم يعني خيره لكل الاطراف. فجاه تلقى يزن تبند، فجاه جاء لبدح، جت الفرصه ثانيه من شيء ما كان يتوقع. جته فرصه لين عنده، وما هو على شخصيته، شخصيه ثانيه قاعد جبناه. احنا عارفين في قرارات نفسنا مستحيل نلعب فرح اصلا. جبناه لعبناه شخصيه ثانيه، بدع الولد، راح بعيد. فانت تتكلم ترى التفاصيل، يعني الرحله اللي احنا مرينا فيها والله. يعني لو اقعد افصل تفاصيلها من الحين لين ينتهي، مو تنتهي المقابله، لين ينتهي البث، ما راح نخلص والله، ما راح نخلص يا جماعه. بس اننا قاعدين نحاول نجيب لكم المقتطفات. فالصدق الله حق في النهايه صفينا على ذاك الروستر اللي شفتوا في التصفيات. مشت اموره، جاء موضوع الباند، لعبنا في حسبتنا، رحنا مين نجيب. لبدح موجود، طيب هل بنكمل نلعب فرح؟ وقتها جاء نيرفات الفرح، قوة الهيتسكانات، الدنيا راحت تحت. الاري هذاك كابوس خلاص، الاري خلاص ودعني. فوقتها خلاص اللي اضطرينا اننا نغير في التشكيله. فباختصار هذا اللي حصل في موضوع. والله ما في اختصار، سولفنا كثير، بس هذه سابت اختيار الروستر. يلا عشان تعرفون التفاصيل بعد.
بالعكس والله الله يعطيك العافيه. يعني اذا تسمح لي بس وليد، انا بعيد صياغه كلامك اللي انت قلته، او خليني اعيد يعني صياغه سؤالي بطريقه انت حتجاوب عليها بكلمتين بسيطه. يعني لا تشيل هم، ما حتعبك معاي ان شاء الله.
اي عادي.
يعني اقدر افهم من كلامك اللي انت ذكرته انه اي لاعب من لاعيبة اوفر واتش الحاليين اللي لعبهم كويس وادائهم كويس، وممكن كمان شاركوا سواء في الدوري او ممكن ناويين يشاركوا في الدوري، عندهم فرصة انهم ممكن يشاركوا.
الكل عنده فرصة، الكل عنده فرصة. روح.
هذا شيء انا ابغى اضيفه برضو، ان بعد الانجاز اللي صار من كاس العالم، وحتى برضو دعم الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة الالكترونية للبطولات، اللي يبغى يحترف اوفر واتش هذا وقته. حرفيا هذا وقت 2024 تغير كثير وضع الاي سبورت للعبه. فهذا وقت نجوم جدد يطلعون لنا، هذا وقت صفحه جديده نفتحها، نشوف من اللي بيبقى معنا. فباقي القصه من الصفحه الاولى، ولا من اللي خلينا نقول الاسماء الجديده راح تطلع لنا في الصفحه الجديده.
يعني عتيق ممكن يصير معلق وايضا لاعب برو بلاير في نفس الوقت ممكن.
لا انا مستحيل العب هذا.
هذا زمن
ينتهي هذا.
امسك مكانك هنا لا يجي احد يطيرك. انت على نفسك.
انا زين العب.
جيك المواهب الجديده يطيرونك من مكانك هنا.
لا بالعكس،
امسك مكانك.
كلهم فيهم الخير والبركه. بالعكس
اكيد يوم الخير والبركه، بس من مكانك حبيبي.
لا يا ابن الحلال كلنا انا ادعمهم صراحه. انا اول داعم لاي واحد جديد ياخذ مكاني. بالعكس والله صدق.
هذا الكلام. نرجع لموضوعك، يعني انه الكل له فرصه. ترى اللي قدموا انهم يدخلون اصلا التراي اوت يوم اعلنا عنه في حساب المنتخب. اسماء يعني اتوقع اللي جتنا التقديمات اكثر من 200 اسم. اي يعني ترى ناس كثير قدمت، مره كثير اللي قدموا. واحنا اخترنا 50 من ال 200. يعني استثنينا اشياء كثير. مثلا كنا حاطين يعني اللي شاف منكم الابلكيشن، مو بس لا حتى الون تريكس خذوا فرصتهم، خذوا حقهم، لعبوا. يعني كان في اشياء اللي مفصليه، اللي والله تقدر تسافر لامريكا ولا لا.
اوكي
عرفت؟
أوكي.
بعدين بدينا بمفاضله بالرانك، مشينا بمفاضله على الرانك، انه اعلى رانك وننزل ننزل 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 ننزل، وبالذات على حسب الرولات اللي احنا كنا نحتاجها. عرفت؟ لانه مثلا في نقص كبير في السعوديه في رول السبورت، اعطيكم اياها بشكل عام. رول السبورت يا جماعه، اللي بيلعب يبي يحترف يبي يسوي رول السبورت في نقص.
انا اتذكر قبل كنت يعني كنت سويت اكاديميه كذا بسيطه، كانت سر ديسكورد، سويتها لتطوير يعني اللعيبه، كانت بدايات، كانت حرفيا كان قبل يبدا الدوري لاوفر واتش، كان في 2020. كان حتى ما كان في يعني جمعنا احنا هذه اللعيبه كثار،
حلو،
وعلى اساس ان نشكلهم فرق منفصله، كنا ماخذين احتياطات في كل فريق على اساس انه يقدروا يمتلون كلهم. لكن من جد اتذكر كلامك ان كنا مضطرين ان حتى واحد سبورت كان يلعب فيه، بس احنا كنا محدودين بعدد اللعيبه،
محدود وممكن تغير رول احد.
في بعضهم غير رول، درجه وقتها انا اضطريت اني العب لكن بعد بس ما كنت افضل اني العب.
حظهم سيء حظهم سيء.
بس حقيقه الحق برضو بعضهم اللي من هذيك المرحله اللي انتقلوا شاركوا في الدوري المرات الاولى، في بعضهم الان موجودين ترى شاركوا حتى برضو في الدوري الحالي.
اوكي.
فالموضوع من الاخر كان مرهق، مرهق ومتعب، لكن الحمد لله في النهايه
طلعنا بالنتيجه اللي كنا ندور عليها.
النتيجه اللي ندورها بس ليتني جبت الميداليه.
اي والله.
اسمع وعد
اوكي،
بعد شوي بتقدم بالميداليه عليك.
اوكي انا راضي يا جماعه الخير. خلاص
وعد كيسيلور بعد شوي بيقدم الميداليه. اسمع جاي يعلق عتيق عطه اياها.
خلاص انتهى، ما عندي اشكال.
برين عنده ميداليه.
انا موجوده والله، بس نسيتها ورا.
خلاص انا راح اقدم باذن الله تعالى بالميداليه.
انا ودي اطلع رياني، بس خلاص اعطيك اياها انت تطلع بالدالي.
الله يبيض وجهك.
في كلمه اخيره
بس ترجعها في الاخير، ترجعها. ايه الشغل اللي تاخذها لا يا حبيبي تقدم فيها، بس احمد ربك بعد ميداليه ذهبيه ذي كاس عالم مجنون انت. اعطيك اياها
بتجيبها انت.
افتح السوم يلا، مين يبيها؟ يلا افتح السوم في الشات.
لا بس
مشكله.
في كلمه اخيره اللي ودي اقولها حتى برضو المجتمع بشكل عام. انا يوم رحت هناك برضو يعني كنت اشجع برضو المنتخب، صحيح صوتي راح وانا جالس ارفع الصوت للتشجيع. كان في شباب برضو سعوديين وعرب كانوا يشجعون حتى برضو معنا، حتى لدرجه ان كانوا في اجانب جالسين يشجعون، كان في امريكان، كان في من جنسيات غير، كانوا
في ناس يعني يحبون يدعمون الفرق اللي مثلا تكون ما هي مرشحه انها تفوز. كان في ناس صراحه.
وبرضه يوم انتهت المباراه كان جو حتى برضه صينيين جو باركونا للفوز. فيعني الجو هناك كان مره فرنش، كان حتى برضه الناس مبسوطين للمستوى. ف يعني خلينا نقول كان الموضوع كان كله ايجابي. واحنا الحمد لله اللي ودنا نوصل للمناطق هذه كلها ونوجه صوره جميله عن بلدنا. الدوله جالسه تستثمر استثمارات كبيره لجذب
ان شاء الله بيضناها.
ففعلا هذا الشيء احنا نبغاه نبغى نوري صوره جميله على اساس الناس يقدرون يجون يزورنا، واحنا نبغى نرحب بالعالم كله عندنا هنا. عارفين اكسبو جاينا
اكيد
حرفيا بنرحب بالعالم كله هنا.
والله وي ميد ات. ها
والله
السعوديه ميد ات. والله
سمعت التيك توك الحين يستخدمون صوت مقاطع على اكسبو. اسمع ويلي وي ميد ات.
الله المستعان. بس دقيقه انا قاعد افكر الحين تو بصوت خفيف بعقلي، وقاعد اتذكر ان هذا قاعد هو صدق نفسه انه بيعطيه ميداليه يمشي فيها يروح. يا عم بغيت اخاف ياخذها يزرفها. لا تزرفها دقمه ارجوك.
انبسطت يا اخوي، بس
هلك بس وقت التقديم احمد ربك بعد.
يعني انا عارف انك انت ما بتعطيني
احمد ربك بس.
يعني قلنا حاولنا يعني
لا يا رجال قال لما تعطيني اياها فولي. لا يا شيخ خلاص التعليق بس وخلاص وقت التقديم تكفى.
ولي الله يعطيك العافية، شكرا لك لحضورك للمرة الثالثة تقريبا معانا هنا في كل دوري ما شاء الله.
الحمد لله ان شاء الله حسن ما ينقطع ان شاء الله.
وكل مرة تشرف وتنور هذا الاستوديو
يا حبيبي والله.
الله يعطيك العافية، تشرفنا بحضورك معنا، وايضا الجمهور انبسطوا بشفتك معاهم. اتيك طبعا ايضا
انا مالي شكرا، انا امبوستر.
انت ما
شكرا عليك بس شكرا ما قصرت.
الله يعافيك.
وتحيه ايضا طيبه للجماهير والمتابعين اللي موجودين. ايضا اعزائي المتابعين ترى بكره التذاكر اتوقع اخر يوم خلاص سولد اوت. شوفوا جربوا حظكم، خشوا دوروا على التذاكر لغدا وبعد غد حتنبسطوا بمشيئة الله تعالى. ولكن لازم ناخذ بريك مع الشباب، بعدها حتروحوا مع المعلقين.
اصبر قبل يروحون مع المعلقين يا جماعه. شجعونا بعد شوي. شجعوا توستد، شجعونا يا اخوان، شجعونا. خلونا نفوز. توستد بتشوفوني بعد شوي ورا اللعيبه. شجعونا يا جماعه، نبي تشجيع تطبيل.
يجيب لك كلاتش فيها
الشات كله ينفجر. الشات خلاص بالشات يشعل يا جماعه تشجيع لتوستد.
هذا عيب انك انت تجيب مدرب منتخب تويستد مايندز، الموضوع ما في اي حياديه.
ما في حياد.
ايوه
انا اعتذر لجي كي وباقي الفرق فريق.
تحيه للجميع وتحيه ايضا طيبه للضيوف اللي عندنا. نراكم بعد الفاصل بمشيئه الله تعالى. يا مان الله.
الله يسعد.
حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، ورجعنا لكم مره اخرى بعد نهايه اول مباراه لهذا اليوم اللي كانت في اللور براكت سيمي فاينلز، وشفنا فريق في 16 قدر انه يتصدر في هذه المباراه وقدر انه ياخذ الجوله وقدر انه يفوز بالجيم بنتيجه 3-1. وما الان بتكون معانا مباراة الأبر فاينل، مباراة مشوقة ومباراة حماسية تجمع فريقين كبار في هذا المجال، وكلنا صراحة متحمسين ومتشوقين أن نبدأ في هذه المتعة والحماس في هذه الجولة. الموضوع عندك نورمال، نبي ندخل على المباراة.
بالفعل. Welcome back everybody again after the first match we witnessed against F16 and Rock Esports from the lower bracket semifinals. We saw F16 win 3-1. We actually saw the Nanoblade, we saw the strategies, but F16 managed to pull off the win and secure top 3. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is your favorite series of the day. It is the upper bracket final. Please make some noise for your first team, Twisted Minds!
رحبنا بالفريق الاول الا وهو فريق تويستد مايند. مثل ما سمعنا حماس الجمهور واكيد حتى اللي خلف الشاشات متحمسين ان نبدا في هذه الجوله والمباراه، ولكن ما تعرفنا على خصمهم. اعزائنا الحضور، سمعونا اقوى تحيه لفريق جي كي اي سبورت.
Both teams are ready right now, and let's hear the crowd shouting for both teams, Twisted Minds and GK Esports. We are ready to dive. Are you ready?
كلنا جاهزين، حتى حماس الجمهور كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين ان نبدا في هذه المتعه والحماس. وللمعلوميه، من بدايه البطوله اول مره يتواجهون فريق تويستد مايند ضد فريق جي كي اي سبورت. اما الان اعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نروح للمعلقين عشان نبدا فيها المباراه.
It's the first time Twisted Minds face GK Esports on the stage right here, and it is the upper bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go that, casters, take it away.
Thank you so much. That crowd is hype. And so am I. A minimum of $32,000 US to the winner in a about $106,000 prize pool. Dustin, the two best teams that we have in this bracket are about to face off.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody's pumped. You heard the crowd. Everybody in there is excited. They're a bit rowdy today, man. I mean, we got an exciting match on our hands, I think, Lemon. I think you said there's so much money on the line today. And not only that, there's pride, right? I mean, I know your messages, some of the players of the last matches as well leading into this, right? A lot of people are taking this incredibly seriously. So not only money, but pride is also on the line.
Yeah, you got the home crowd for some of these players. You got a lot of excitement. I know TVNT on GK was hitting us with a couple of shushes. Not us, but his opponent. Like, he's got a lot to say. And Twisted Minds might be the favorite after being the Overwatch World Cup champions, but the analyst brought up a good point that there's a lot of differences here, mainly between maybe Landon and Surmajet on the Baptiste.
Yeah, maybe. I think what were they saying? They were saying that, you know, Landon is one of the best BAPs, if not the best BAP in the entire world. I would say they were underselling Surmajet a little bit. You know, that might have to do with Christopher coaching Landon for a few years, you know.
A little bit of bias.
A little bit of a bias. I personally, I think Surmajet's the best flex support in the world at the moment. He is so good on pretty much every role. Even if he is somewhat lacking on BAP, he's still better than pretty much every other single Baptiste. So, I don't know. I don't really entirely agree with it. I still think Surmajet is the best overall player.
And then we got Quartz versus Rojo, where Quartz, I mean, was one of the most fantastic Sojourns at the Overwatch World Cup, giving Shy and other Overwatch League level hit scans a run for their money, and going up against Rojo, who's had good showings of their own. Then you got UB versus Checkmate on the flex DPS role, where Checkmate leans more Mei. UB can flex to anything, maybe a bit more Symmetra. But Checkmate, he's been the GOAT for so long, and he's a really important import for GK.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of, you know, being the likes of Twisted Mind, right? I mean, they don't have to spend a lot of those import slots getting other players that may be also talented, because Twisted Minds has pretty much all the top-end local talent over here in Saudi Arabia, right? I mean, they're able to afford having an import slot used on a Lucio player, right? No other team has that. And not to say Lucio players are bad or anything by any means, but, you know, you obviously, in terms of roles, a lot of the Korean talent that is playing in the Saudi eLeagues is playing the DPS, you know, playing that tank. And if you're Twisted Minds, you don't really need to be doing that, because you have, you know, KSA, and like you said, you have UB and Quartz. That matchup is going to be incredibly important for Twisted Minds today.
And speaking of those Lucios, like GK have some options between Oi and Speedy, where we were getting some insight that they both play Lucio, of course, but both have different playstyles. I believe it's Speedy that likes to start map 1 control and Oi comes in for the rest, or maybe vice versa. But there's different ways of playing that Lucio, especially in this meta, whether you escort the DPS on an off angle and the Lucio pairs up with that, or maybe you have a more team-oriented front-loaded push with the Sigma, and we'll see how that difference of Lucio helps GK.
Yeah, I think it was Commander on the desk that brought it up, where both Oi and Speedy are very, very good players. You know, some of the best main supports in the entire tournament. So maybe that's the reason for making those subs on and off between both Oi and Speedy. But it's Oi, it looks like, starting today on control. And I'm more than likely we'll see some subs later on. But definitely we'll see how that plays out, Lemon.
And in case y'all forgot, Teenage is Rojo. So we're going to be saying Rojo because that's what he requested. So in case you're lost, we're going to be starting on Samoa. This is our neutral first map pick. Loser picks the rest. It's a 1-to-4. Winner goes to the grand final of the Saudi eLeague for a minimum of $32,000 US and converted to other currencies. And we're hovering, we were expecting a Sigma mirror. We'll see if KSA stays on this, but my big question is UB versus Checkmate. Are we seeing Sim? Are we seeing Mei, or Mei Sim? I don't know.
Well, that's the one thing from the interview that we did hear, you know, because obviously we don't speak Arabic, sadly, but maybe we'll learn in the off season. But, you know, we did hear a lot of Sim Mei on the desk, so, you know, obviously going to stick towards that, it looks like, whereas GK on this side, not even going to teleport everybody out of spawn, just stick in with Rojo on the Sojourn.
All right, the Mei Sojourn mirror. This is going to be really exciting. It's already some good positions from GK right in the middle. Twisted Minds off to the side, playing off of that Sigma shield, and you can look for some isolation walls if you're Checkmate as soon as maybe KSA steps down the stairs, but you don't want to expose yourself too much as the Sojourn players are now exchanging shots. On that off angle is UB, trying to get creative, trying to get around this Sigma. Now KSA taking a lot of pressure. He's thumbed up. Fantastic immortality from Sir Majed to save that Sigma in that situation. Twisted Minds now still taking a lot of pressure. They didn't end up full healing KSA, and now Rojo's taking over the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, that was great pressure from GK. Really just surrounded KSA, got that pressure off early. The Mei wall from Checkmate really is what opened things for them as well. I mean, they walled off KSA, forced the immortality field out of Sir Majed. Once that cooldown was used, seems like Twisted Minds were just on the back foot, and GK took full advantage.
GK playing far forward to get some ult charge, also get some intel where this rotation is coming from. As Twisted Minds now emerge, ready to, at least if they are going to get Mei walled off, they're going to go together. Twisted Mind already had Ice Block used. Landon has Amp, and he's hoping to funnel Twisted Minds into an area where this can get max value. Mei walls are exchanged. Quartz headshot through Landon. That could be a fight-winning play. Yeah, Matrix was placed by Landon, probably why he was in that exposed position, as GK still hoped to use that Amp Matrix to get the trading blow, as it's a ground flux from TVNT. He's in the back, and Twisted Minds hope to run. KSA's that frontline anchor that's hoping to protect them as much as possible. but GK are already down 2, and Twisted Minds have done more than enough to flip this point.
Yeah, perfect ult usage from them, only using the Ant Matrix in that fight after finding the opening pick onto GK. Landon got taken out by Course, just a stray railgun flanking shot from him. So overall, if you're Twisted Minds, happy with that as well, just to get the retake off of basically even ultimates with GK.
And you got an overclock. This will be the battle of 2 ults between Rojo and Quartz. Now all of this damage has been going into KSA. TVNT hopes to diff them. Blizzard right in their face. And the overclock from Rojo. Sound barrier from Calyx keeps Twisted Minds up. Oi dropped his as well. A ton of ults being dumped. But it's GK coming out on top in the kills. And Landon's immortality saves his team once again. And Twisted Minds didn't get a single kill through all of those ultimates.
Am I washed, or was KSA frozen mid Gravitic Flux there? I mean, that
I missed it.
I think Checkmate hit, yeah, the Blizzard on KSA was Gravitic Fluxing, so that gave them all of those kills. Perfect Blizzard from Checkmate. And at this fight, they will be down in terms of Blizzard ult charge, but they're very close to capturing 80% on the board. It's entering last fight for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Yubi holding on to this Blizzard maybe gives them a more guaranteed fight, and you don't have a barrier to worry about. And he drops it right behind Oi and TVNT, who is frozen. Oi manages to skate out of it in time, but can they confirm this kill onto this tank? It seems to be difficult. TVNT barely dropped below 50% health, and maybe the Baptiste gap for Landon is what could help GK stand tall in these fights after all, as it's 99% plus with Twisted Minds down their BAP. Of course, will swap the sim to get his team back to the fight sooner. But TVNT slams his foot down with the grab flux, and Twisted Minds are dead. GK take round 1.
Wow. Round number 1, decisive win for GK too. I mean, over the champs of all people. What a way to start it. You talked about Landon on that Baptiste. I mean, he got a perfect immortality field. It was in a good spot as well, but died very fast. However, Landon with those heals kept TVNT alive after the Blizzard long enough for them to come back through and sweep out Twisted Minds, who at this point, you know, maybe you're thinking, okay, it's already 1 round done. Maybe just reset, you know, come together as a unit, figure it out on this next one, because at points, Twisted Minds still look strong off the back of some nice railgun shots from Quartz, re-engages from Twisted Minds. We'll see if they can bounce back on round number 2.
Seems like GK are trying to force like a tank canyon between TVNT and KSA. All of their attention is onto KSA, using Maywalls to trap him in, throwing blizzards in his face. Twisted Minds trying to do the same thing, but not getting the same result. They've frozen TVNT before, but could not confirm the 1 kill that could have changed the whole fight for Twisted Minds. Now we go to Beach. The same compositions. Bridge control important. Both teams racing. But now it's a neutral position, and in this position, Quartz is on this off angle and able to charge up that railgun quite quickly off of the shields of these Sigma players. And you're just waiting for the first pick from these DPS.
They're both kind of waiting. Unfortunately, Rojo misses a shot. We'll see if Quartz can hit his, but everybody coming over to support Yubi, or sorry, Checkmate on the off angle. Gives Rojo the shot onto Yubi too. I mean, that's a comeback that GK needed.
Yeah, and KSA traps TVNT in there, so you're all equalized 4v4, but Twisted Minds still having a tank means they can advance, take the space, trap GK in the HUD. Good dodge on the accretion there for Landon, because he would have died from that, most likely. Twisted Minds still working on the cap, and Checkmate down low was contesting it for quite some time. And the cap went through for Checkmate, but he instantly lost that and has Oi to escort him back to the high ground.
She can't unfortunately use their immortality field in this fight, so the cooldown will be in favor of Twisted Minds, who are looking for an engage.
Now, TVNT is down so early. Twisted Minds are just stuffing this choke, playing off the Maywalls of Yubi perfectly, and you still have an Ant Matrix to hose down GK, so this is good for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this is some high-level Overwatch at the moment. Every single cooldown used is incredibly important. May Ice Block earlier by Checkmate resulted in them using the Immortality field, which is on a, was it like 15-second cooldown too? So really, really important to get all your good cooldowns downrange.
The Checkmate was playing in this doorway hidden to maybe go for a Maywall play and wanted to throw the Blizzard, thought twice about it. Surmajed, gaps landed, both supports dead for GK. Hoping to make a play off of the landed Amp Matrix, but no cigar. And Yubi's Maywall just the finishing touches to take out the front line of GK as Twisted Minds extend their lead.
Yeah, bit of a what we call an ego chow there from from Landon in that fight. Had his immortality field a bit exposed on the stairway, while I believe Surmajed had a perfectly placed one. That's the kind of Roadhog hook into heel kind of moment. You know, you place your immortality field second, usually you're the one to come out on top.
Okay, grab Flux onto KSA, Blizzards, but only one sound variance from Oi. Calyx now dropping it to save his team from the Blizzard. What a play! Twisted Minds haven't dropped a body, and Quartz, he's going in deep, he's in the back line. 2 taps Landon, accretion onto TVNT, puts him on his knees, and Quartz shines bright. He is good as gold, 90% plus for Twisted Minds, as they're about to send us into round 3.
Yeah, Oi trying to touch either low ground. Looks like he'll do so. Also, as Kariko potentially comes in, overtime does start ticking down, but Twisted Minds come back around for them. Rojo does commit the overclock, but is just shut out at the choke point. I mean, they've got a Pharah here, but no, accretion in his face. Landon did find one, but yeah, it's just scrappy at this point. Lemon GK, we losing this round, which will give us that round number 3. Oi just kind of biding his time on the checkpoint, but the next round will be Volcano. But again, what a comeback round for Twisted Minds.
And that was just domination. What was that, like 100 to 6, 100 to 5? Like, once they had the first take, they defended so well. They never extended too far. Twisted Minds never extended too far into the hut and, like, fed. They played off the Amp Matrix. Quartz was getting first picks pretty constantly. Calyx had a crazy barrier to save his team during, I think, 2 or 3 people were frozen by Checkmate's Blizzard. So Twisted Minds executed their ults perfectly.
They did. I mean, that was very clean out of them. You know, really the backbreaking moment was Surmajed killing Landon towards the end there. Also, Twisted Minds not giving any space to GK. This is what we're talking about for it was Rock Esports. The reason why they lost is they never made proactive plays. They were always on that back foot, which resulted in them losing against F16. And in this situation, Twisted Minds are winning because they're never giving any space to TVNT or GK right now, right? Obviously, in terms of just health pool management, they're just winning, constantly forcing GK to back up, getting immortality field out early, getting their regenerative burst out early, and taking full advantage of it. So for GK, I'm not really sure what the comeback angle is here, but specifically on round number 2, that was a very, very strong performance out of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Checkmate found himself in these isolated situations, whether it was to cap that 5% at the beginning, to trying to play in these hidden doorways to go for these Maywall isolations, but Twisted Minds are not walking into this trap whatsoever. Twisted Minds know what to expect out of GK, whether they've scrimmed each other, whether they've just watched some tape. GK in the neutral are suffering, and then when Twisted Minds are winning fight after fight after fight, initiating fights with the ultimates that they got early, the control ends up turning into the snowball situation where GK haven't been able to get a leg up, and the one big play that GK could have done was that huge blizzard from Checkmate that was countered by the sound barrier, and then TVNT is at least going more toe-to-toe against KSA. It's not as one-sided as Downtown was, as the crowd is so hyped for both of these teams. These are some fan favorites. Oh, Lawyer, that's one of our players. He's watching.
Oh yeah, I saw Hottie over there too. I mean, we got the gang over here in the crowd today. But okay, it's a bit of bit cocky, huh? But you know, listen, it's fair game for Twisted Minds. I mean, these guys are really, really good, super talented team at the moment. It seems like on the side of GK, you know, round number 1 went their way, but obviously for round number 2, it was just all in Twisted Minds' favor. Leading into Volcano, I'm not really sure who has the edge, Lemon.
Yeah, Volcano is such a small map. I think it's really going to put a lot of weight on the shoulders of the Sigma players of how they're going to deal with that pressure, which Sigma is one of the best to do so. I don't expect any different compositions. I think the Mei is very, very strong through the chokes. Everyone is just Yapping so much. Everyone's so excited. They look like they're having a ton of fun. The only change I could expect is a Symmetra to try and access these backlines a lot better. Quartz is not afraid, though, to just jump back there on the Sojourn and do work. So Symmetra is like the only thing I would expect to come out, but we'll have to see.
Well, and maybe he even plays the Bastion. I mean, we've seen teams play Bastion on this map, too, on Volcano specifically, so this definitely could be viable pick. KSA is hovering the Orisa. TVNT is on the Rhine. Both teams trying to counter each other. TVNT trying to counter the Sigma, while as KSA was expecting that and locks the Orisa.
Ooh, the Reinhardt. I am here for this out of TVNT against the Orisa. So Orisa would win just off of the poke, but you thought that the Reinhardt would be able to brawl and have a standing chance, but this Bastion damage of Quartz is just simply too much.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of walked into him. GK did not expect KSA to be on the Orisa. So now TVNT swaps over to the Sigma. KSA probably going to try to get a teleporter back to spawn to swap to Sigma, too. They get the point cap. It looks like he does swap, and Twisted Minds have the ultimate advantage in this fight.
Twisted Minds can dance around this. They have the high ground. They got vision. KSA is to their left, but they seem to be focusing on TVNT and is in range of a Bastion. He's immortality to keep himself alive. Oh, he goes for the boop. Landon exposes himself, and he's dead. GK have no supports. Twisted Mind DPS. We're left with two. And Twisted Minds that self-control of the point as KSA tries to hold his own against the Mei, and Checkmate can't take that duel. So KSA will live on for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it was a bit risky there for Twisted Minds to have KSA go back to spawn and swap off Orisa, but eventually they had the retake come through, took the objective, and now it's in their favor. DK have to come back. Will be somewhat even in terms of ultimate charge as well, so not necessarily out of it either, but Quartz has the artillery strike ready to go.
He's gonna pop it right below them. You might want to pull the trigger early, and he catches Oi, which is surprising. You would want to be in range of the immortality, but must have been too far from the flock, and I'm pretty sure Quartz just got a 4K. The Bastion diff is real.
Yeah, that was disgusting. I don't even know how Oi died to that artillery strike. Man, it might have been on luck in that situation. He died to it so early. It looked like it even was before Quartz popped it. But now, GK will have some ultimates to work with on the recontest. As we near 60% of the board, though, I'm worried for GK Esports.
GK have ults. The Matrix right at choke could be an idea, but you have Twisted Minds that could creep up on you, and that's the benefit of having that high ground position. But Quartz takes down TVNT, who I don't even know why he didn't get enough support there. No immortality, no heals. Landon was placing amp. Checkmate throws Blizzard. GK are getting nothing out of these ultimates, not a single kill. Twisted Minds negated it all off of one photon barrier from Yubi placed horizontally to protect themselves, and they got to conserve that sound barrier from Calyx. Twisted Minds are doing great.
Panic swap over to Genji for Checkmate now too. KSA was close to dying, but did not. Nice heals from Surmajet in that fight as we're entering overtime in just a second.
Twisted Minds are playing as far forward as they can. The sound barrier call. GK want to touch one last time, and Teenage has Rojo has the overclock, but through the sound barrier, he can't chunk through all of that health, and KSA just gives them the backhand as Twisted Minds are now just teleporting on to the leftovers of GK, and map number 1 goes to Twisted Minds.
Stonewalled them. KSA holding that objective, holding the point, making sure that Sojourn could get no work done. And for Twisted Minds, it might be a 4-0. Wait, are the guys in the fans or in the stands, I should say, on the team that they're supporting side? So the guys that thought it was going to be a 4-0 were GK fans, right?
I don't know. They're hoping for a 4-0 maybe because they got to go to dinner. I don't know. They're like, are cheering for the winning team. I don't know.
Oh no! You know, honestly, I would swap teams at this point. You know, change sides. The flags being waved for Twisted Minds at this point as well.
That's a Twisted Minds flag, yeah.
I always like the Twisted Minds brand. It's personally been one of my favorite ones. So unique, but
they're a huge Oregon Saudi, so it makes sense that they got all the fans.
They do, and Twisted Minds obviously what a comeback round, right? The second round, obviously, first round did not go their way, as we see in the highlights. It was all GK Esports, so consistent from them, specifically from Landon in this back line, but eventually Twisted Minds just got the ball rolling, Lemon. I mean, both the second round and third were just nearly 100 O's, basically, both ways.
I think GK, their boon on round 1 was how much focus they put onto KSA and how much Checkmate was able to enable that success. He kept KSA locked in, split him off from Surmajet's immortality and Surmajet's heals, and then the Rojo versus Quartz was a lot more even. Then Quartz took over the lobby once he was warmed up in round 2. So GK got run over on the Reinhardt first off on this round. So then that put already Twisted Minds ahead in terms of ult charge. And then the Quartz got like so many multi-kills, including with an artillery strike, which you don't see too often against BAP teams. So Twisted Minds really are just the masters of this composition, and they already proved it once at the World Cup.
Yep, I mean, you partially could blame it on maybe a Sigma differential there. TVNT is a great player, but KSA does, you know, you mentioned before the experience, he has it, right? I mean, he's so consistent as a Sigma and shut down every time GK tried to get something going. It was just there, right? He was always just body blocking his Sojourn, getting that first pick, getting a great accretion or something. Just overall, the backbone of Twisted Minds. Yes, we talk about Quartz popping off, and we talk about Surmajet and a lot of these guys, the star talented players, but, you know, he is really that backbone that results in winning for Twisted Minds.
Checkmate is the backbone, all right. Like it's I like the reference that you made, because Hadi is here in spirit, although we haven't seen him play. And Twisted Minds, yeah, are just really well coordinated. I think maybe they just needed a round 1 warm up. GK, I think, had definitely a good objective of taking down the Sigma. I mean, our analysts have talked time and time again how important, how pivotal it is to have a living Sigma in these fights. It acts as such an important stabilization point for your entire team to fall back to if things go awry. And these Sojourns are playing very conservatively. They're sticking to their corners, and when the fight starts going their way, then Quartz is jumping in. And I think Rojo has truly met his match when it comes to Sojourns, because this is going to be really tough for him.
Yeah, exactly. You pointed out, because in the neutral game, it's just all been Twisted Minds, right? I mean, even when Quartz was over to Bastion or Sojourn or whatever it was just all Quartz consistently throughout it. And, you know, at points, Rojo has looked good. He's found 1, he's found 2 in their wins. But, I mean, that still was, like you said, a lot of Checkmate doing well. And really the counter pushes from TVNT. That's what was giving GK wins. But it has been consistently Quartz in the kill feed for this team. And, you know, maybe you could somewhat blame, or not even blame, but somewhat say the reasoning behind that was GK's frontline not really getting that pressure they need for Rojo, right? I mean, to be fair to GK Esports and specifically Rojo, at least for Twisted Minds, you have KSA creating that space, that team synergy that has been pushing the pace, making sure GK can't get any work done on that front line, which kind of gives a lot of that pressure to Quartz for free.
Mm-hmm. And one player that I wish I would highlight more is Yubi, especially on Volcano. He had an amazing photon barrier that split the point horizontally in half, which kept Twisted Minds on their side, but GK had thrown so many ultimates, like an Amp Matrix, Overclock, whatever it was, and just one photon barrier killed all of that. GK choose to go to Midtown, where I think that UB Symmetra is going to be big. You run Symmetra on the attack to try to get yourself to that back left house and have access to the point, or else you're having a really tough time getting through this main choke. While as the defense have options, they don't have to necessarily run the Symmetra to place turrets and be annoying at the main choke. They can run some May. They can do a lot of different things.
Yeah, they can. And, well, interesting enough here too, Lemon, they're not going to do any substitutions on GK's side, you know, which is it's quite interesting because last time, obviously, they subbed Speedy in. So maybe this map pick for GK will work out. Obviously, you know, we saw F16 Lemon in the analyst desk talked about how they liked Pariso. For GK's side, they're thinking Midtown, but, you know, Midtown is also still a good Twisted Minds map, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a good Sigma map entirely, and I don't think you're picking this to go after a weakness of any sort. At least I don't. It's hard to spot a weakness out of Twisted Minds, right? Like they are just that good. Have they even dropped a game? No, they haven't. I mean, Twisted Minds 3-0'd Rock, and here they are, and GK same thing against F16. So what's interesting is that Twisted Minds, are they going to go to the Symmetra? I'm expecting that out of UB to just hopefully not have to worry about going through this main choke, while GK are opting for the Mei on defense to hopefully find some good isolations.
Yeah, that's going to be important for GK Esports now on their defensive side. They're sticking with the Soj for Teenager, aka Rojo, whereas Twisted Minds, maybe they swap something up. It looks like they're also running a Mirror Con.
That's good. This is still fine. Like, they'll have to... It'll be a slow burn through this main choke, and I think you can depend on maybe the Sigma gap that you think you have if you're Twisted Minds between KSA and TVNT. Also, Mei's right clicks. She's kind of a poke hero. I know we always think that Mei is DPS, or utility, I should say, but also very DPS heavy, as Twisted Minds got to rotate to the left side for free because TVNT had a shield broken, and Twisted Minds have really good timing off of that. And you see Quartz is making his way into the back, past everybody, into the backline. Headshots Teenage, who didn't see it coming. Twisted Minds took some really creative hidden angles around the laundry. TVNT takes one with them, but this is looking pretty flawless from Twisted Minds so far, although being stuck in Metro is really tough. Surmagen must have been split off from KSA, and I don't even know why Twisted Minds find themselves in this position when they could have just gone to point.
Yeah, I mean, why would you go there, right? You're right, that's the first question that pops in your head. I mean, maybe overconfidence, that's got to be it, right?
Yeah,
it was just looking to close out on GK who were inside, but you can't, right? Obviously, you have landed on the inside angle. Now you feed ultimate charge to GK, which gives them an advantage after they had that opening pick go in their favor. That's terrible for Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, KSA has a really broken up shield. This is a heads up play from GK with the beta behind him, throwing the Blizzard down. KSA steps up, so he just has to get frozen, but he still dies nonetheless. So GK, one Blizzard, one kill, and they could farm up more, but Twisted Minds, it's good for them to get on the high ground and not be as accessible.
Yeah, you don't really see teams hold this choke point as aggressively as they did there. Now, nearly 2 minutes off the clock so far. GK are looking strong off of the back of a great Blizzard from Checkmate.
And Teenage staying safe, and he has to mark, Rojo has to mark Quartz a lot better. That's who got first picked, and...
What's the angle?
Yeah, that is strange. It's 4 versus 4, but an Amp Matrix from the high ground, but also one from Surmaget placed right in their face. As Twisted Minds still search to deal with Rojo. I think that's Rojo in the back left, or Checkmate. And TVNT is isolated himself on the right. He gets the Blizzard thrown by Yubi. And that's 2 down, but 2 pivotal members of GK's defense have been removed. And surely this is a Twisted Minds cap.
Yeah, look at that situational awareness there from Quartz. The Blizzard from UB there on the low ground saw that TVNT was frozen up above the wall. By the way, Twisted Mind's going to take the point, but he ignored the Sigma, just shifted up top, knew Landon was inside healing him, just goes for the tap, takes Landon out of there, and GK was back to the spawn off of that.
Fire truck is out of its station, and Twisted Minds want to push their luck. They got the Grav Flux, but it's countered by the Oi sound barrier. The GK want to play as close as possible through this choke, especially when the door closes. Twisted Minds got to group up and play off of the sound barrier if they want to tempo engage. And this could be a call because TVNT dropped below 50% health, and this is where GK disengaged back to the bridge. And Twisted Minds have Quartz above, who trades 1-to-1. But this all benefits Twisted Minds when they have closer respawns. And Kelix wants to keep the momentum going with the sound barrier. But this high ground position, this overclock from Rojo is too much for Twisted Minds to handle.
What a trade from Rojo as they stagger KSA. Amazing shot from him with the railgun. It came back in with the overclock to give them the edge. And now GK on their defense have made their first hold in second phase. We'll see if they can snowball off of that.
And Twisted Minds have to play the range game now. They don't have TVNT there, but at least they'll get free cart push. So TVNT steps down to contest, and Quartz thought he was safe on the right, and Checkmate was kind of on a cheeky flank, and now GK are taking all the space they can. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and Twisted Minds use an Amp Matrix to maybe Maywall in someone from GK, and it ends up being a waste.
I mean, they just try to create some space there. Unfortunately, Maywall from Checkmate was perfect to slow them down, and they also have ultimates to hold on here now. Twisted Minds are going to have to go through the ringer.
And Twisted Minds can depend on an overclock. Of course, can get into that top left high ground position as he's used to, but he sees Checkmate on the right, and he knows he has Blizzard. You'll track for this reason, but going up against Rojo, it's him without the overclock. that wins against Quartz, but it's traded 1-1 as Twisted Minds move ahead. Checkmate is still behind them. Twisted Minds are trying to ignore them. She can't do that for much longer. The Blizzard at the feet of KSA and UB, and Twisted Minds' backline is getting dismantled. They only can get a small push going before GK put a full stop to it. But it's really coming down to the last few members. Checkmate is such a nuisance. He's going to have Ice Block in a second. He'll have even more time to waste. And he wins that against UB with the assist from Rojo. The Twisted Minds need to wait for their full 5 to be alive.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz came back, found the stagger kills, but that was off of Langdon's Immortality field early on. Allowed Rojo to get that fight win, build up ult charge as well. Even fight now, though, as Twisted Minds rotates toward the card. They even lose from a jet on the rotate, though.
Yeah, it's when you ignore the defense on the bridge, your backline is just going to get shot at, and that's up to KSA to really have the shield ready to go. But now the Blizzard is placed from UB. It's saved by the OA sound barrier, and GK come out on top. I don't even know how TVNT takes himself out, but Twisted Minds got the card past the bridge, too, so they can just worry about, hopefully this time, taking bridge control, but more time is being wasted with KSA getting staggered.
Yeah, I mean, Checkmate's been so consistent. Now 30 seconds left. GK has turned their first point, almost hold, now into a second point snowball. So they've been doing super, super good, and as well have built up double DPS ultimates. However, have to chunk through a sound barrier, and then the amplification matrix from Sir Majed.
Twisted Minds can't afford to lose anyone, especially Sir Majed, off of any poke from Rojo, who has the overclock. I'm surprised he hasn't popped it yet, as KSA keeps the shield forward-facing onto GK.
What?
Twisted Minds use the sound barrier, but they're already down. Quartz, Rojo's overclock on the flank. Twisted Minds didn't see it coming. They continue to ignore the bridge, and they continue to suffer because of it. Kelix will extend this push close to point B, but that will be all she wrote for Twisted Minds.
What a round from GK, and, you know, overall, Teenage, Rojo, that's a big confidence booster, right? I mean, that's a massive boost to win that round on the defensive side. 4-1 now. Maybe? They're changing it. They're changing it. Adjusting. Adjusting the expectations. But, you know, GK looked super good there, Lemon. I mean, it was... You talked about Rojo having to match up against Quartz. Quartz has been such a consistent top DPS player. To have to beat him is a tall challenge for anybody, right? And especially massages? Somebody like him.
We got massages there on the side of Twisted Minds. KSA.
Is that allowed? Wait, is that allowed?
What do you mean, is that allowed?
You let us massage your players mid-game? Is that a new what?
Yeah, he's a little tense.
All right.
His back hurts from putting his team on his back. Like, Twisted Minds, yeah, they did not go for enough bridge control. They kept trying to go under. Even when the cart was past the bridge, they still just tried to ignore GK. And then guess what happens? When you give bridge control to the defense, they can drop on you. They can dictate the pace of the fight and when they want to fight. And then Checkmate had Blizzard, so he let it rain. So I don't know what else to say to Twisted Minds, but the fundamentals of Midtown are escaping them.
At least, you know, they do have some takeaway here, Lemon, is that they'll be on the defensive side, right? So everything that GK did to them, they could also, you know, do back. Obviously, right? GK on their attacking side need to be coordinated here because first point Midtown is never easy, no matter what team you are. It always requires multiple different strategies to be able to break it.
Twisted Minds is still a good push at the end of B. A lot of teams have struggled to get past that point. GK on the attack just get to freely roam through the left side, but Checkmate is walking in to Calix and UB. But there's still an opening kill for Twisted Minds as the defense stands tall, hoping to punish TVNT. Checkmate thrown out of laundry room, and Twisted Minds can chill for now.
And this is what I was saying. You need multiple different attack angles here. If you just keep trying to brainlessly hold W and go inside that left room, you're going to be in for a tough first point, right? Unless Rojo randomly gets a miracle pick, I would like to see them slow it down, maybe take a different approach to this.
Yeah, Rojo, the only target he has is the Sigma, so Twisted Minds do a good job of not exposing themselves to first picks. Speaking of which, UB is trying to cross the road and reconnect with his tank, has the ice block, and Twisted Minds are falling back to the point. A lot of space for GK. We're forced to use the Immortality. Checkmate and Rojo in a little bit of trouble, and TVNT dies Twisted Minds all funneled their damage into that tank. And how does this push go for GK without that Sigma, without that shield? It'll be up to the DPS, and Checkmate can't win his duel, so GK are going to have to go back to square one.
I mean, I like the idea of it to push right into KSA on the left side, but because they had to cross that chasm, you know, that resulted in so many resources being taken. Eventually, by the way, look, stagger kills now onto TVNT as well. That's terrible. Now nearly 2 minutes off the clock. Checkmate does trade back, or has a nifty little May wall, but Twisted Minds still have the edge going into this fight.
Losing both your DPS there, if you're the defense, is really bad. GK should absolutely send it. They got the May wall behind KSA. You ice block to dodge the accretion. Ant Matrix comes up from Surmajed. Maybe this can slow the push from GK. And it'll be up to Rojo to get some kills onto these Twisted Mind reinforcements. GK had so much momentum, and now you don't have Landon if you're this offense. You have less than 2 minutes, and this fight is just chalked. It felt like Twisted Minds gifted them a tick, and GK didn't take it.
Well, at least some takeaway here for GK is that they did get out the Gravitic Flux as well as the Ant Matrix. Landon did use his as well, so maybe on the attacking side, TVNT will be able to build his Gravitic Flux. Unfortunately, it's been one-sided for Twisted Minds. KSA has been kind of rolling TVNT at the moment on the frontline pressure. See if GK on this approach can get a better ultimate engage.
Looking for a Blizzard, trying to bait Twisted Minds into GK. Looks like GK are free to push this left building. TVNT has a healthy shield. You got the overclock from from Rojo. TVNT eats the UB Blizzard. And meanwhile, the Blizzard from Checkmate is thrown. Twisted Minds aren't frozen, but they are down tremendous. Kelix now just drops the sound barrier. And GK are pushing in deep into the metro of Twisted Minds, who fall back to their secondary position around respawns. GK should start working on that first and maybe second take, as Twisted Minds will have a recontest.
Yeah, that recontest is going to be huge. Quartz with the overclock coming up, as well as double Surmajed and Gravitic Flux coming. Langdon's going to need a big Ant Matrix to hold on.
Quartz has overclock too, but it's a healthy shield from TVNT that stands in his way, and Rojo pierces through Quartz. And it's the offense with the two-man advantage. Rojo is in deep, and GK and the army will join him, as that will be a full cap to unlock the payload.
That's what you love to see. Also, look, the cart still moves even if UB is touching it because of the pathing it takes through this doorway. Rojo, though, what an important kill for GK Esports to regain this advantage and equalize it going on to Streets phase. However, Twisted Minds had a better hold in the first point. We'll see if GK can do better on their attacking side.
Well, they already are doing better. They have bridge control. They read the Midtown book, and you got a May that can find these isolations, and Twisted Minds came out, at least as a squad, so Checkmate's May wall wasn't what he was looking for at the end. Twisted Minds off the Ant Matrix scared GK off the high ground, who are just going to try and push this cart past, but KSA drops to anchor, prevent progress, and GK find themselves without ults, not a lot of options, especially when they're trapped. They're trying to come from behind Twisted Minds, who are on the defense, by the way. That's a massive flux from KSA, and GK just don't have an answer. They're getting dismantled one by one as Twisted Minds played the chess game so well.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to flank out the top side, get a pick, or at least get out some ultimates. However, Twisted Minds only use... Well, no, they used the Matrix in the previous fight. However, the Gravitic Flux in the second one. So that's still a trade you'll take as GK Esports, at least on this re-engage.
For now, GK don't have a lot of time, and this is going to be their best shot at tumbling all the way to point B. And not if you just let that happen. No shield. You can't expose yourself to poke. Landon gets unfortunately headshot there, and GK, that's a dead fight without him. At least they won't invest ultimates, but that gives a chance for Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds! Ego challenge that they drop and they chase. They've been punished this before. They get a ton of ults out of GK. The Blizzard, the Sound Bear as GK chase every kill they can. They'll pick up UB and Quartz, and this was not the opening GK expected, but it's the one that they're gonna take as Twisted Minds get behind them on the bridge. TVNT with the flux to dodge any accretion or any damage as he puts KSA in the dirt, but he's resurrected by the sound barrier there of Kelix. and GK are very low, and this blizzard from UB locking up Rojo is massive. The box of victory is in GK's sight. Twisted Minds, it's a 3 versus 1, and the job is done. GK tied the series.
Oh my, I don't think I've seen a team this good at rubber banding in a while. They just came back in, a massive blizzard from Checkmate there on the inside. Twisted Minds, again, you pointed it out, Lemon. That's the second time they overextended, and it resulted in their loss. Quartz found the opening kill again. It was the exact same thing that happened. I swear, TVNT is an emote machine. I freaking love him. But this team looks so good at the moment, Lemon. I mean, even after losing one, to be able to have the poise to commit ultimates in clutch situations and come out on top, you rarely see teams be that consistent at doing that.
Yeah, it's the overconfidence that's hurting Twisted Minds in the end. It's not the only time they've sacrificed fights because of that. Thinking about when they overextended into Metro on the point, to overextending at that point. Like, Twisted Minds killed Landon. They didn't need to do more than that. Like, obviously, the more people you kill, the more seconds you take away from the attack. But the disengage didn't come quick enough, and that was tough. Twisted Minds are a very intelligent team, and they know they have the right idea of going for more kills for obviously more stagger potential, but they get punished, and that's just the power of GK. You can't underestimate them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got Checkmate and you got Landon, right? Some of the best players in the entire world, as well as Rojo to support them on the Sojourn, right? These guys will consistently want to make the comeback. I'm sure they're communicating to TVNT, really working as a unit together to be able to come back in these fights that seem unwinnable for your average Overwatch team, but they're able to do so often, right? With a nice amplification matrix, with all these different heals coming out from both Oi and Landon, right, to keep their team healthy on Twisted Minds engages. Obviously, Twisted Minds are going to have to look back at that and kind of understand, okay, guys, we can play aggressive, we can play fast, but maybe we got to slow it down at a certain point.
Yeah, maybe if Twisted Minds really suffered at getting bridge control in their attack, that the Symmetra swap might have been a good idea for UB, who's just so incredibly proficient at that. Which, even UB in that last fight, once I saw the replays, like, UB killed maybe 2 or 3 people. He almost made that winnable, but, like, yeah, both Sojourns are also having their own impact, picking off Sir Majed and Landon, who are having issues crossing into these open areas, and it's a lot of weight on the shoulders of KSA and TVNT to communicate where their shield health is at, to reorient that in the correct angle where those Sojourns are at. But Twisted Minds not going for any bridge control in their offense was disappointing. I think that they could have tried that and tried that position a lot better, because I think GK got a lot of defensive fight wins off of just having the power position of the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think that positioning's panned out for them. And you said was UB on that last fight, right? Like, he almost clutched up, like you said. He had the 2K May freeze, but the reason why he got those 2 kills is because Teenage just absolutely freaking inted. He just, like, he sent it, dude. He flew, but he got the kill, right? It cost him his life. He got stuck in the blizzard with the overclock, but I think he found Quartz, and that's obviously the only real potential Twisted Minds have to come back into this, unless KSA just, like, manages to get a lot of damage. But obviously Quartz is the backbone of a lot of this DPS from Twisted Minds. So once you shut him down, you could die, right? Like, your job is done. And obviously Rojo got it done, even though he got killed. And then also Oi did too. They both got frozen. However, that didn't matter because the job was already done once Quartz was killed. And with like 30 seconds left, they capped out. And that was a really, really close Midtown, as well as a close Samoa first map.
Very close Midtown off of, like, a fight win that turned into a fight choke at the end of the day. Like, you killed the enemy BAP, you had a 5v4, and then you cost it. So it just shows how both these teams have so much punishing power. They have so much aggression that can be turned against them at the end of the day. So our series is tied 1-1, where our crowd has been really excited. Our crowd was predicting a 4-0 very biasly against their favorite team of Twisted Minds, but these have been both the teams that no doubt are probably going to go to the grand finals, whatever happens here.
I mean, obviously, the underdog that is F16 are still in the lower brackets, kind of making things, you know, kind of a mess, really just rocking with the Doomfist pretty much the entire tournament. As they figured out that they're kind of the dive team, right? They're that team that wants to play something different compared to the Sigma compositions, because in this comp, right, a lot of it does rely off that Sojourn, but if you can kind of set up your Genji, if you're the Doomfist player and stuff, then that can also be somewhat viable. But obviously, if you have Sojourns that are at the level that Quartz and Rojo are playing, I mean, you're just gonna have a hard time dealing with them.
They are very hard to deal with. And I think both teams, at least Twisted Minds, maybe in this halftime break, can take a step back, and maybe they don't even change that aggression, but they just change who is committed to extending that far into the play. And you got to really put that trust and keep that trust into someone like KSA, who can take the brunt of that pressure and that damage and communicate when it's time to retreat. And everyone needs to react in a millisecond on that retreat. And despite, you know, that, it's surprising that Twisted Minds picked Midtown and had so much focus on going on the underside of the bridge where just everybody else plays the top of it. And still it came down to GK that were supposed to probably lose that map with how much time they had left, to punishing Twisted Minds and spinning it back all in their face. So our series is tied 1-1 nonetheless. I'm having a great time. I hope you all are enjoying this back home. We're going to throw it to a halftime break. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the Saudi eLeagues. We have a tie series between our two best teams in the bracket, Twisted Minds and GK, where GK came around on Midtown.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they just did. They took over in that second half on the attacking side, and then on the defense, they look good too. So consistent work out of them, out of the map pick that they chose. So obviously they were cooking something that worked out very well for them. Now, for this map number 3, if it's still Flashpoint, I think that's still up for debate what these teams really want to play, because there's only 2 maps, obviously, right? There's only 2 Flashpoint games. So not a lot of choices, especially since Blizzard, will take their time with Flashpoint because it's such a big map, right? There's so many things going on in it, so obviously we'll wait to see some more variety there. However, for both New Junk City and then also for Suravasa, I'm curious, Lemon, what's like the biggest difference between these 2 games, if you know any? Because it feels like they play relatively similarly, except for maybe individual points, I guess.
Yeah, they're both really similar. I think a lot of teams have scrimped Suravasa more. So that's why a lot of teams would just lean this direction. In terms of maybe the microstructure of each point, I'm not Commander and I'm not Christopher, so we'd have to go back to them. But Suravasa, I think, has been more open, I would say. I think there's a lot more tighter areas in New Junk City, and there's ways of cutting off rotations more often on New Junk City that I've noticed. Suravasa will be the pick nonetheless for Twisted Minds, who just lost the map, and they're hoping to come back on this. My wonder is are they going to opt for any Symmetra? Because obviously any way that you can make your rotations quicker, if you can get set up, if you can be aggressive against the enemy team and have more options of doing so, maybe getting behind them, that could be a boon for Twisted Minds.
I mean, it's always a potential. However, with this team, they haven't played as much of it in the previous map, at least. Maybe because, like you said, it's like Control, and UB obviously was on the sim before. It's definitely an option. However, he's so good on the May. Regardless, they always have a chance, right? I mean, it was still close if we take a look at Midtown. It was still not exactly the hardest.
Yeah.
Or it was still, neck and neck. Whereas, maybe on Flashpoint, you're right. The sim wouldn't be that bad because it's you always want to make these rotates across this entire map. You're always walking very far distances, so it's definitely not a bad idea, Lemon.
Yeah, it feels like Twisted Minds have gifted GK some fight wins, and it finally rewarded GK with a whole map win on Midtown. So we wonder what Twisted Minds talked about on the break. But the Mays remain in. No Symmetra to help out these rotations. It'll all be up to the Lucios. We'll see how they set up.
Yeah, from the outside, GK comes. Both teams actually on the inside angle, though, so it's even on the point. No real team having a positional advantage in this one, just kind of a neutral fight back and forth, which means that you're going to have to watch these Sojourn players for first picks.
Yeah, once these Sigmas are trying to regenerate their shield health, that's when Sojourners can pop up on this pillar and get shots like that. Oi is down. And that was an aggressive push on Twisted Minds. As soon as they had the shield, they stepped up, they called the speed from Kelix, and GK just didn't react fast enough. And of course, when Quartz gets into these power positions on the point, there's just no stopping him. He just got 3 picks in that fight by himself. Twisted Minds, cap.
Yeah, I mean, they get the cap off that. Kelix went a bit too aggressive, as he does sometimes, but listen, if you'll take it for what he offers your entire team. 30% now on the board for Twisted Minds, also coming up in the overclock very fast. By the way, look at the ult charge. Landon's already going to have the amplification matrix because his team was on the back foot the whole time, so he got a lot of heals done.
And that could be what makes the difference in splitting open this point. You go through the doorway. You gotta be careful with the May wall that can maybe nullify some of the use of that amp matrix. You look like you're just pressuring out the KSA shield, and there's that May wall beautifully placed there by Yubi to negate some of the usage, but most importantly, allows GK or Twisted Minds, I should say, to get into a safer position away from the Amp Matrix. So no kills from the landed Amp Matrix. Now it's Sir Majet's turn as GK are going to take a second back, just playing the corners out of line of sight, and this gives the cap back over Twisted Minds.
A nice Blizzard TVNT frozen. Oh my god, Rojo took out Quartz just as he was about to kill TVNT as well. No Sigma for GK in this fight.
And that's a late blizzard from Checkmate 2, forcing Twisted Minds off of the point. It's 90% plus, and Surmajed not saved by the sound barrier of Calyx, but maybe the fight can still be saved. And Checkmate, he walls himself over the wall of UB, but he's chased down in the end. Twisted Minds will be capping point 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was scrappy in that last fight. However, Twisted Minds came back in it, win this first round, or win this first point, rather. 2 more to go for them, make that rotation now. They'll have that defensive edge. Whereas for GK, both May Ultimates were used, both UBs in Checkmate. So in this one, they don't have a lot to break it open with. Maybe with the beat drop advantage, that should give GK the push they need.
Twisted Minds are already set up on the point. They got Overclock, Grab Flux. They just need to look for a nice group up, but Oi should be able to counter that with the sound barrier unless the Overclock finds him early. Speaking of that, Quartz and Rojo looking at each other. Teenage couldn't slide out. I don't even know how Quartz gets that headshot, but he's on the flank, and GK gotta worry. You gotta watch their backs. As Twisted Minds bunker down, they'll have Quartz rejoin them. Not go on the flank as much anymore. Twisted Minds are not taking as many risks as TVNT. He goes for a grab flux onto a May, so UB Ice Blocks takes no damage, but he was still caught out of position away from his team due to that ice block. Here's the responding grab flux now from KSA. Both sound barriers come out to keep their teams alive. And it's a 4v4, but Quartz's Overclock is just too good. GK is trying to run for their lives, and Twisted Minds hold on to the point.
I mean, what do, right? The consistent factor for Twisted Minds has been this guy on the Sojourn. We thought Rojo was warming up on the last map, but maybe this whole time Quartz has just kind of been holding another gear because he has hit it in this map. He's looked amazing, 80% nearly on the board. You think GK even gets a contest as we cross it? Because TVNT just spawned. I don't even know if they get a clean recontest here.
They should be able to touch. It depends if UB's going to allow them to. You can Maywall them off and UB throws a blizzard on the flank, and Rojo tries to jump out, but he's frozen too. Checkmate throws the blizzard down before he's frozen, and Twisted Minds might be stuck, but GK don't have anyone alive to take advantage besides Landon. Rojo is now unfrozen. He survives with the sound barrier of Calyx. Makes it just so much health that Rojo has to get through. And now he's surrounded by Twisted Minds players who are about to 100-0 this point too. And go to round point here on Suravasa. GK have a lot of time being wasted though because of Rojo and Landon dancing around. So Twisted Minds don't have any support, so they're in trouble. They actually give it up.
Yeah, they back up for now. Unfortunately, having no supports there, or help rather, from KSA means he has to give it up. Plus, they can get a recontest here with his Gravitic Flux against that Ant Matrix, knowing he'll be up 1. Also, Checkmate's on the Tracer, so they have to give up a lot of positional edge.
TVNT tried to jump in there for some reason while he had no shield and no grasp, or really nothing. It was the accretion that killed him anyway, so the grasp wouldn't have mattered. So GK now have to reset as a team, and that will be Twisted Minds capping that second point. So TVNT probably jumped in there to contest, but either way, Twisted Minds are 1 round away from going up in the series.
Yeah, 1 round away through really, really good team play, right? They already have the Overclock coming up, Gravitic Flux as well for KSA. Surmajed now has that amplification matrix. DK really only have double support ultimates for this next fight, so they're going to have to get some nice damage downrange off of Rojo, who has been kind of quiet on this map.
Yeah, very much so. As Checkmate is forced to make these big plays, like trading blizzards and hoping that Landon can clean up the pieces. Or pick up the pieces, I should say, as the first cap is going in favor of Twisted Minds, and the Graph Flux slams TVNT down as he goes to contest, and now he's overwhelmed. He's taking a step back, and Oi is waiting patiently for the sound barrier, because now he doesn't have to use it. There's no flux to worry about. But does he want to keep the sound barrier for the Quartz Overclock? Well, it's too late. He's dead. Oi can't even use it. And now Quartz has all this prey standing in front of him, and there's nobody from GK to say anything about it.
It's just all over now, honestly. I mean, Quartz Overclock gets those kills. Surmajed also with the Ant Matrix. Landon tried to counter it, but he just didn't, you know. Maybe Oi also didn't commit that beat drop in time, but how do you even react to how much damage Quartz is doing, right? It's just so consistent out of him. GK are going to need a really, really good fight here if they want to win.
Yeah, it's coming down to one of the last fights. maybe for the entire map, as UB has the Photon Barrier. It's great to see him on the sim to really confuse GK and try to get access. You see TVNT is looking behind him because he just doesn't know where UB is. Meanwhile, KSA is winning the frontline battle. He's taken out Landon. You don't have any heals if you're GK. Oi makes the call that this is last fight. You have to pop Barrier. GK surge into Twisted Minds. UB places the Photon Barrier before going down, and GK hope to do as much as they can off of this Blizzard, but the Sound Barrier from Calyx gives enough cushion for Twisted Minds to survive the Blizzard momentarily. But now dropping 2, including that Sigma, means GK will get a hand on this point.
And look, this fight started at 50%, already went all the way up to 99%. So if Twisted Minds even get one recontest here, right, they just outright win this map and go up 2-1. So for GK Esports, the pressure's on them. Teenage has Overclock ready to go, and he's going to need to pop off if GK want a chance to win Suravasa.
Yeah, GK have to be perfect from here on out. Quartz versus Rojo here on the soft angle. Quartz is now waiting for maybe Yubi to make a call on this teleporter, and he makes these kind of fake plays, tries to place it behind, and TVNT wins the frontline duel against KSA. Now you only have one tank remaining, but now all these DPS are spread at different parts of the map, where Surmajed kills 2, including the oppositional Baptiste, and there's no heals from GK and no ult to really save this unless Rojo can overclock. But this is just chalk. Twisted Minds back on the point. Overtime dwindling down. Here comes Boy with the touch. He's denied, and Twisted Minds will lead the series 2-1.
We talk about Quartz, we talk about everybody else in the roster, but Surmajed, what a closeout there. First 2 rounds, or first 2 points. Obviously, it was the Quartz show, but last second, when they needed it most, Surmajed came alive and just absolutely wiped the floor with GK. And now they're up 2-1 so far in the series. Suravasa was the map that they definitely had the advantage. And now moving forward, they got to feel confident, right? Quartz has been taking that map to warm up. Obviously, the first 2 was back and forth between him and Rojo, but I don't even think we saw Rojo in the kill feed but like once, Lemon. So really, really dominant round from Quartz moving forward. That's what you want to see as Twisted Minds.
And I don't even blame him. Like, Quartz is incredible.
Yeah,
like, he was making the best hit scans in the world at World Cup Blush. Like, Quartz is just that good. Like, there was one point that Rojo just slid and Quartz got the headshot anyway. Like, he finds these pixels that are incredible. Twisted Minds getting a sweep is really crazy to me. I thought GK was going to put up a better fight. I think what it came down to is Twisted Minds aren't taking as many risks. They know that they can win the neutral fights, they can win the ult fights. They don't need to be fancy, and they don't need to be so extra. You can kill one person, win the 5v4, force the disengage, and win all the other fights. Twisted Minds probably lost a total of 2, maybe 3 fights that entire map. And Twisted Minds not making any mistakes doesn't give GK any openings to punish.
No, it doesn't. I mean, for Twisted Minds, they look so good at the moment. And, you know, for GK on this next map, they're really going to have to go back at it. But I do want to point out, you know, you said Quartz really is like one of the best DPSs in the world. And he really is, right? I mean, he truly is one of the best players in the world. And he's been grinding, right? There's a reason why he is one of the best players. He's only 18, and he's been playing this game for, it feels like, an eternity. Yeah. So, I mean, this guy is really, really good. Been grinding in Europe for a while. Has won multiple chips outside of the Saudi eLeagues with this team, with Twisted Minds' squad. So he really has cemented himself as one of the best hit scans in the entire game. And it's tough. You're right. Like, how do you compete against that if you're Rojo? Rojo is not a bad player by any means, but you have to maybe think it's kind of getting to him, right? Every duel you take, every move you make, even if you do a slide away from the point, somehow Quartz still auto-locks onto your head and removes you. So it's a tough hill to climb if you're Rojo.
Because there's no other options. Like, Rojo has to take that 1v1 against Quartz. Like, there isn't like, oh, let's just focus on the tank, or let's focus on backline. Like, you can't get to the backline because Quartz is going to mark you, and you can't focus on the tank because then you're not marking Quartz, and then he's just going to randomly headshot you when you're not looking. The only thing that GK could do is, where does Checkmate want to fit into this equation? Is he still trying to help TVNT win the tank matchup? Because obviously Yubi can trust Quartz to take a 1v1. Yubi can enable KSA, so Checkmate has to make the decision of, does he want to help Rojo win the Sojourn matchup by maybe adding icicles, you know, damage to the equation, whatever it is, add pressure, or does he want to stick to winning the tank matchup and hope that TVNT wins it fast enough that Quartz doesn't have space to operate? Nonetheless, GK have choice of map here.
Yeah, and that's going to be New Queen Street of all places. That's definitely an interesting map pick to choose against Twisted Minds. No subs on either side as well, so obviously it looks like Oi has locked in and cemented himself as the starting Lucio player for this team. Congrats to him for doing so. But for this team, right, they do have a lot of hills to climb at the moment. You're right, there's so many questions that they have. The only question that I would say that GK has answered is, can they come back in these fights where they lose one early? And the answer usually is yes. But, you know, outside of those clutch situations, as a unit, as a team, they've kind of been struggling, right? Those neutral game fights, those fights that are really back and forth where nobody has a real edge. It seems like Twisted Minds have always came out on top. So for New Queen Street, obviously they're hoping for a bit of a different outcome. Maybe they've got some pocket strategies for this map.
Maybe. I think this is a very Sojourn-friendly map. There's a lot of... every high ground on this map is Sojourn accessible, and you can maneuver around from the middle tunnel to the different side rooms. And I think the Mei is still going to be strongest here. Twisted Minds started hovering over some Symmetra near the end of the Flashpoint because I think they started to realize that they could they minimized the amount of risks that they were taking, but still tried to go for some creative plays, whether it was Yubi either solo teleporting or maybe bringing one other person like Calyx or somebody with him, just to have some harassment, because that caused a lot of confusion. It slowed down pushes. It had TVNT looking behind him when he should be looking forward. And even just TVNT having a second of a distraction gives KSA an edge of obviously putting out more damage or maybe trying to surprise TVNT in that moment.
Yeah. You really like that Symmetra, Lemon, huh?
Just Yubi is that good. Like he's just that good at it.
He is. I mean, I don't blame you. Like he's such a talented player, right? That's the big thing, is that not a lot of players can both play the Symmetra at a high level and then also the Mei, right? I mean, he makes it look so good. Do you think for GK that they could benefit from something like that as well, or do you think you just stick with Checkmate on the Mei the whole time?
I think Checkmate is just much more comfortable on the Mei, but now that we're on New Queen Street, I mean, even in our previous series, we've seen soldiers come out on like flashpoints and these very open maps where you can run around and be an independent queen, you know. And Checkmate doesn't need a Lucio if he wants to go on these solo flanks. He can bring Oi with him, but this is an interesting look at a Checkmate. He clearly wants to have a bigger impact and be more of a carry for his team because they need it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned those swaps. Having him over to soldier could be that change they needed. So. Good call out there, and he's already on that flank. Look at that, Lemon. He's already on that bus side low ground. However, that's not really an advantageous position for a soldier until maybe Twisted Minds make the first move.
And this is maybe Checkmate trying to help out with dealing with Quartz. And he's just going to trust that TVNT just needs to live. He might lose that matchup with having to deal with Mei. But look, TVNT is reacting well. He's not getting Mei isolated. But Quartz is still dealing with anyone who's being thrown at him, including just getting first pick on the Checkmate. Checkmate will be able to do less burst damage compared to Sojourn, but has solo heals, but that doesn't matter if Sojourn just has a charged up rail shot.
I mean, it's just absolutely clinical out of Quartz and Twisted Minds, knowing that Checkmate was on the flank and already used his heal. They just rushed him afterwards, and Yubi finds the pick onto Landon as well. The dam appears to just be broken for GK at the moment. It's just flooding in water, pick after pick. Twisted Minds are setting themselves up for success at the moment.
Hey, killing Quartz is big here. Rojo got Calyx really low. GK can still depend on Checkmate. Just because he was shut down once on a flank doesn't mean he can keep doing it. Quartz now has to look at two people, right? He has got Checkmate that he has to mark and Rojo. So this could be a really hard for Quartz to handle. And obviously he has supports that can help out of keeping track of everybody. But so far, this is getting to be quite a push for Twisted Minds, who are heading for forward spawns.
They're coming back into this. Quartz building up towards that overclock as well. GK, at least on the back end, have an Ant Matrix coming up, but oh my god, railgun through the Ant Matrix, 3-person assist. That's disgusting. And Lemon, they even got the checkpoint on top of it. What a push from them off of Sermajed's Ant Matrix. And GK are still trying to fight this. Maybe result in some pickoffs, though.
And that's just the timing and also the effect that not having a Mei has, where you would usually be able to Mei wall in that Matrix or do something to buy time for TVNT to get in a position. But Sermajed waited for the moment. TVNT didn't have grasp, didn't have shield, and this is now a big turning point as TVNT eats the UV Blizzard. Holy cow! Now you got the grab flux and the overclock. Twisted Minds. It's not over yet. And Oi and TVNT could not. As this push is now approaching 74 meters plus. If GK used a ton of volts there, they'll have a few coming up, but now they're getting staggered.
Yeah, I mean, if you're GK Sports, you gotta swap checkmate at this point, I think. It just seems like the soul's not really working. Mei did better. There it is, the swap over to the Mei. But it might you have to think it might be far too late. 100 meters have already been claimed by Twisted Minds, who have a beat drop for this fight.
Ford drops off the high ground. GK start to stabilize, looking for the flux onto this Bab. Did he even get it? I think he missed Majed, not 100% sure, but that was at least the idea. GK have one less ult to depend on, and I get this Lucio of Calyx that's whooping this Bab into his own team. What a play! And without Landon, this fight seems chalked for GK, who are hoping to stay hidden away from damage while they're lacking those heals. And overclock from Rojo clearly hasn't that much of a difference. Maybe because of a Twisted Minds sound barrier, I'm not sure. Maybe Sermajed out healing, but this is just Twisted Minds out damaging them, out killing them, out planning them, and GK are down tremendous. It's 115 meters plus. We got 6 meters left, and this is a full cap in our sights, Dustin.
It is. I mean, who's going to be able to touch at this point? Looks like nobody. Even Rojo swaps over the Widowmaker as a bit of a tilt swap, or just to find the kills. Will go down to Quartz too. I mean, what a round from Twisted Minds and a map out of them. They go up 3-1 in the series.
We gotta break the glass and call 911. What was that map? Twisted Minds just steamrolled that. That was not close. GK tried to have the soldier swap. We talked about this. Checkmate tried to mark Quartz, was able to maybe pick him off once, but the difference of that lack of Mei, GK got caught by an Ant Matrix that would have otherwise been Mei blocked or maybe given a chance for TVNT to have grasp in time. And then TVNT is obviously losing that tank matchup, but you know, GK were getting snowballed as a team. It wasn't even like a one-player thing. But Quartz really is too much to handle, and it is just up to Rojo to keep him in his place. But at this point, Twisted Minds have just taken over the lobby, and GK, who knows what they're gonna do next? Yeah, I mean, they gotta figure something out, but you know, it not to be a bit of a doomer here, but it is a bit of a situation where, okay, like this guy's the greatest player in the lobby, right? It's just like not even, it's just not even freaking close. I don't think there's really much analysis you could say besides like maybe Twisted Minds as a team is also playing really good, but like that's obviously, you know, pretty straightforward. KSA is able to take that pressure provided to him from Quartz, and it's just like that tandem between the Sojourn and the rest of the 4 players on the team, just working back and forth, communicating, you know, saying when to play slow. For example, that first fight on New Queen Street when they picked off Checkmate, that was just because, you know, the guys in the left for GK really didn't take that space, and Twisted Minds saw that, so they just took full advantage, set up Quartz on the right side, able to find Checkmate, and found the opening pick that just resulted in a snowball, because they just were able to keep going. I don't know. What do you do if you're Rojo, Lemon? I just feel like at the moment, Quartz is too freaking good. He just is. I don't know. It's not like you can invest a support. Like Landon needs to help with TVNT. Like maybe throw Landon into that equation. Checkmate tried the soldier, but GK didn't get anything out of their ultimates either. Like the tactical visor didn't happen. I don't remember Rojo's overclock doing much. To be fair, it might have been against the sound barrier, which Calyx has been purposely keeping those for Rojo. TVNT missed Flux on Sermajed. Oi is sound bearing where he can, you know, and then Landon's Ant Matrix might have been toe-to-toe with Sermajed's, but obviously when you have a Mei and a Sigma with full shield, Twisted Minds are going to live longer than GK. And it just, Twisted Minds, that aggression now is something that is benefiting them. When they are overextending, when they are just constantly pushing. I mean, it's the push game type for a reason. And Twisted Minds are taking so much space. They're always on the attack, and GK are always on the back foot. And if one player makes a mistake, everyone has to go back, and you're just going back constantly. And GK never had a point of stabilization. When they did, when they had their corner, when they had ults, they missed all of them. They didn't have any kills with their ultimates, or Twisted Minds countered them. And then you have Kellex booping Landon from the high ground, which doesn't help in trying to create a winnable scenario for GK. So they just got outplayed. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it boils down to like what you said on the other side, right? The star players for GK really are kind of checkmate. Rojo at points has been a star player, TVNT as well, but mainly checkmate and Landon. And in order for them to kind of come online, they already are playing pretty well. Like I feel like Landon's kind of doing what he can.
It's match point for Twisted Minds, one map away from securing their spot in the Saudi eLeague Grand Final. But who still stands in their way are GK, who got capped within, what, the first couple fights on Queen Street. Wasn't looking good.
No, it just wasn't looking good for them at the moment. And this is, I think more so, if we can touch about Twisted Minds, this is more so them looking absolutely on fire right now. I mean, I don't think we've seen Twisted Minds at this level in quite some time. They really look like they're hitting another stride this deep into the tournament. That's a terrifying sight to see.
And there's a lot of talented players on GK that this has been their ultimate rival. This has been the final boss when it comes to Saudi eLeague, being Twisted Minds. Like, I'm seeing TVNT and Checkmate, who have won a number of MVP awards throughout this season. So they need to pull together. They had the break to talk. They tried different strats of trying to put Checkmate on the Soldier, which didn't end up helping. It helped a little bit put Quartz in his baby cage, but at the end of the day, they gotta pick what is more important, the frontline battle or dealing with Quartz, and it was maybe closer when Checkmate was on May.
Yeah, I would say pick your poison, but in this situation, it's like chug a whole thing of freaking bleach, right? It's just awful. It's just such a hard matchup at the moment, and they have to keep taking it, right? I mean, at this point, you probably scrimmed so much of this composition. I don't think there's a lot of changes you could do. Now, we're kind of doomer in this situation, but map number 1 still went their way, so maybe find the success you got on Samoa and take it into this next map. Obviously, you know, push didn't go your way. If we're going into this next map, we'll have to see what it is, but it's Route 66 of all places, which is not a bad map, but I would still assume Sojourn is going to reign supreme here.
Yeah, this is a good Sojourn map. Again, a lot of the high grounds are accessible to that Sojourn, whether it's Big Earls or the top of the saloon. Those could be some very scary positions, especially the top saloon on point B. If you cannot deal with a Sojourn, if Quartz is up there and someone isn't contesting him, that could be just the end of the push. I could be worried about GK if Twisted Minds defend there and GK don't have more commitment. And that's maybe where Oi on that Lucio can maybe get up there and try to get some boops. I feel like Calix has a lot of confidence, experience on the Lucio to go for those type of plays. Oi is obviously trying to be the most conservative, safe Lucio he can, of just helping TVNT get in and out of these situations when he's taking too much pressure or wants to take these fights, whilst Calix has a bit more freedom, you know, when his team is winning that hard to do extra stuff. So we'll see how Rojo will be able to take those power positions against Quartz.
Yeah, we have to wait and see, obviously, how that pans out. But that cave side, for example, on first point Route 66 is going to be highly contested. I know KSA loves that spot to kind of play back and forth, depending on what side they're on, obviously. But I know Sigma players will definitely prioritize that, get the high ground position on the attacking side to try to equalize the positional advantage that the defense has. But it looks like for the defensive side, GK will be starting off there. Twisted Minds on their attack. And for them, sticking with that May Sojourn the entire time, the entire way through for Twisted Minds, they have that option, like you said, to play that Symmetra if they really want to, make those quick rotates on top of Big Earls. But I imagine UB's probably going to stick with the May just because it's been working out for them thus far.
Twisted Minds choosing to attack first is really interesting. Kind of funny, to be honest, to just see how far they can get. GK having Checkmate on the May here is interesting. Obviously, the Icicles, you can't underrate how good the poke from May is after a bunch of buffs. Maybe I keep harping on this Symmetra. Maybe she fell out of the meta. I don't know, but this is a close hold from GK. And this Widow is sticking around to go for that initial pick. Do they not know that GK are right here? I don't know, but Quartz did not get killed and did not get a kill, so maybe it doesn't matter in the end. GK want to take as much time off of this bank as possible.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's the whole goal of holding close like this. If they can get a fight win, that's just a bonus. But they already have to use their Immortality Field, whereas Twisted Minds, yes, they get Quartz low, still have that advantage for this fight.
So far, so good for Twisted Minds. They've dealt with TVNT, and there's just not going to be a lot that's holding this defense together for GK unless they play at a distance and hope that their poke prevails. But with Checkmate down, it's all up to Rojo, and he maybe just be fine to die on the card or get out as soon as possible, because now Twisted Minds are on the hunt.
He's got the build. Oh my god, he almost hit the shot.
Close.
He almost hit the shot. That would have been terrible. GK now coming back in, have the Ant Matrix, but as does Twisted Minds, and we have another pause. If we take a look as well, look at the ult charges between these Sigmas right now. I think this was a common occurrence as well previously on New Queen Street and then Midtown. KSA always seems to just be like 30% ahead of TVNT in terms of ult charge. So I don't know if that's necessarily because of the pressure Quartz is giving or just an overall like team coordinated effort to just make sure TVNT gets no value, because Twisted Mind are great at building these gravitic fluxes first.
Yeah, TVNT, I think, died halfway through that fight, so maybe KSA farmed a bit more in that latter half, but hey, that is still an important call that KSA having Graph Flux as one of the first ultimates besides the Ant Matrix will be big to start off a point A cap. So far, Twisted Minds are just getting that close. They're about halfway to A. They got an Ant Matrix ready. They're ready to hose down this lane, and GK have themselves stuck. They got a Maywall from UB too. Someone down low is isolated. That might be Rojo. We should be able to get out. No troubles there. Twisted Minds getting picks too, just focusing down this lane. GK trying to use the checkmate Maywall to help themselves really protect the as KSA solo fluxes TVNT to deny his chance to contest, and now GK are all staggered from each other, so this is an easy point A cap for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, sadly it looks like all of their strategies for GK was just hold as long as you can on the first fight, which was earlier, but look, they only get 2 fights here on this first point, which is awful considering the whole idea was to get at least 3, like you said, get time off the bank. And they just don't do that very well at all. I mean, they got absolutely snowballed there after giving up ult charge.
There's that top saloon position I was talking about that Rojo is on. TVNT is hoping to play close to this cave choke, but he's isolated himself, and Twisted Minds now are on the chase down against Landon, who's also isolated. Why are GK? Why is checkmate on the cart? Landon is over on the right side. TVNT is on cave. Like, GK are still trying to get organized, and I think with how fast Twisted Minds play, they don't have that chance.
Yeah, they just lost the plot there. Stopping the cart for a bit. Maybe you can get 2 more fights here. You've built up 5. And Twisted Minds did use the Overclock and Gravitic Flux earlier, so maybe this is their engage and finally time to stop the snowball, which is at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. But look at this positioning from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's over if you leave Quartz up there. And he's got the whole squad, including a shield.
What?
Grab Flux from TVNT, and I don't think he hit anyone. That should have maybe been centered on Twisted Minds being on the high ground. Either way, the Blizzard from UB hit the edge of the wall, so didn't get as far as he would have wanted. Checkmate throws his, gets a lot more value. UB is frozen. Twisted Minds are down 1. Does Kelix invest Sound Barrier here to salvage this fight? The high ground is now being pushed. Checkmate does a good job of putting in a ton of damage, but no kills quite yet. Landon is jumping up there to execute, and Twisted Minds are falling back. This is a big stop for GK.
Yeah, thank God GK has checkmate, because, you know, he's been the true carry for this team. TVNT was maybe trying to out big brain himself there, look for like the pre-fire Gravitic Flux on where Quartz was going to land, but it just resulted in him Gravitic Fluxing air, so not really that good for GK here. However, they still get the fight win with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. They're trying their strategy here of just getting so much time off the bank.
That the accretion missing. Painful. I think they almost could have locked in TVNT with the wall and the accretion. Nonetheless, he escapes with Minds off the Amp Matrix. Get GK off the high ground, but Rojo's still up here with the overclock. Great reaction from Kelix with the Sound Barrier. As Rojo's not getting really much with the overclock, as Kelix is hoping to boot people off the bridge, and GK almost had really good punish. But with checkmate missing, Twisted Minds should be in a stable position to get good progress on the cart. GK have to realize this, and he is getting solo fluxed by KSA. Puts him 6 feet under. Now KSA floats to the high ground because of that ult and pushes Rojo off that power position. Now Twisted Minds are meters away from capping, and with these staggers, there's no shot GK can contest.
You know, another 2-fight situation there. Twisted Minds move on to third. Have 3 minutes left, and it seems like GK has lost a lot of that confidence as a team. They're not playing aggressive at all, allowing Twisted Minds to walk all over them. And that is partially probably because of Rojo, too. I mean, Rojo's kind of not been himself so far in this series. He's really only performed well on the first map, but ever since then, it's been the Quartz show on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it is. I agree. I already got a ticket. Twisted Minds now have Quartz just unleashing. Now 2 kills. And more coming. GK got to organize themselves. Checkmate's just trying to die on the cart there. He can't reset with the team. So 2.5 minutes. Twisted Minds heading for the end.
And you need to get value to those overclocks, and Quartz gets that exact thing. Now on the defensive push, Twisted Minds have a Blizzard for the payload, whereas GK at least have some ultimates. Gravitic Flux from TDNT. Twisted Minds are about to lap him soon.
Twisted Minds have the ults too to get the job done. You don't even need it. Quartz with 2 picks and the Blizzard on top. TVNT will shut it down with the solo Flux. It's about time he got value out of it, but Twisted Minds, they really only lost 1 person through all of these fights. What an avalanche. Twisted Minds cap with plenty of time to spare.
I mean, there's only one word to describe that, and that is yikes. It's just awful for the side of GK, whereas Twisted Minds, amazing pushes, consistently having Quartz pop off. KSA has been amazing on the Sigma too, not giving TVNT any breathing room. I mean, like I said, KSA almost lapped him in terms of Gravitic Flux charge. That's crazy how much value KSA has been getting on the Sigma thus far, as well as the rest of their team. 1 minute 54 seconds is no time to slouch at, right? It seems kind of over for GK at this point here, Lemon.
TVNT just needs to get Flux value. Like, Helix doesn't care about his Fluxes whatsoever. He's keeping barriers for overclocks. And TVNT, I want to see him solo Flux Quartz every single day of the week. Wait for jump, go for Flux. It's 1 + 1 = 2. Like, I don't care if it's just one person. He needs to get value. Missing these is just unacceptable. That is a huge win condition. There's not a lot of ults that can get as much value as his, and it's not in terms of kills, but even just locking a player down, like the CC is huge, and that would just maybe help Rojo hit these shots if he had a Flux that would do something.
Now on their attacking side here, Lemon, I mean, they're just sticking with the same thing. So maybe just maybe they'll take a page out of Twisted Minds' book, control those rotations, get the high ground potentially through this top side. Twisted Minds on their defense here, Lemon, looks like they're just going to play back, not try to get that early hold that you see a lot of teams with Reinhardt's try to do.
GK have to go to the end and try to beat a 2-minute time bank or just really finish the map at all. As it's still match point for Twisted Minds on the defense here of Big Girls. Quartz now on this off angle with the 100 charge. It's hoping to catch maybe Oi or somebody. But shooting their feet ain't gonna do much, and GK are now on the top cave, maybe hoping to come around the backside there of Twisted Minds. No, GK stick to trying to push the card as much as possible, but there's somebody preventing that progress from going through. And Twisted Minds now have left that, so GK are just gonna hope to bunker down. And up here is TVNT tossing and turning against Twisted Minds with the help of Checkmate's Maywall. UB headshots Oi, despite all of this trouble that TVNT is causing, for this presence that him and Rojo have, Twisted Minds still have time to get headshots into the backline, and this kills GK's push.
Yeah, I think that overall, for GK Esports, they just need to picks, right? This is where, as a team, by TVNT, by the way, you would want to see Teenage or Checkmate maybe get that opening pick with the overclock. That's going to be big, or a railgun shot, rather. We need something, some sort of life out of both Checkmate and Teenage right now because, I mean, look at this. Quartz already has that overclock. Teenage is 50%. You can just tell based off of ult charge and the kill feed that everything is going Twisted Minds' way.
It really is. GK. Flux, they got Amp, they got so much coming up, but it's Surmajet and amping and TVNT's face. Like, what was that ult? Like, Twisted Minds just don't care. TVNT with the Flux, I'm not sure who it hit, and I don't think it was much. UB throws the Blizzard, doesn't freeze anyone, and I think Twisted Minds are playing with their food. GK want to hope to get a push going. The barrier helps UB, and Checkmate drops the Blizzard, but gets taken out. The stain, the timing of these sound barriers from Helix are pivotal. As GK are ready to engage, Twisted Minds get a surplus of health that is too much to handle. And speaking of too much to handle, Quartz is overclocking, so you just know it's over.
Yeah, I mean, that was just over from the start. 1 minute 30 seconds left now, Lemon. Blizzard was committed from Checkmate in that fight, and now On the offensive angle, they've got to drop and the overclock. At least it's like maybe one fight here. If you just get a good one, especially since Twisted Minds don't have any ultimates, this is their shot.
It's their shot. GK have the barrier. They can hope to hold that against KSA and give themselves a fighting chance. Be up to this Rojo overclock. But he's playing with the team as much as possible. They're all grouped up. It's a 3-man flux at least from KSA, but the barrier saves them. Now it's time for Rojo to shine. But he's at 32 HP and he's sticking close to his team in order to just always have those resources. But because his shield is in his face, because he's not taking off angle, he's not getting value out of this overclock. Meanwhile, Quartz against the Amp Matrix is simply too much. GK can't win their matchups. TVNT is getting staggered with 35 seconds left. GK are going out with a whimper.
Oh my gosh, is he gonna get staggered all the way to 25 seconds potentially?
Yeah.
Gee, that is awful. People came close. Oh no! Look, Twisted Minds would have close. Okay, they didn't go too far. They still got checkmate on the side.
That headshot's crazy.
This is brutal here, Lemon.
Yeah.
That
That is crazy. The way that Twisted Minds took over this series after dropping map 1. GK have a couple seconds left to touch. Checkmate is now on the Genji, one of his signature heroes, hoping to get immediate vertical access to Big Earls. Twisted Minds can just be above them. GK are forced to play on this card because of overtime. UB as a Blizzard hoping to get behind TVNT, and GK supports are in trouble, taking no damage. Twisted Minds are on the chase. They've isolated TVNT. They even solo Blizzarded the guy that's disrespectful in the sound barrier to make sure everyone from Twisted Minds is part of this party. As Twisted Minds take the 4-1 victory in the upper final and head to the grand final to face the winner of F16 and GK.
Oh, they look good right now. The whole team. Quartz popping off on that Sojourn. Also TVNT. KSA doing amazing on that Sigma. Consistent value that he's gotten from the high grounds with the rest of his team, with the speed, the aggression, never allowing any breathing room to GK. GK at the end tried to swap checkmate over to the Genji just to say, all right, if Rojo can't kill Quartz, then I gotta try. And it turns out nobody can because Sermajed was still there. The consistency out of this Baptiste for Twisted Minds has been absolutely huge. And Twisted Minds looks like a freaking Goliath right now. I don't know how you stop this team, Lemon.
I don't know. Rojo was obviously taking way too much pressure for him to play away from his team. You saw it at the end. Tried to hug the shield, hug his team, and just have immediate access to his supports so that if, Quartz isn't hitting headshots every single time. So if he hits a body shot, there's a chance for Rojo to still live through the matchup. But it was tough. It was definitely tough to have that Sojourn gap because there's not really much you can do to help as Checkmates tried to swap to other DPS to be involved in that equation while then leaving TVNT out to dry. So Checkmate is trying to be the glue to this team to hold them all together, and then maybe GK got a bit tilted from having to, they got full capped on New Queen Street. Then you got to head into this hoping to pick up a bunch of maps and sort of reverse sweep in some ways. And I don't know if there's that composed person on GK that can get them out of their own heads and help someone like Rojo stay focused up. And the only thing you could think of is, would a Mercy Pocket help Rojo out, help, resurrect, a damage amp? I don't know. I would swap Mercy if I was Oi, just to, because you're not, what is the speed doing, Obviously the impact of barrier is super important, but how do you add to how do you help Rojo more than you already have,
That is so BM, Lemon.
What? He needs help!
That is so...
What else can you do?
I mean, nothing. He
doesn't need heals, he needs damage. And it's either you add another DPS or you give him damage amp. I don't know.
But listen, we're not the coaches here, so it's not our job, I guess, right? So that's on them. And there's not much you could say besides the court show, right? I mean, phenomenal player. Really, really has been the reason why Twisted Minds are as successful as they are, or one of the main reasons. Obviously, if you have an Overwatch League caliber Baptiste player, that freaking helps. I mean, Sermajed, one of the best in the world, won the whole thing. So this team is looking really, really good. It might be the best team we've ever seen in the Saudi eLeagues.
And whatever comes out of the lower bracket final, I mean, GK are expected to get out of that, depending on how their fight planning goes against a Doomfist Winston-based team. So it's hard to predict how I don't expect F16 to play the mirror when they've just been doing that well, but also F16 get away with playing Doom against the lower echelon teams. What composition is F16 going to want to do against GK? Nonetheless, let's say GK go back to the final. I don't think we're going to see the same GK that we saw today, because if we do, it's going to be a boring final. I'm not going to lie.
Oh my god! Lemon,
I'm so serious.
You're going
it's a
so
full hold on Route 66, a full cap on New Queen Street. GK, I think, have a lot of thinking to do after that, because
I don't know her. I don't know her.
You're usually the bad guy.
I know,
I'm
you're
being
taking over.
realistic. I'm being realistic.
Taking
GK
over.
were expected to do better today. This isn't GK's peak. We need
You're right.
GK at their peak, at their final, whether it's the lower bracket final, grand final. We need GK at their peak. This wasn't their full potential. And I'm just like the disappointed parent that knows that they can do better than what they put on today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think you're right. I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, they've got to figure something out, whether it be, swapping Oi to the Mercy. That's going to live.
Don't listen to me, okay? Listen to
That's
Christopher and Commander. When they come on the cameras, you guys listen to what, like, GK take notes on what they say. I don't know.
Oh, my God. That's going to live rent free in my head, I think, Lemon.
Go Mercy. I mean...
Yeah.
That's what I would do, but I don't think that helps. I feel like you need the barrier really bad, but...
It's the speed, right? Because you got to keep up that aggression. So it's like, once you swap that out to Mercy, you're just a duck in water. Then you don't run Sigma at that point. Like, that's why you run the Brig, like we saw earlier with the Doomfist. But I don't think TVNT plays Divey, right? That would enable check... That's a good point, actually. That would enable Checkmate more if they played more Divey, because that flex DPS does carry a lot harder once you have, like, that Doomfist to help support. But on May, there's not much that Checkmate can do when you're just, like, watching that Sojourn 1v1. And then, like, your guy just keeps losing it, and you're just, like, slowly losing faith as it goes on.
You're right. Like, the speed factor is so important to help TVNT get out of situations, because he was in many of those situations where he's getting out-pressured by DPS, because while Quartz and Rojo are facing off, like, KSA and Surmajed have been running it down in the best of ways. Surmajed's timing on the Ant Matrix, it doesn't matter if he's the most mechanical backed he's got out there. His timing on the Ant Matrix, catching TVNT without grasp, without shield. The Ant Matrix have been superb at defining these fights, and the immortalities to save KSA time and time again. Like, go rewatch Samoa. That was a Surmajed map, and really Surmajed just started putting kind of Saudi on the map when it comes to the Overwatch League, and then you have the Saudi League that is truly showing and showcasing what Saudi has to offer when it comes to talent. Speaking of talent, we have Surmajed on the stage for an interview. Let's go say hi.
الكرام، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية المباراة الثانية لهذا اليوم اللي كانت في الفاينل أبر براكت، واللي فازوا فيها فريق تويستد مايند. فمعانا اللاعب سير ماجد الأسطورة، لكن قبل أن نسأله أعزائنا الحضور سمعونا أقوى تحية لفريق تويستد مايند. يا ساتر يا الحماس، يا ساتر يا المتعة. فعشان كذا نبي نبدأ بالسؤال الأول معاك يا أسطورة نورمان.
Oh my god, Twisted Minds and the crowd shouting for Magic and Twisted Minds. Congratulations on winning and heading to the grand finals. And we want to know, the big question is, how does he feel after winning this game?
سؤال رهيب فعلا. بعد نهاية هذه المباراة لازم نسألكم عن شعوركم بعد الفوز، وكذا لازم نقول لك ألف مبروك.
الله يبارك فيك. صراحة الشعور رهيب والله، بس لسه باقي مباراة إن شاء الله ونخلصها بإذن الله.
مثل ما سمعنا باقي مباراة.
All right, now they feel so good after winning this game, but they still have one match remaining in their calendar and they want to take it up. But the second question is, right now, Twisted Minds, it's their first time facing GK Esports on the stage, and also it's a best of 7. So how did they prepare for it?
من بداية البطولة في الجروب ستيج والحين رحتوا للبلاي اوفز، أول مرة تقابلون فيها جي كي، فكيف كانت تخطيطاتكم بالذات انكم قدرتوا تفوزون بمواجهة البيست اوف 7؟
صراحة والله يعني نفس لعبنا، ما غيرنا شيء، والحمد لله قدرنا نفوز يعني، ولا اللعب نفسه ما تغير مهما يعني أي فريق ما يفرق.
يا عيني عليك، ألف مبروك. مثل ما سمعنا الإجابة، يا عيني.
No, Sir Magic is saying here that they play style for Twisted Minds did not change at all. It's the same Twisted Minds. It's the same champions on stage against GK. But the fourth question, and we want to know the reason behind, the circuit behind changing from Orisa, or changing from Sigma in Sword to Orisa and Bastion against TVNT. What happened exactly? Why?
يا عيني سؤال غامض نوعا ما، ليش غيرتوا الى اوريسا وباسيون على تي في تي؟
الماب هذاك صراحه اوريس افضل شيء فيه، انه كلوز مره وعندك تسوي برول باسرع طريقه.
يعني كانت مخططه ما هي جت بشكل
على الماب هي على الماب مو على التشكيله.
يا عيني عليك مثل ما سمعنا.
Oh my god, Twisted Minds, the reason behind changing to Orisa and Bastion against TVNT, they knew that Orisa is better on that map and they used it against GK and they for sure they won against him. Right here is Sir Magic. Give us some crowd, guys. Let's hear it for Sir Magic from Twisted Minds.
سمعونا صوت.
But right now, the big question, Wajih, is right now they're the first team. Twisted Minds are the first team that heads to the grand final and qualifies. Who they want to face against from the lower bracket? We still have two teams waiting.
يا ساتر، أنا تراني خفت، فلازم أسألك السؤال اللي هو قاله. أنتم الحين أول فريق يروح للجراند فاينل أو للنهائي الكبير، فما راح أقول مين تتوقعون، لا مين تبون تقابلون في الجراند فاينل، فريق جي كي أو فريق اف 16؟
ما يفرق صراحه، بنفوز فيها كلها.
تصريح ولا أقوى الصراحة.
Oh my god, Twisted Minds, Sir Magic is saying that it doesn't matter who faces against us in the finals. We want GK, we want F16, we are Twisted Minds, and we are waiting for it. Let's hear it for Sir Magic from Twisted Minds, and congratulations again on qualifying for the grand finals.
ألف مبروك لفريق تويستد مايند. مثل ما سمعنا إجابة اللاعب سير ماجد. أما الآن أعزائي الحضور والمشاهدين الكرام، لازم نروح للاستديو عشان نتكلم ونتناقش أكثر بخصوص اللي حصل معانا في مجريات هذه المباراة.
And that's the end of the interview. Thank you so much again, Sir Magic, for answering all the questions. But before that, let's head to the studio. Studio, take it away.
Welcome back to the STC Play Analysis Desk. I'm Commander X. I'm joined by my good friend Christopher, and quite an interesting series in the end. It looked like we were going to get a real good game up until about map number 3, and then it all sort of disintegrated in front of our eyes.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time trying to hype up the match, try and make it seem like it's close. I think we genuinely believed it would be. And then based off map 1 and 2, I think both can go either way. So I think, okay, this could really go all the way. And then something changed, and those last 3 maps were not even remotely competitive. Genuinely about as one-sided as any games we've seen this entire tournament.
Really didn't expect to get that level of mismatch between these two teams, especially when we thought if there was going to maybe be a gap, it would be in when May Sim came out from Twisted Minds, and it was maybe a harder map for GK to run the May Sojourn they feel so comfortable on. But it was actually just for May Sojourn, toe-to-toe, Quartz and Twisted Minds were able to take over.
I think someone put something in Quartz's drink after map 2, because he was unbelievable those last 3 maps. Unter, who's the coach of Twisted Minds, I was actually scrimming against Twisted Minds yesterday, and I spoke to him, and he was saying that he thinks Quartz is genuinely the best hit scan player in the world. And I was thinking, oh yeah, I'm sure that's a bit hyperbole, but okay, actually, maybe for once Unter has a strong point here, because those last 3 performances were about as good as any performance I've seen from any player this entire tournament, minus maybe 1 or 2 like someone performances, but especially map 3 and 4, it was just the kill feed was just one person and one person only.
Especially when you think of how this Sigma mirror works, is normally it's all about the cooldown trade. Which team can get the better of a frontline battle? And we really see a lot more macro-based or cooldown-based wins or gaps in this type of matchup. But it's quite rare, even with the quality of Sojourns we've seen, say at the World Cup and at this tournament, that we see a Sojourn really take over to this degree. But Quartz really put in a show for us today.
Yeah, you're right. I felt like the 2 ways that Twisted Minds were winning this series were there was a lot of rock trades where TVNT was like getting caught like exactly what's on the screen now, whereas KSA played around it perfectly. I think almost no easy deaths on KSA, whereas even if it's just like 2 or 3 per map on TVNT, that adds up. But especially as we got into the later series, if there was a neutral, you knew exactly how it was going to go. Quartz was going to headshot either Teenage Rojo or Landon. And obviously, if you headshot someone at the start of the fight, you have to really mess up to be able to lose it.
I think if we cast our minds back, let's focus on those first couple of maps for a bit, because this is where the series was closest, and this is where we saw quite a lot of hope, I think, if you're a GK fan, and for I'm sure the GK players themselves felt it. It felt like the gap between KSA and TVNT, it was in KSA's favour, but not massively. Especially on Midtown, we really saw Teenage come alive a little bit, win some important duels with Quartz, and really go toe-to-toe in a way we didn't really see again in the series after that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I thought we felt like the tanks looked competitive, the soldiers looked competitive, especially map 2. I think Checkmate was, every single blizzard was perfect. Then all of a sudden you get 1 or 2 eaten, and then obviously that makes a really big swing across an entire map. So it was kind of as we tried to like, yeah, tanks might be closer than you think, hit scan might be closer than you think. Maybe there's a mega gap. Like I think Landon had a very good map on map 2. But yeah, after map 2, whatever changed, if anything changed, like at least to me, I don't know how you felt, but I didn't see anything like massively strategical different. There was no hero swaps. I didn't see to be style swap. Just maybe Quartz started to aim for the head a little bit more than the body, and that was like it was a really solid improvement from Coach Willie.
You can't argue with the results. The head certainly seems to be a better place to aim than the body, and it paid dividends for Quartz, especially from map 3 onwards. It really felt like, while on Midtown, maybe some of the key moments that went in GK's favour were these May ult gaps, where UBs wouldn't get as much value, Kellex maybe wouldn't have amp when he needed it, but Checkmates was just landing them, nailing them every time. Whereas on Servasa, the first 2 Checkmate May ults were kind of like clutch May ults. They were in player down situations trying to turn around a situation. They don't work out, then it leaves them in an ult hole they can never really recover from. Then Quartz starts hitting everyone in the face, and it all just starts to fall apart. And from that point on, really felt like what GK were playing with their confidence pretty shaken.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that the weaknesses for Twisted Minds across this series were a lot of maybe the more macro decisions. I think pushing into situations where you were like the fight was won and the enemy team had mail, throwing a lot of fights on Midtown, and then maybe like a few of like the big ult, at least on the first 2 maps, started to go the other way. I think if we go to Route 66, I think TVNT missed 3 fluxes in a row, just didn't hit a single person. Then all of a sudden, if the ult trades are starting to go against you, Quartz was winning every single neutral possible for Twisted Minds, and then like we saw those maps, the scoreboards were so one-sided.
Yeah, as we were looking at the damage numbers and the stats coming in, every map that went on once we got past map 2, it started to creep further and further in particularly KSA and Quartz's favour, and those 3 missed fluxes aren't going to help your damage numbers at all. And I think this is maybe something you see as well with the less experienced players. When the lights are bright, suddenly you miss your first flux, it maybe makes you more likely to miss the next one. A few of these things snowball. And we even maybe saw a couple of those mistakes from Landon as well. Landon was quite often the first to go down in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I think even map 1, he would window, he would then get a headshot. So obviously, as was pointed out, there was a lot of biased commentary towards Landon. But I think we have to be fair that I think that when he was able to survive that... Yeah, that's it. When he was able to survive that first set of cooldowns and not immediately get a headshot, he carried a lot of fights, but way too many times he was probably the first one dead. I don't know if there is an element of he's trying to carry really hard because of like the nature of the team, or if it's just one of those things, or maybe there was no back player in the world that could stop Quartz killing you on cooldown with how he was doing today.
Really hard to survive headshots no matter who you are. But I think Windows was probably the biggest gap we saw. Lots of those window trades going in Twisted Mind's favour. We can now take a look at our Gidia MVP. I think I know who it's going to be, Chris. It just has to be Quartz, right? It has to be.
Yeah, I think that we've spoken about this guy being... If he wanted to be in the Overwatch League last year, he could have been. He actually turned it down. And I think his Bastion in the World Cup was so good. Like, his right clicks are just... impossible to dodge, it seems like. But today on the Sojourn, he was comfortably the best player in the server, by a couple of factors over everybody else, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a real masterclass from him. There was a lot of talk. People were big, particularly Teenage and Rojo. And by no means do I don't think we get the impression that Rojo played poorly today or had a bad game or any worse than anyone else in his team. But Quartz was just a different beast today. He was unstoppable. He snowballed so many fights in his team favor. And it's not just he's hitting more shots, he's good at aiming, he's having an on day. so many of these shots were like fight winners. Let's talk about that Suravasa. There's one fight where he body shots Landon the same time KSA spams. They just first pick Landon. The fight's won. Next fight, they're retaking, I think it was point D. Oi is trying to mark him on the flank. He has beat for the Sojourn, but he just kills Oi before he gets the beat off. Crucial kills as well as high damage numbers, and can't ask for much more out of a Sojourn player.
Absolutely not. I think even when we start to look further on towards New Queen Street, it was. Did you tell me he went 23-1 or something ridiculous like that?
23
like almost
and 2.
like.
Oh no, yeah. Oh yeah, he only died once. There was only one death on New Queen Street from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and it was just that you get in a neutral, you play slow as an off angle, and it was just inevitable that he was going to get the first pick. And I think, actually, to be honest with you, even if you're a coach of GK, sometimes when players put on that level of performance, you can't. Do you want him to do? Yeah, just don't get stuck when he shoots you, or jump when he shoots you, whatever it is. Like there was definitely problems in terms of the way they approach. Like, I think the neutrals, especially at the start, were problematic. I think that we need to, if we're looking to go forward, I think that we have to get our Sigma, not give up these easy kills. But a huge amount of it was just an unbelievable mechanical display, and not necessarily something that we can fix, like as a macro or strategic point of view.
It's hard because when you get to this level and both teams are playing a pretty established comp, a pretty established meta, they both know what their job is in the meta, and it's a little bit back and forth and even. It does come down to which player pops off. Does someone find a load of first picks? Does somebody find bigger mayouts or something? And today, Quartz was finding all that value, all those first picks. And like you said, it is just hard to deal with sometimes if a player puts in that kind of performance.
Yeah, I think it's often, like, as a coach or an analyst, I really like to watch like not mirror matches, because I feel like there's almost always a way to win regardless of like the skill level, because you can just play your comp better or do this. Whereas when it is just like a raw mirror, and it's always been true. Like if you think of like Widow metas back in the day, or like Ashe metas, if your hit scan player is just hitting way more shots, almost impossible to find a way. I mean, if you remember, like 2 seasons ago, playoffs, some of those lip performances where, yeah, he would just get a kill every single fight, and it's like, oh well, even if I use all of my ults perfectly, I still can't overcome that gap. And that's exactly what it was today. If you play really fast in the mirror, then you just kind of like end up feeding in. If you play slow, then over time you're almost always losing, because Quartz was just that guy.
I think as well, when you look at, particularly if we focus on that midtown especially, it was the map that they were able to win and take off Twisted Minds. But that really felt like a bit of a macro gap. Suddenly we see crucial mistakes on the defense, especially from Twisted Minds, overextending, getting turned with Mayo. Suddenly some of the big ult fights, they just mess up. And that seemed to be where they were able to find some openings on Midtown. As we now take a look at some highlights brought to you by KFC. Potential rematch, it's also maybe more a nail in the coffin, because they made all these mistakes and they still won pretty comfortably in the end. And as soon as the gap got bigger and the momentum swung in Twisted Mind's favor, it really just looked over from map 3 onwards.
Yeah, I think that it looks really hard from like a mental perspective to see how GK bounced back from that. I think that if you go into a game and you truly believe that you can win and you make it close, then come out of it and realize that there was a massive gap. Maybe GK can hopefully like say, oh yeah, maybe a few of us had bad performances, we didn't play very well at all today. But it's difficult to see how there is like a significant way for them to come out of this feeling confident that they're going to be able to win again in 2 days' time.
I think maybe what I would be hoping for if I was GK, I'd sort of be hoping it was an element of, we look at it and go, hey, you know what, guys? we actually played fine. Most of our decisions seem pretty reasonable. Quartz just had one of those days. And if he has one of those days, it can be really hard. But if Teenage has one of those days, say in the rematch in the grand final, maybe things swing the other way. And I think in some ways, the bad thing about losing at this point is if you lost last week, you've got 4 days to try and fix it and change things. Now, you're playing an elimination game tomorrow. You have no time to really change all that much. You've got to put your attention on F16, and then you just got to take what you can get when you play the rematch, if you get in that rematch in the grand final.
Yeah, you're right. Obviously, and then tomorrow they're very likely to be playing against a different comp. So I think you're right. Obviously, we've spoke a lot about how when teams don't think they can win the mirror, should they do X or Y differently? Really difficult for me to advise that. I feel like GK have got this comp. This is clearly the best comp that they can play. I think that you are just going to have to try and figure out 1 or 2 small adjustments that you can make, and you're just going to have to hope that you can go in there and play better next time.
I think especially when we look at some of the things that happened on Route 66, some of the things that happened on New Queen Street, where it's just, oh, we just missed every flux. Oh, we just lost someone before every fight. I think sometimes as a coach, you can look at that and be like, oh, this is terrible. We're just getting gapped. But actually, you can also look at that and just be like, guys, these are just silly mistakes. Like, how many fights did GK lose today where they just overpeaked window? And there was some kind of window trade, and Landon would maybe try and do too much, or someone else would try and do too much. KSA has just managed his cooldowns better. And there's plenty of opportunity for GK just to take a step back, walk away, disengage the window, wait it out, then take a fight afterwards, versus trying to force the fight in that sort of volatile situation with both windows. If you can fix a bunch of those, maybe all of a sudden it's actually a much closer series of maps.
And to be fair to them, also there is definitely maps where you can come away from that saying, yeah, well, if we play like we did on maps 1 and 2, that this series is really winnable. They will know better than we will about how like the emotional state was within the game. Did they get swept away once map 3 started to go against them? Like, was there an element of like tilt or frustration or losing control? If that was the case, then I think there's a lot of ways that they can kind of recover themselves. Obviously, there's a big mental struggle for them to get back tomorrow and kind of go again. I think that it's very easy for teams once they get knocked into the loser bracket just to kind of to keep going down. And there will have to be an effort by the coaching staff and maybe the more veteran players on that team to get everyone back up for the game tomorrow. And then maybe they've got an extra day. Maybe they get like 1 scrim, and then they can really see if they can identify 1 or 2 mistakes. I just use this ult differently, or don't let them use this ult in a certain way, and then hope to turn it a little bit closer.
I think in some ways it might almost be a relief for GK that they go into a completely different matchup tomorrow against Dive and F16. We saw when GK first played F16. Now, actually, F16 just completely backed out of the Dive, even though they've been playing it in groups. They said, well, we don't fancy diving against GK. It's not worked when we've scrimmed against them. Let's just hit the mirror. Now F16 seem very much like they've gone down the Dive. They've taken the Dive train. And I don't know if there's another way back for them. So actually, that might feel pretty nice for GK. Come back, different matchup tomorrow, something they're a little bit more comfortable in.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Obviously, the F16 versus GK game before, F16, like you said, decided to stick with the Sigma comp. That was the same map where they took QLM out, who obviously had a brilliant performance earlier today. So it seems unlikely that they're going to make the same mistake again. So I think that actually we can really start to have I think if you told me at the start of the day today, GK versus F16, you'd say, okay, well, that's like a 3-0 or a 4-0, like no problem. But maybe now that we look at it going in tomorrow with the positive snowball for F16, for maybe the negative snowball, and then this comp differential, presumably GK will have spent all their time this week, if possible, prepping for Sigma versus Sigma, getting that as much up as possible. There's a real chance that tomorrow could turn into a really close series again. I've said that a lot this week, but maybe this time it's finally true.
It does seem like both teams are essentially on opposite trajectories. F16 have found their niche, and while GK are in theory very good against the dive, whenever you play a sort of ground matchup versus a dive matchup, and we've seen this throughout the tournament, once it starts going one way for one of the teams, it can really snowball. Let's say you're the Brawl team, you suddenly rock for Doomfist a few times, or you just catch their Sojin on the flank before the fight. Suddenly, everyone gets more scared, everyone gets less keen to take space and hold these aggressive angles, and it all snowballs against you. Likewise, if you're the dive team and suddenly just a few of your dives connect on that Baptiste, we maybe saw this happen to Fakator today against F16. As soon as a few dives connect, you just get a little bit panicky with your cooldowns for next time around, and it just snowballs away from you. So I think there's still a lot of pressure on GK, particularly, again, we put the pressure on Fakator at the start today, the pressure on Landon tomorrow to stand up to these dives and manage these cooldowns correctly.
Yeah, ironically, I think if we look at the clutch of the day by Kaspersky, it's actually going to be Merit on this Genji, and I think that Merit today played some Tracer, some Echo, some Genji. I think especially these Nano Blades like we're about to see here, there was a lot of value in this, and I think that F16 probably looked a level above today what they'd looked at previously. I think a lot of their like aggro dives on specific ult timings, like exactly like we're seeing on our screen now, were very, very strong. And whilst hopefully that we can, hopefully GK will think, oh yeah, well maybe we have a slightly stronger BAP, Lucio, we should be able to survive that a little bit more. I think you're exactly right, where I think if your mindset going into today was, oh, we're going to knock out Twisted Minds, we're going to like do this underdog story, if you then start to lose map 1 tomorrow, it can snowball so negatively against you. All of a sudden, what you thought was going to be an excellent week where you would shock the world comes into it actually an underperformance. So a lot of the pressure now on GK, like I said earlier, was today pressure? We don't know. Only they know. But if it was, then tomorrow could also have a similar outcome.
I think especially when you start thinking about, I'm always a big fan when you watch a team play and then you maybe watch them play the next week or a few days later and they've added something to their game. They've added something to their neutral or their ult game. And I think we saw that today with someone in QLM really tag teaming, get QLM shot, maybe bait out cooldowns while we get shot. Then can we find that dive timing? Can QLM hit the same target? We saw that work massively for them today. And like you said, I'd be really surprised if GK have played against dive all week. And they'll now be playing against a team that have been playing dive exclusively against Sigma all week.
Yeah, actually, something similar we said about Rock is how we maybe criticised the fact that they didn't play Symmetra on some maps where it feels like it's necessary. Haven't necessarily seen GK do too much Symmetra, if at all,
Or
during
Bastion.
this week. I think, yeah, well, GK have been an extremely rigid team, so maybe that's going to allow someone a little bit of privilege to play Winston, which we already spoke about. Where if you can let him play Winston, then he can really take over. Even F16 have unlocked the power of Parisio, so there's almost no way, no way they're going to lose map 2 at least. So yeah, I think it sets us up for a really good game tomorrow.
It should be, and it is going to be a best of 7 tomorrow as well, so loads more opportunities to pick some of those more dive-friendly escort maps. So a real chance for F16 to put GK on the ropes. But now, let's send it back to our stage host to close out the day.
المحللين ورجعنا لكم اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور مره اخرى بعد نهايه وختام جميع المباريات لهذا اليوم من اليوم الاول في الاسبوع الثاني من النهائيات بالدوري السعودي للرياضات الالكترونيه في لعبه Overwatch 2. مثل ما شفنا مواجهه اليوم كانت استثنائيه ومختلفه عن اللي حصلت معنا في الاسبوع الماضي. اول مواجهه في اللوزر براكت في السيمي فاينل فاز فيها فريق F16 بنتيجه 3-0. بعدها انتقلنا الى الابر براكت وشفنا فريق تويستد مايند ايضا قدر انه يسيطر ويفوز في هذه المواجهة بنتيجة 4-1. والآن فريق تويستد مايند متواجدين في الجراند فاينل ينتظر أي خصم من الخصوم المتواجدين في اللوزر براكت. يا ساتر المتعة والحماس يا نورمان.
يا ساتر يا وجيه من جد. Welcome everybody again on this stage. Today was an amazing day. Thank you so much to the studio for the great analysts. Right now, we saw from the lower bracket semifinals, F16 winning and heading to the lowers finals. That was the first match. The second match was the upper bracket finals, the awaiting match for everybody. And we saw Twisted Minds, the beloved team for the crowds, winning and heading and securing the first place in the grand finals. And waiting patiently for the second team. They want a team, Wajih.
ما ندري مين اللي بيقابلون. لا بكره المباراه اللي بتتحدد ومين اللي بيقابل فريق تويستد مايند في الجراند فاينل. اما الان اعزائنا الحضور والمشاهدين الكرام وصلنا الى نهايه وختام جميع المباريات وهذا اليوم من الدوري السعودي للرياضات الالكترونيه في لعبه Overwatch 2. خلوكم معنا بكره من الساعه 6 الى نهايه البطوله وما ننسى يوم السبت بيكون يوم البطل ويوم التتويج. فاعزائي المشاهدين كنت معكم اخوكم وجيه والاسطوره نورمال في التقديم. موضوع عندك نورمال.
Thank you so much. يعطيك ألف عافية وجيه مرة أخرى today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have came to an end. Today was filled with excitement. We saw a lot of strategies. We saw a lot of teams facing each other and also teams leaving us today on this tournament. But big shout out to our lovely talents up there and behind the screens for the amazing performance for today. But I was normal, or Yusuf, aka Yusuf, was here on the stage for the hosting also alongside the amazing Wajih. Until then, for tomorrow, stay tuned. Keep your head up.